He was strangled simply for being a newcomer. The student showed him no mercy, all because he was an orphan. In this brutal world, the weak do not survive. A devastating war against the dragons that pushed the world to the brink of utter collapse. But then, the art project was finally activated. A military academy, unlike any other, created to train the strongest warriors imaginable. Lihan was just a young child, yet he stood out for his incredible strength and intelligence, until he underwent a forbidden genetic process. In a brutal experiment where only 1 out of 10 survived. He survived, and after that, he trained 100 times harder than anyone else to become the greatest dragon slayer in this world. Inside one of the helicopters now, a young boy sits, his seatbelt fastened. He stares intensely at his fate ahead. A voice expresses surprise that Lihan, the leader of the war orphans, is only 10 years old. The boy is now in an interrogation room, with his identification laid out on the table. An officer assures him not to worry, because he isn't going to jail, and asks if he's ever heard of a place called ARC. The boy asks if he means the Institute for Psycheers, and if that means he is one of them. The officer states that the boy is indeed smart, and will become humanity's ultimate savior, promising he will never starve again. But Lihan replies that only he would be satisfied, not his younger siblings. He then demands that if he goes to ARC, they must take full care of his siblings, providing them with food, clothes, a place to sleep, and proper schooling. The man stares at him, surprised by the condition he imposed. Then he agrees to take responsibility and care for the children. The boy watches him closely after hearing the answer. The officer imposes the condition that the deal only stands as long as he remains in ARC. As a psyker, Lihan replies that, of course, he understands. His back turned, he prepares to leave the helicopter, with a bag slung over his shoulders. The aircraft has landed on the site. Lihan gets off the helicopter alone. The officer breaks the news to him, revealing psychic abilities have a ranking system. Unfortunately, his isn't one of the top tiers. He's then advised to fight tooth and nail for survival. All for his siblings, as the boy silently walks off. Leon finally stands before ARC's imposing building. He clenches his fists, bracing for whatever's next. But a sudden noise pulls his gaze to the side. He spots a group of boys, shouting for someone to just go back where they came from. One of them hurls an insult at another, calling him a crybaby dragged here by force. The boy in question is visibly crying on the ground. The blonde-haired youth declares it's because of weak recruits like him that he gets treated the same way. The boy on the ground reacts, triggered by his words. The surrounding crowd questions who he thinks he is. To speak like that, his eyes practically glowing. He scoffs, calling them foolish idiots, and announces that his starting point is vastly different from theirs. He then dramatically reveals himself as a trained psycheer, effortlessly levitating a stone. The entire group is absolutely shocked, witnessing a psychic ability used right before their eyes for the very first time. He then turns his gaze to the sobbing boy on the ground, asking if he'll be sent home for being utterly useless. He concludes by stating that, in the future, the boy will still end up thanking him. He hurls the stone directly at the fallen boy, yelling for him to just disappear. But Lihan intervenes, deftly catching the stone. He nonchalantly comments that the attack was too slow, and suggests it would have been better to just throw it directly, without the flare. The psycheer glares, demanding to know who the hell he is. Lihan coolly introduces himself as his etiquette teacher. The crowd around them erupts in cheers, practically begging for a fight between the two. Lihan then steadily advances toward his opponent. Someone quickly shouts, calling them idiots. Suddenly, an instructor approaches as the crowd parts. He stares at the two boys with a grave expression, then orders both of them to step forward. The instructor sternly demands to know both boys' names. The blonde youth introduces himself as Del Simon, while the other confidently declares he's Lihan. The instructor's sharp eyes catch Simon, noticing he's clearly had some training. He asks if Simon's special ability has already awakened. Del Simon replies that, for now, he can only manage telekinesis. Manuela Lithan has no idea what a special ability even means. Suddenly, with a swift punch, the instructor slams Simon in the gut. He calls him trash for daring to act so arrogant with such a measly power level. Then he turns to Lihan, confirming his name, and actually praises him for defending the weak. but then he delivers a brutal punch, declaring that if Li Han isn't as capable as Simon, he'll be even worse than trash. Lying on the ground, Li Han hears the stark warning. If they can't use telekinesis, in 3 weeks, they'll be expelled. The man then introduces himself as John Red, the instructor, who promises to mold them into psychic warriors, capable of fighting dragons. He abruptly ends the introductions and orders everyone to run around the training field until he tells them to stop. John Red then barks the order to begin. Del Simon dramatically shouts his own name for encouragement, while the instructor warns that the moment they give up, they'll be expelled. Li Han starts running across the vast training field. Soon, 2 recruits collapse, utterly exhausted, onto the ground. One gasps, "I can't take it anymore." The instructor sneers, calling them useless, and shouts for them to go home. He then points at the 2, declaring them eliminated. Meanwhile, Li Han keeps pushing forward. As he runs, he seems more preoccupied with his psychic abilities. He observes Del Simon, wondering if he'll ever be able to do what Simon did. Li Han then questions himself, asking if he also possesses psychic abilities. Another recruit begins to stumble badly during the run. He pushes on, utterly exhausted, but ultimately collapses to the ground. The instructor approaches, calling him a weak brat, and tells him to go home if he wants to sleep. The boy weakly responds that he can't possibly go, and fixes his gaze on the instructor, pure determination in his eyes. John Red watches him, a silent observer. Li Han steps in, offering a hand to help the boy back to his feet. He declares to the instructor that he's far from giving up. Then, he turns to his teammate, asking for confirmation. The boy nods, while John Red watches them intently from the sidelines. Li Han then helps him push forward, continuing the grueling run, all under the piercing gaze of their instructor. Finally, a sharp whistle blows, and he shouts for everyone to halt. Li Han collapses to the ground, utterly spent. Completely exhausted, the instructor then takes a head count, noting that only 40 of the original 73 recruits remain. He warns them that today's ordeal is finally over. However, the exact same grueling run awaits them every morning. The boys react to this daunting news, and the very next day, the rigorous training resumes. The daily routine at ARC always kicks off with that brutal morning run, starting promptly at 5 in the morning. Breakfast is then served for everyone at 8 o'clock sharp. During class, John Red begins instructing the recruits to visualize an internal energy point located somewhere deep within their bodies. Li Han places a hand on his chest, deciding to focus on his heart as that core. Later, at lunchtime, a massive breaded cutlet lands on one of the trays. He then navigates through the bustling cafeteria with his meal. He soon spots the same boy he helped earlier. It's Kuro. Li Han joins him at the table. He reflects that Kuro is likely his very first friend in life. And here at Arkansas, Li Han then wishes Kuro a good lunch. Suddenly, Del Simon strides past their table with his tray. Simon abruptly halts and turns, locking eyes with them. The two exchange a challenging, intense glare, right there in the middle of the bustling cafeteria. Kuro then mentions that Simon had received an education specifically for gifted children. Li Han retorts that explains his utterly snobbish attitude. Li Han admits Simon seems capable of anything he puts his mind to, and that they, too, will need to master telekinesis, all within the next 3 weeks. Then, his new friend reveals he already knows how to use this very ability. Li Han exclaims, calling him absolutely amazing, but quickly realizes he shouldn't be worrying about others' progress. The demanding day's routine continues with more classes, intense combat training, and finally, a grueling night run. After a well-deserved dinner and a quick shower, the dorm lights go out promptly at 10 o'clock. Tossing in his bed, sleep just won't come. He can't help but compare the comfortable surroundings to the harsh life he had before. He then suppresses the overwhelming urge to go home and vows to himself he absolutely cannot be weak. 2 weeks pass in a blur. A boy celebrates, successfully levitating a pencil. Many recruits can already effortlessly use telekinesis, but Li Han keeps trying with no success. He then falls into despair, questioning if he has absolutely no talent for it. Koro says he knows no method to help him. Then, Li Han has a sudden realization. There's only one person he can ask for help, and approaches Del Simon. Simon sees him approaching and asks what's bothering him. Li Han stops right in front of him. Simon quickly deduces his intention, that he wants to know the secret to using the ability. He then begins to mock him, remarking he heard people from Li Han's country were educated, but Li Han is being quite arrogant. Li Han kneels before him, begging him to teach. Simon observes him for a silent moment. Before making a decision, he agrees to teach, but warns him not to complain about his methods, and then asks for a pencil. Then Simon strikes him in the chest with the pencil. Li Fan staras utarli bawildara. Not understanding what the hell just happened, John Red stands by the window of his office. He comments to himself that he can't believe it's already designation day, and reflects on how quickly time flies. As someone opens the door, a man enters the room, calling for Sergeant Red. John Red greets him, calling him Octo. The newcomer complains about the strong smell of cigarettes, and asks what he's doing there. Octo sits down and asks about the new recruits. Red responds that they're all useless, but then quickly corrects himself and says that maybe one or two are actually worth it. He then mentions that Del Simon isn't so bad, already performing beyond a first-year level. Octo recognizes him as the last of the gifted children from the British Training Center and says he's looking forward to seeing him. Then, the instructor begins talking about the other boy. He states that the other boy is loyal and boasts the best spirit among all the recruits. He'd make the perfect soldier, without a doubt. But Ark is after superhumans, and if Hanley can't wield psychic powers, he won't be allowed to stay. Octo curiously asks for the boy's name. He then questions the sergeant about what the boys call him, and Red assumes it must be something like, "Son of a BTCH, John." Outside, Red prepares for the big announcement, already standing before the recruits. He declares that they'll all join the ranks as first-year students, but only those truly ready to become psychiers will actually be admitted. He explains that the most basic psychic ability is external manifestation. This manifestation will be visible through a telltale shine in their eyes. Everyone must achieve this to remain. Those who succeed must report to the technician's side, and those who don't will be sent home by the waiting agents. Li Han faces the challenge with steely determination. He then spots Major Kong among the agents. The recruits begin to move, forming lines. Li Han remains rooted as others pass him by. Kuro looks back, worried about his friend. With his hand on his chest, he focuses for the test. The memory of Simon, striking him in the chest with a pencil, flashes through his mind. His hand goes to the wound. He questions if that was truly the method, asking if the boy wasn't just trying to kill him. Simon explains that he didn't stab him that deep, and that the pain would help him focus. He then reveals the wound is now his psychic path, instructing him to gather his energy through that very point, since it's not something achieved through concentration. Alone, Li Han realizes the boy already knew. His energy core was his heart. Since that day, the psychic energy he faintly felt began to become clearer and clearer, but he still doesn't know how to release it. Instructor John Red calls his name, warning him he's the last one. He tells him to hurry while Kuro watches on. Li Han focuses, determined not to go back home. The instructor fixes his gaze on him, his eye gleaming. All the other recruits instinctively take a step back. Then, he unleashes an immense wave of power. The instructor declares that a true soldier, that always obeys their commander's orders, no matter what, and prepares to strike him down. Because there are absolutely no exceptions, Li Han panics, desperately trying to find a way to react. His eyes then lock onto the pen in the instructor's pocket. He dodges the strike, sliding across the ground. Already on his feet, he reveals the pen he snatched. He declares he doesn't know any other way. John Red questions him in surprise, asking when he took it. The boy stares intently at the instructor, concluding that his psychic path is far too narrow. He then decides he just needs to make it bigger, and stabs himself in the chest with the pen. Del, Simon, and Kuro watch the entire scene. Not completely, utterly shocked, the instructor violently grabs him by the collar, demanding if he truly wishes to die. The pen and a pencil fall to the ground, beside a growing pool of blood. With shining eyes, Li Han stares up at John Red. The instructor finally releases Li Han, throwing him roughly to the ground. He states that he has never seen a boy with so little talent. Still sitting on the ground, wounded, Li Han hears the instructor actually congratulating him. Li Fan finally feels he has reached the starting line. He turns to Kuro and quickly reassures him, saying it was just a tiny scratch. Then Octo approaches them, extending his hand, to deliver a symbol of Li Han's acceptance. Li Han looks down at the device on his wrist. As Octo explains, it's a high-tech communication bracelet. The device immediately confirms Li Han's registration as a new recruit. Impressed by the advanced technology, the boy eagerly listens as Octo begins listing its other functions. But John Red abruptly interrupts, demanding everyone's attention to gather in their designated classes. He informs them that at ARC, everyone is divided into 4 classes from A to D, based on their individual abilities. This designation will depend entirely on their performance. After 3 intense weeks and a shot at rising through the ranks, Sergeant Red congratulates the 25 surviving recruits and figures they all see him as a total bastard. Octo subtly reacts to his words. However, John Red then corrects himself, claiming he's actually the worst of the bunch. He reveals that Class A will have only 1 slot, and then it's Del Simon. Next, he announces Class B will consist of 4 boys, with Kuro making the cut. Sergeant Red then orders the 5 to follow him. Checking a device, Sergeant Red wraps up his call, assigning 5 more to Class C, with the remaining 15 going into Class D. He then instructs the 20 remaining recruits to follow their new instructor, Wei Chun. And just like that, Instructor Wei Chun appears, a man radiating an imposing presence. His powerful appearance makes the boys instinctively recoil, thinking he's even scarier than Sergeant Red himself. But Wei Chun, surprisingly, introduces himself in a friendly manner as their weapons instructor, promising they'll be together until the very end. His unexpected friendliness leaves all the boys utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Del Simon and Kuro begin heading off with their group, but Del Simon suddenly stops, looking back for a moment. His eyes quickly scan over Li Han, who is now in the other group. Li Han watches his friend walk further away. Kuro can't hold back his tears, heartbroken to separate. Li Han quickly reassures him, telling him not to worry. He turns, promising that he'll catch up to him soon enough. Kuro tearfully agrees. Wei Chun then summons his group to the gym. The group soon arrives at a massive gymnasium. Once inside the gym, Wei Chun effortlessly lifts a massive training spear in an incredible display of strength. Wei Chun begins to expertly spin the spear at high speed. He then suddenly halts the heavy spear inches from Li Han's face, who instinctively raises his hand in defense. Wei Chun continues to spin the weapon around Li Han, demonstrating incredible agility. The blur of the weapon brushes perilously close to Li Han's face. After this intense demonstration, Wei Chun then explains that while the use of swords, or spears, is directly linked to the psychic equipment they're about to wield, he then reveals that dragon skin and bones are the sole materials capable of storing and transmitting psychic energy. Thus, weapons forged from dragon parts become lethally effective against the creatures themselves. Li Han then asks how they ever fought dragons before these weapons even existed. Wei Chun explains that, initially, it was all brutally hand-to-hand combat, with hundreds of psychics dying to fell a single dragon, while some could attack from a distance. To truly kill a dragon, a close-range strike was essential. One had to pierce their weapon into a vital point to unleash its psychic energy. Psychics with this crucial ability are known as strikers. Li Han and his classmates are absolutely stunned by this revelation. Seeing their reaction, Wei Chun announces that today, they'll find the weapon that suits each of them perfectly. Li Han then grabs a training staff, readying himself. Wei Chun asks Li Han if he likes the staff, and the boy confidently confirms he does. Li Han explains he liked the breeze and the distinct sound the weapon made. During the demonstration, the instructor reflects that the boy's decisive action against Sergeant Red was no common feat, suggesting he's lived a rather hard life. Setting any pity aside, Wei Chun acknowledges the boy truly has talent. It tells Li Han that he's looking forward to working with him, and the boy agrees. The instructor then promises he'll do his utmost to help him. Li Han grips his training staff even more firmly. He and another boy named Jose train intensely in the gym. The 2 boys are panting heavily from the intense exercise. Li Han comments that Jose looks exhausted and says he can quit if he wants to, but Jose accuses him of being the one trying to stall for a break. He advances and asks, "Am I wrong?" Li Han deftly blocks the attack with his staff, and the two face each other down. Jose's staff shatters from the impact of the strike. Li Han seizes the opportunity and swiftly knocks his opponent to the ground. 2 weeks later, Li Han finally manages to corner his opponent. During training, with this decisive victory, he defeats the class leader, Jose. Jose congratulates him for surrendering, declaring he's learned a great deal, and since he'll be rising to Class C, the leader's position will be wide open. Jose pauses, then continues the speech. He proposes Li Han to be the next leader, but the boy replies the choice isn't his to make. But Jose assures him everyone already agrees with the decision, since they've already discussed it. Li Fan thanks Jose and all his classmates for their support. Later, he ponders if being class leader will actually help him ascend to Class C. But John Red suddenly appears right in front of him. The sergeant simply shoots down that possibility. Elsewhere in the academy, a recruit gripes that Sergeant Red has a serious temper and has already assaulted him several times. He stalks away, finding the situation absolutely terrible, while another recruit asks who the opponent will be. The news that the opponent is a total rookie spreads like wildfire among the other students. On the other side of the courtyard, Li Fan wields a spa, while John Red prepares for the confrontation. He ignites a cigar with the power in his hand. From the windows, some students cheer for the rookie, telling him to hit the sergeant hard. John Red hears the comments and calls the students little bastards. Li Fan maintains a combatstanza, gripping the spear firmly. Then, the sergeant questions Class D if they really trust someone who doesn't even know how to use telekinesis to be their leader. All the boys in the class remain silent behind Li Han. John Red calls them fools, but acknowledges that there must be a reason for their confidence. Before calling out to Li Han, the boy reacts to the sudden call with a stomp. The sergeant breaks the spear tip and throws the shaft toward the boy. Li Han manages to catch the shaft that was thrown at him, the sergeant challenging him to prove his worth by fighting him. But Li Han points out, this makeshift weapon is way too sharp. John Red asks if he's worried about hurting him, but Li Han shakes his head, denying it. He then rips off the top half of his uniform. Gearing up for combat, Li Han asks, is the sergeant really not going to use a weapon? But John Red retorts he wouldn't fight without giving him some kind of advantage. He lays down the simple rules. The boy wins if any part of his body hits the dirt, and he only loses by surrendering. Then, Li Han confidently declares he won't lose today. He starts expertly spinning the shaft, preparing for the attack. John Red takes a combat stance, ready for the fight. From a window, other recruits comment on the boy's good posture, but doubt he can actually beat a sergeant. Del Simon shoves the others aside to get a better view of the brawl. He watches the scene intently, calling Li Han nothing but a brat. With a battle cry, Li Han charges his opponent, but John Red expertly dodges the strikes. With swift, precise movements, the sergeant ducks another attack that grazes right past his face. Li Han then leaps high into the air to deliver a powerful top-down strike. Li Han tries to smack John Red with a descending blow, using the shaft, but the sergeant snatches Li Han's shirt before the strike can even hit. He then powerfully throws the boy over his shoulder. Li Han crashes to the ground as John Red looms over him. The sergeant stomps hard on the ground, right beside the boy's head, using the shaft for support. Li Han barely manages to slide away from the stomp. The boy scrambles up, panting after escaping that attack. John Red declares that he kills both dragons and their minions. He continues, saying he won't go easy, just because the boy is weak. While monsters savagely attack a group of people, the sergeant explains that the fear he feels now is absolutely nothing compared to what he'll feel facing those monsters. Then he asks Li Han if he usually fights with his mouth. John Red advances. Looks like this kid's got more fight in him. He snatches Li Han's shirt with one hand again. With a swift move, the sergeant hoists him into the air. Then he hurls him away with incredible force. Li Han is flung, hitting the dirt ground hard. He slowly sits up, groaning in pain. Yet, he stubbornly refuses to release the shaft. Suddenly, John Red spots a cut on his face. He wonders when the boy even got hit. Li Han's classmates erupt with shouts of encouragement, urging him to show what he's truly capable of. With a defiant shout, the boy stands and charges forward, ready to attack once more. The sergeant decides to see just how far this boy can push himself, and exactly what he's truly capable of. Li Han begins to spin wildly around John Red, swinging the shaft in wide, arcing blows. The sergeant expertly dodges the spinning blow. As it whizzes past him, the boy presses his attack with another powerful spin, and John Red leans back, barely evading the shaft. He finally understands. The boy is using centrifugal force in his attacks. Now he gets why Wei likes him so much. Then, John Red admits that he also likes Li Han. He takes a firm step forward, bracing himself for what's next. The sergeant declares he'll face Li Han's final strike. Li Han leaps into the air with one last, desperate spinning attack, but the shaft shatters as it slams into John Red's arm, who casually blocks the strike. John Red then pulls a piece of the broken shaft from his own chest. Next, the sergeant grabs Li Han's neck with his hand. He lifts him effortlessly into the air with a single hand. John Red then demands Li Han surrender. With that hand, he begins channeling his power directly into the boy's throat. Watching the brutal scene unfold, Del Simon exclaims, "This is too much." He shouts for the boy to surrender, or he'll surely die. But Li Han, defiant as ever, refuses to give up, declaring, "Only over my dead body." Wei Chun shoves through the crowd of recruits, shouting Sergeant Red's name in utter disapproval. Wei Chun sprints toward him, demanding, "Are you trying to kill him?" And just then, Li Han's body goes completely limp. John Red finally releases his hold, lamenting that he didn't surrender, but realizing he hadn't truly lost either. Wei Chun cradles the unconscious boy and wonders what to do next. He then tells John Red bluntly that he's fed up with his methods and Ark's entire approach. An alarm blares throughout the area, and John Red coolly puts his jacket back on. John Red bellows for everyone to shut up. He then turns to the crowd and declares, since Li Han didn't technically surrender, they can simply say he won. As he walks away, he warns Wei Chun that nothing is gained by pampering that boy. Del Simon watches the scene unfold and states the boy overcame his hardships on his own and proved his worth. But John Red instructs him to send Li Han to Class B as soon as he's treated and released. The Ark facility gleams under the morning sun. In one of the building's hallways, a door opens. A medical officer reacts with surprise upon hearing about the transfer to Class B. She walks beside John Red and questions whether the superiors will approve, promoting a Class D recruit directly to B. He explains that the boy has Class A potential, but his latent psychic abilities keep him stuck in the command's evaluation. But John Red states they are completely mistaken. He begins to explain that what's truly necessary to hunt dragons isn't psychic abilities. The most important thing is the ability to pierce a beast's heart under unimaginable fear and pressure. John Red believes, from that perspective, Li Han has the potential to become the best striker Ark has ever seen, and he cannot be wasted. The officer comments, surprised, that she's never seen him praise someone so much, and he adds, perhaps that boy could save the world. He then corrects her, saying it's the opposite of hate, and she calls him a sadist. A week passes with the boy still hospitalized. The medical officer finds Instructor Wei Chun in the hallway and asks if he isn't going to see the boy. Wei Chun is startled, caught off guard, while carrying a basket. She asks what he's brought this time, and he replies that they're just some snacks. The medical officer asks Wei Chun what he's doing. Standing outside, he responds that it doesn't seem like a good time for visits, as the two peek through the door's window. Meanwhile, inside the room, Li Han intently focuses on moving a small sphere. On the table, an energy manifests around him as he struggles to fully utilize his ability. Wei Chun and the medical officer watch the scene with eager anticipation. The sphere levitates for a moment, then emits a bright flash. Instantly, the two celebrate the boy's success with a triumphant high five. She encourages him to head inside the room, while he comments on the boy's incredible concentration. Wei Chun enters, and Li Han lets the sphere gently drop onto the table. With a noticeable sigh of relief, the instructor greets him, asking how he's feeling. Li Han answers that he feels absolutely great, and thanks him for asking. He thanks him again when Wei Chun places a basket of delicious snacks on the table for him. The instructor then informs him that tomorrow he'll officially join Class B and praises him for practicing his telekinesis so diligently. The boy explains that he felt he truly needed to learn some telekinesis before leaving, since his psychic scores are still quite low. While peeling an apple, Wei-Chen agrees that it was an incredibly wise move, because a psychier absolutely needs telekinesis, no matter how skilled they are with weapons. He explains that, since most psychic battles happen high in the air, one must be able to retrieve their weapon if they lose it. Then, the instructor suddenly gets a brilliant idea. He asks a staff member for permission to take the boy for a moment. Despite the late hour of the night, they arrive at the facility's gym. Li Han follows the instructor inside and asks why they're at the gym. Wei-Chen explains that, judging by the speed of his psychic growth, the chances of his specialty manifesting are surprisingly low. He says it's better for the boy not to even dream about ignition or any other special abilities. He also cautions him not to expect teleportation, like the others do. The instructor then demands how he intends to fight. The answer is simple. He must train his telekinesis until it reaches its absolute peak. Thus, telekinesis itself will become his unique specialty. Li Han is stunned to hear the term advanced psychokinesis. Wei-Chen strides across floating bars, explaining that psychic abilities are like muscles that grow stronger with consistent use. He declares that the lowest psychic ability score is nothing more than an illusion, and that this generation has far greater potential. The instructor then pushes him to persevere and train with a resounding yes, sir. Li Han accepts his instructor's challenge. The very next day, he steps forward. He pauses in front of the Class B door. The boy takes a deep breath before entering the room. As he opens the door, he accidentally bumps into another student. The older student turns around, surprised by the contact. He then recognizes him, saying Han Li. The boy laughs, declaring that there isn't a soul in this class who doesn't know his name. He introduces himself as the leader of Class B, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov, and extends his hand for a handshake. Li Han asks if he really needs to say his full name. Every single time, Dmitry asks him to simply call him by his first name and welcomes Han with a firm handshake. He then gestures for him to follow, explaining that they've arrived just in time for weapons training. They enter the bustling training gym. Dmitry guides him through the facility. Lehan steels himself for weapons training. Lehan grips a training staff tightly. He prepares for his favorite activity, weapons training. He charges forward, staff in hand, powering past Dmitry. Dmitry watches as Lehan prepares to attack. With the staff, he swiftly defeats several of his classmates, hovering over the defeated boys. A voice taunts, asking if this is his idea of fun. Leon spins around, spotting Kuro curled up on the ground. He challenges, asking if it's thrilling to exploit Kuro's weakness, especially his unique psychic abilities. He then adds they should feel lucky that psychic combat training isn't allowed here. Dmitry observes the unfolding scene from a distance. He then clenches his fist, a smirk playing on his lips, still sprawled on the ground. Kuro fixates on the wooden sword lying before him. A figure approaches, stopping directly in front of him. Dmitry glares down at him, demanding to know why he isn't fighting back. But Del Simon lays a hand on his shoulder, declaring that now it's his turn. Another boy then joins their ranks, announcing he'll be third in line. Distant from the commotion, Leon abruptly halts dead in his tracks. The gym door is suddenly burst open. The boys spin around, eager to see the disruption. Lehan charges in, striking one of the attackers with his wooden sword, then forcibly rips the weapon from the other's grasp. The two attackers are sent flying, utterly defeated. Kuro, however, remains collapsed on the ground, gazing up with tears welling in his eyes, standing resolute before him. Lehan grips his wooden sword, poised for combat. Kuro whispers his name, barely audible. Lehan locks eyes with Dmitry, demanding if this is what he considers open training. Kuro continues to call out, weakly reaching a hand towards him. Dmitry places a dismissive hand on his head, explaining this is simply the Arc way, because enemies won't ever go easy on you. He then points a finger at Lehan, declaring that the truly strange one here is Lehan, for daring to help Kuro in such a way. Then concludes this attitude will only corner him. Even further, Lehan clenches his fist protectively beside Kuro. But Dmitry grudgingly concedes that 3 against 1 was perhaps a tad pathetic. The 3 defeated attackers are now just sitting on the ground, simply watching the scene unfold with a smile. He then challenges Li Han to show them what real training truly looks like. Li Han glares back, asking if this is a challenge. Dmitri steps forward, ready for a fight. He strikes downward with his wooden sword, but Li Han expertly blocks the attack with his own weapon. Dmitri immediately attacks again, this time delivering a fierce horizontal strike. Li Han dodges the second attack with a swift step backward, letting his opponent spin from his own momentum and lose balance. Dmitri stumbles forward. Li Han seizes the moment to prepare his counterattack. Li Han spins and delivers a powerful low blow to Dmitri. Dmitri quickly plants his foot on the ground to push his body upward, just as Li Han attacks. But Dmitri narrowly dodges and lands a shocking headbutt on Li Han, sending him sprawling to the ground. Li Han nails Stunna and complains loudly about a headbutt during weapons training. Dmitri stands tall and reveals he's been training Sambo since he learned to walk. He boasts that Li Han has no chance if he gets his hands on him. Leaning on his wooden weapon, Li Han asks if Dmitri intends to hunt dragons using Sambo. Dmitri coolly replies that, if needed, he could totally choke out a dragon or two. The other boys immediately begin shouting and cheering for him. He turns and tells them to stop calling him a baby because it doesn't match his image. Li Han simply watches the hilarious interaction unfold. Dmitri turns back to the fight and tells the boys to let him concentrate. Li Han positions himself protectively in front of Kuro, facing their united group. Li Han briefly glances toward Kuro. Dmitri shouts for him to keep his eyes on the fight and rushes to attack. Li Han blocks the strike and shoves the opponent's weapon aside. Then Li Han slides across the floor, closing in fast. Dmitri leaps toward him with a wide, sweeping attack. But Li Han cleverly jumps over the strike to dodge it. Dmitri looks up, seeing his opponent still in the air. Li Han uses the momentum of his jump to deliver a devastating vertical strike. The attack lands squarely on Dmitri's wooden weapon. The other boys watch the scene unfold in stunned awe. Dmitri's weapon shatters into several pieces. Li Han lands back on the floor, with the tip of his own weapon broken as well. Unarmed, Dmitri immediately rushes toward Li Han. He throws himself onto his opponent, knocking him hard to the ground. Li Han is completely pinned under Dmitri's weight. Dmitri slams him to the ground, demanding he surrender. He twists Li Han's arm, threatening him fiercely, as the other boys cheer him on. But Li Han dares him go on, try it. Dmitri scoffs, asking if he really has the guts. Li Han's Armenia snaps. The spectators gasp in utter shock. Li Han crumples, silently writhing in agony on the ground. Dmitri stands, observing the painful result of his actions. He looms over the fallen boy, reminding him, "I told you to surrender." Kuro watches the brutal scene, tears welling in his eyes. Dmitri turns away, acknowledging his opponent's incredible endurance for not screaming out in pain. He orders one of the other boys to take Kuro to the infirmary. But then, Li Han miraculously stands. He declares all his previous opponents must have just been a bunch of crybabies. He yells for Dmitri to get up and finish their fight. Li Han stands, clutching the broken piece of weapon in his hand, while Dmitri lies utterly defeated on the ground. Dmitri is unconscious, sprawled against the floor. Dmitri awakens in the infirmary, disoriented. He jumps to his feet, demanding, "Where am I?" Beside him, Li Han calmly watches a video message on his watch. On screen, Major Kong says he's impressed with him and that the other children are fine, all thanks to him. The Major promises to send a video of them next time. Li Han can't help but smile. The message ends with a photo of Major Kong with all the children and a "see you soon," with tears glistening in his eyes. Li Han comments, "They look so well, and even gained weight." He turns to Dmitri, asking him to swipe to the next picture. Dmitri agrees, still looking a bit confused. Then he questions, "Why should I help you?" Li Han coolly responds, "Because you broke my arm." Dmitri retorts fiercely, "You punched a hole in the back of my neck." But Li Han blames him for letting his guard down, reminding him that's the Arc way. Dmitri is left speechless, only able to grumble in frustration. Li Han admits he was pretty angry that day, but assures Dmitri he holds nothing against him now. Dmitri agrees, declaring that next time, they'll find out who the real winner truly is. Leon regrets that he'd hurt Kuro's feelings that day. He realizes he should have just helped him, instead of fighting in his place. Dmitri states he understands how Leon feels. but warns that Kuro might actually die once he becomes a second-year student. Leon doesn't grasp it, asking for an explanation. The two exit the room, walking down the hallway. Leon asks where they're going, and Dimitri replies it's easier to show than to explain. They arrive at the emergency room, and Dimitri explains that this is where they bring everyone who's still breathing at that very moment. Just then, a stretcher carrying an injured man is rushed inside. Leon is visibly startled and takes a step back from the passing stretcher. Shocked, he asks, "What was that?" Dimitri then asks if he now grasps the sheer intensity of their training. Leon, however, points and questions if the older cadets aren't their age. He remarks that the person on the stretcher looked like a full-grown adult, just like the instructors. Dimitri turns around slowly and silently rubs the back of his neck, and then he reveals that once they become second-year students, they start receiving special injections. Leon reacts with utter shock upon learning that these injections accelerate the body's natural maturation. Dimitri gives a wry smile and reminds him that they'll need to fight dragons in just 3 short years. With his arms crossed, Leon absorbs the shocking information. Won't wait for them to fully grow up. But then he surprises Dimitri by declaring that this isn't bad at all. Flashback to a winter night. A younger Leon states he always wanted to become an adult as quickly as possible. He knew he needed to do whatever it took to survive. In one of his desperate escapes, he runs with a bag as a man falls in the background. He was constantly competing with adults and frequently being captured by them. A man lands a powerful punch directly to his face. He falls to the ground, only to be beaten again. The attacker walks away, leaving him utterly alone. Back in the present, Leon declares he doesn't need a happy childhood. All he needs is to survive. Dimitri comments that Leon might just have the most determined attitude in all of Arkansas. Leon turns his back and says he understands what Dimitri means. He then suggests they head back outside. Wei-chan announces that today's training that will be parachuting. Wei-chan explains they just need to do what? That they've already practiced. They must finish all final checks by 4:30 p.m. Dimitri adjusts his equipment. And asks, isn't Leon already missing his hospital bed? Leon just smiles, standing before his parachute gear. While checking his backpack, he notices it's completely filled with food. He suspects that this isn't just a simple parachuting exercise. Dimitri sighs, seeing some cadets like Jose that are already digging into what they found. Suddenly, something else catches his attention. He taps Leon's shoulder and points into the distance. The person he points at, none other than Del Simon, Dimitri Apruakas Lithan, and asks, isn't that the gifted boy from England? Adding that he'd love to fight him. Del Simon notices their intense stare, and turns in their direction. He questions what's wrong with that boy. Sitting next to Leon, Kuro keeps his head down. Leon observes the tense situation with a serious expression. Wei-chan shouts for everyone to hurry up, and board the helicopters. The cadets run in a line, donning their helmets and parachute backpacks. Everyone boards a large military helicopter. Once on board, Wei-chan watches the boys seated and ready for takeoff. The fleet of helicopters flies over the area. Wei-chan announces that they're departing as well. On the ground, John Red and 2 other instructors watch the aircraft moving away. John Red comments that, finally, the cleanup of those bastards has come to an end. Kuro narrates that he doesn't remember when it all began, but he saw certain images even before Leon appeared. And every time he saw trouble strike, that boy would always rush to the rescue. Leon would always come charging in to save him. But now, no matter how long he waits, Kuro can no longer see him. He figures his friend isn't coming this time. 1 hour earlier, helicopters soared over the vast ocean. On board, the cadets gazed out the windows, and Leon wonders where they're headed. A message flashes on their watches, informing them they're flying over a deserted island. The order: descend immediately and start their survival training, launching from a submarine. John Red explains there's only 2 days' worth of food in their backpacks, and the rest is up to them. The cadets panic at the news of survival training on a deserted island. Del Simon, however, comments that it looks fun, like camping. John Red glances at his watch and announces the instructor's departure. The message concludes, informing them they'll only return in a week, and that the cadets must survive until then. John Red pulls a cadet out of the water onto the submarine. He turns to another instructor and asks if that was the last one. The instructor checks the map on his watch and confirms there are no more lost cadets. John Red questions Wei Chin about the landing points, and he replies that 7 cadets have already formed a group. He warns not to see them as innocent children because they're the same as adults. Without supervision, they prioritize strength and try to steal rations from each other instead of surviving together. The leader of the victorious group thanks the fallen boy for the food. When they open his backpack, they discover he hadn't eaten anything yet and begin taking his supplies. One of the members shouts for them to leave some for the leader and calls for Carl. Carl approaches and calls them fools. He scolds them for not following the plan to gather as much food as possible before sunset. With his uniform open, Carl asks if they think he gathered them just to share. He declares they must unite and seize everyone's food if they hope to dominate the island. One follower roars in agreement. The group gets fired up, ready to take on Dimitri, Lihan, and even Del Simon. With his back turned, Carl suddenly stops. When he hears a cry for help echo from somewhere, he swiftly turns toward the sound, then gazes up at the trees. He asks his group, "Did you hear that?" A smile plays on his lips as he points upward, announcing, "That's our next target." Far away, Lihan emerges from the water and walks along the beach, his feet sinking into the sand. He laments having wasted too much time. As he walks, he grumbles about landing in the ocean. He scans his surroundings, concluding the spot is far too conspicuous. Then, he follows the shoreline, searching for a place to camp. Lihan pushes through the bushes, entering the forest. He dashes through the woods, acutely aware that the rations won't be enough for the others. Stopping a moment, he reflects, if cornered, the others might resort to stealing. In another part of the forest, Del Simon walks alone. He stops, turning to Dimitri, demanding why he's being followed. Dimitri stares him down, challenging him to a fight. Del Simon turns away dismissively, saying he doesn't want to waste his energy on him. Dimitri reaches out, asking him to wait, claiming he didn't mean it in a bad way. He explains he just wanted to fight him once, nothing more. Then, Dimitri suggests they could get to know each other first, since they have plenty of time. Del Simon keeps walking, with Dimitri trailing behind him. The sun begins its descent upon the island. Someone strides through the tall grass, stating it must be around here. Carl stops, looking up with a sly smile. The group discovers Kuro dangling from a tree, who pleads for help while they mock him. One of the boys snatches Kuro's backpack. Carl snatches the backpack with a curt thank you. As the group nonchalantly walks away, Kuro desperately pleads for their help getting down, even offering them his backpack as a bribe. Carl turns back to him and smugly tells him to be grateful he's up there, because that way, they didn't even need to beat him up. Before taking his things, he cruelly adds that Kuro should just wait for the instructors to rescue him, since he probably won't starve to death up there. Alone in the tree, Kuro breaks down, crying, while one of the boys jeers that he also won't die of thirst anytime soon, because it's about to rain. Kuro remains pitifully hanging in the tree, crying all alone in the dark of the night. He remembers Del Simon telling him to stop crying, because it just irritated him. He also recalls Carl yelling at him to shut up, and another boy telling him to stop crying like a baby. He then wonders why he can't even cry when he wants to. Suddenly, he stops crying and notices something strange. He holds his breath and listens carefully. A faint whisper calls Lihan's name. A small, eerie shape appears, floating right in front of him. Kuro blinks, absolutely not believing what he's seeing. The sound comes from the bushes, rustling just below him. Lihan then emerges from the dense vegetation and stops right beneath the tree. He looks up confused and asks, "What is that?" The very next morning, Lihan is sitting outside a makeshift shelter. Kuro emerges from inside the tent, still looking pretty frightened. Lihan turns to him, noticing he's already awake. Kuro calls his name from the shelter's entrance. A tray with cookies and chocolate sits tempting on the ground, and Lihan announces breakfast is served. Is already inside the tent. He explains he couldn't find Kuro's backpack, so they'll have to share his instead. Kuro holds the tray, but hesitates to eat, not wanting to be a burden on his newfound friend. With tears welling in his eyes, he thanks him profusely and starts eating hurriedly. Kuro continues to devour his food while Lihan watches silently. Lihan suggests they look for water right after eating, while small, ominous drones fly silently over the camp. Watching their every move, drones relentlessly track the cadet groups through the forest. Within a dark surveillance room, John Red intently observes everything displayed on a bank of screens. Octo's figure emerges in the doorway and instantly scolds him for daring to smoke inside, but is brusquely ordered to shut up. He steps inside, asking John what he's doing in total darkness, and if any of the cadets have managed to catch his attention. John gestures toward one of the screens and tells Octo to come take a look. Witness a completely ridiculous kid. It's Nuth Meyer, a cadet from Norway, who finds the idea of spending a week on this island utterly absurd, but ultimately concludes he just needs to survive. He then builds a makeshift raft, aiming to return to Ark. Lihan sips some water from his personal bottle. He then offers the bottle to Kuro, telling him the water is indeed drinkable, suggesting they refill it before they leave. As they make their way back toward camp, Lihan remarks on the day's intense, oppressive heat. He tells Kuro they'll require more food to successfully endure the rest of the week. Lihan wonders what exactly they can eat on this island, but Kuro suddenly freezes in place behind him. Kuro seizes him by the shoulder and urgently shouts for him to stop. He's pulled back at the precise moment. His foot almost lands on a hidden branch. The two look down, revealing a hidden trap, and Lihan quickly comments that they'd have been trapped there for days. Lihan drops to his knees and questions Kuro how he knew the trap was even there. He then asks if Kuro somehow managed to spot the trap. Kuro nervously confirms it, a worried look on his face. He stammers, trying to describe what he witnessed, and Lihan quickly grasps the truth. Kuro literally predicted what was going to happen. Lihan's realizations. Kuro possesses a powerful, short-term premonition, a rare and incredibly valuable trait. Lihan and Kuro walk onward together along the forest trail. Lihan then turns to Kuro, already seeing an incredible opportunity in this survival training. The faint silhouettes of two boys start to approach the makeshift shelter. Carl lifts the shelter tarp and peers cautiously inside. He finds nothing but empty ration packages. One of the boys proposes they simply destroy the shelter, but Carl insists they must have just gone to fetch water. A confident smile gracing his lips, he opts to return later to collect their belongings. While they slumber, Kuro stumbles back into camp, utterly drained. He declares that they've finally reached their destination. Lihan nods in agreement and urges him to come inside for some much-needed rest. But as he draws closer, he abruptly halts, instructing Kuro to wait a moment. He kneels, spotting a small, peculiar stone on the ground, and grimly realizes someone else was here. The very stone he'd placed at the shelter's entrance is now lying outside. Then, he points out the numerous footprints scattered across the area. Lihan decides to dismantle their shelter and relocate immediately, fearing the group will likely return to ambush them. The two boys set off, searching for a safer place to camp. As the sun begins to set, Lihan states they need to find a suitable spot before darkness fully descends. He asks if Kuro can spot anything, but the boy admits he can barely keep his eyes from drooping shut. Kuro suddenly freezes in the middle of the path, and Lihan calls out his name. Kuro's heart pounds as a chilling vision flashes before his eyes. He sees a massive, sleek creature, clearly a panther. Then, he sees Lihan, spear ready, poised in a defensive stance. The creature snarls and charges directly at him. Kuro instantly throws himself towards Lihan, shoving his friend fiercely out of the path. A blur of black fur, a panther, streaks past them, delivering a brutal strike to Kuro in its wake. Lihan tumbles to the ground from the sheer force of the push. The fearsome animal halts directly in front of him, while Kuro lies motionless further behind. Lihan frantically realizes his spear is now completely out of reach. The panther opens its jaws wide, a terrifying sight. Poised to strike, Lihan squeezes his eyes shut, bracing himself for the inevitable impact. Suddenly, a projectile slices through the darkness. The attack connects, striking the panther dead on, and sending it sprawling to the side. The stunned animal then retreats, vanishing into the dense forest. Jose appears, rushing over to ask Lihan if he's okay. Lihan stares, utterly stunned, and whispers his name. Jose spuds, Lifan, and Kuro tangled in the vegetation. He then gently places his hand over his own bandaged leg. Lihan points to Kuro's fresh injury, but Jose simply observes him. He explains that some guys laid a trap, and he's barely able to stand. Jose then collapses to the ground, relieved he's finally found them. Li-Han mentions they encountered a trap earlier too, and Kuro suspects it might be the work of the same group. Jose figures a group must be out looting, but claims he has nothing left for them to take. He then explains that as soon as he got hurt, he scarfed down everything he had before anyone could steal it. Li-Han watches him in silence. He then suggests they find a place to rest first. Meanwhile, far away, Carl sits alone by a campfire. During the night, he looks up at the stars, lost in a memory. He turns to the side and questions him. A man then reveals to Carl that the airport detectors went off when he arrived, suggesting he possesses psychic abilities. He then offers Carl the chance to enlist with ARC, but the boy questions him about the movie he's currently filming. The man grabs Carl and states that if he becomes a psychier, he'll achieve fame and fortune, far greater than as an actor ever could. He then explains that once the war ends, the psychiers will become the nation's military powerhouse, and Carl will dominate everyone. Carl turns and walks toward a nearby building. He then mutters, "Damn." In another part of the forest, Dimitri does push-ups while Del Simon watches from a distance. Del Simon then asks if he isn't exhausted, but Del Simon is just sitting under the shade of a tree, eating his rations. He then comments that they don't have much food left either. Dimitri stands up, cracks his shoulder, and asks how he'll survive the next 5 days. He then slaps his bicep, declaring it's pure muscle. Dimitri explains that if he wants to be a strong attacker, he needs to keep training hard, but Del Simon calls him a fool, saying psychiers fight with their psychic abilities. Dimitri just stares at him and asks, "Oh, really?" Dimitri then laments missing Han Li, the only one good enough to train with him. Del Simon turns to him and asks if he's ever actually fought Han Li. With a grin, Dimitri realizes he took the bait. The next morning, they find shelter in a forest cave. Li-Han then greets everyone with a cheerful good morning. He suggests the three of them stick together for the rest of the week. Li-Han warns that he and Kuro will head out to gather firewood and food. Then he asks Jose to protect their camp, since Jose's leg is still injured, and the boy agrees, offering an apology. But Li-Han quickly reassures him, saying that thanks to Jose's ignition ability, they have a huge advantage in this survival training. He starts by explaining that having fire means they can cook food right away. Kuro then asks if he knows how to fish, since they have no rods, but Li-Han just calls him over. He then thanks Kuro. Li-Han explains it's because Kuro saved him when he was in danger finding the cave. He says that helping was the best he could do at the time, but he realized he couldn't defend Kuro forever, so he no longer knew what to do. Li-Han states that yesterday he finally got his answer and declares that Kuro is a psychic genius. He concludes by saying that Kuro has the strength to defend himself and protect him too, and that from now on, they can count on each other to survive. Li-Han reminds him that after all, they are friends. Kuro then remembers when he was just a lonely child in an orphanage in Japan without a name. He was called Kuro because of his dark skin. He was constantly insulted by the other kids, but now he had a friend who truly believed in him. Li-Han then says that his ability is much more powerful than he ever thought, and asks what will we do now. The two then gaze at the fish in the water. Kuro uses his ability to pinpoint one of the fish. He's able to predict exactly where it will move. Li-Han explains that if Kuro uses his premonition with telekinesis, they'll be able to fish without any tools. At Li-Han's request, Kuro then activates his ability. He lifts a fish right out of the water, and Li-Han celebrates his friend's amazing achievement. They manage to catch enough fish for a hearty meal. On the third day of training, the two return with baskets overflowing, and Li-Han praises Kuro for catching an incredible 8 fish. Kuro is certain Jose will absolutely love it, and Li-Han adds, he's becoming quite the pro at cleaning fish. As they get closer to the cave, they both hear a strange noise echoing from within. Li-Han reacts instantly to the sound. He yells for Kuro to wait, then sprints down a steep slope. The boy races towards the cave entrance. From inside, he shouts, demanding to know what happened. Li-Han finds Jose lying unconscious on the ground. Dimitri throws a wooden sword to Del Simon, telling him to catch it. Del questions why he brought 2 weapons for what was supposed to be a simple parachuting exercise. Dimitri explains he's been thinking about using dual swords to look cooler, then asks why Del agreed to fight. Del then deduces that if he fought evenly with Hanley, He must be Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov, the leader of Class B. He raises the sword, saying he heard his transfer to Class A was already a done deal, and he wants to see if Dmitry truly deserves it. Dmitry states that he's starting to like him. Then, the two charge headlong at each other. Del blocks Dmitry's strike, who realizes the abrupt stop will completely throw off his rhythm. He then skillfully dodges his opponent's next strike. Del lands a powerful counterattack. He then asks if Dmitry thought it was already over. Dmitry stares back intently. Del dodges another one of Dmitry's furious strikes. Dmitry then advances, saying it's even better if Del retreats. Del blocks his relentless, multiple attacks. Del is struck by Dmitry's fierce blows. Dmitry then attacks him with a devastating sword strike. Del dodges, then predicts his opponent's next move. Dmitry realizes he needs to protect his back. He stumbles, and Del prepares for the perfect counter. Del then strikes Dmitry while he's completely off balance. He knocks him straight to the ground. Dmitry uses his sword to support himself and stand. He then shouts that he's got him. Dmitry attacks him from behind. His sword stops just before striking Del's neck. Del's eyes suddenly manifest. Dmitry's frozen, a blade pressed against his back. Del declares he's won their weapon clash, but then he remembers their psycheers, and he can't help but wonder if that means Han Li is even stronger than Dmitry. Li Han cradles Jose in his arms, desperate. He screams for Jose to just wake up. Then he stops, breathless, his chest heaving. Jose stirs, assuring Han he's not dead. He even tells him to stop shouting already. Around the campfire, Li Han demands to know who attacked him. Jose reveals the culprit, Karl Heinz, and his intimidating group of 7. They stole all their food, he explains, and will likely return for more. Jose suggests they move, but Li Han firmly refuses. He tells Jose he's not calm enough to let the jerks who hurt his friend just walk away so easily. Jose just stares. Li Han then decides they'll find a new camp first, letting the other group hold the area for now. He declares that when the sun finally sets, they'll launch their attack. Li Han and Kuro conceal themselves in the dense vegetation. They observe Karl's group from afar, camped in their old cave. Li Han remarks he knew they'd claim it for themselves. He then tells Kuro that when he's ready, then they'll begin. Li Han states it would be impossible to do this alone, but together they can easily defeat those guys. Kuro focuses, remembering Han is his only friend, who ever believed in him. He then activates his ability, determined not to disappoint him. He then launches several stones, straight toward the enemies. One stone slams into a man's chest. Another gets hit in the legs, asking, "What was that?" Karl hears the noise, shouting, "We're under attack." He orders someone to check it out. One of the men immediately falls to the ground. The others charge forward to attack. One warns the others that they're throwing stones, telling them to dodge as they advance. Kuro that uses his ability to predict their path. The stones accurately strike the men, who complain about not seeing in the dark. Li Han then leaps right over 2 of them. He expertly strikes the men with his staff, taking them down one by one. Karl stands stunned among his fallen companions. Li Han faces him down at the cave entrance, ready for an epic fight. He then braces himself for the final confrontation. Karl faces Li Han, completely surprised to recognize him. He can't believe Li Han defeated 6 men all by himself. But then, Karl realizes he's not alone, and demands to know who's with him. Kuro emerges from behind the bushes, but Li Han declares he can handle Karl on his own. Karl's irritation quickly builds when he grasps that these 2, including Kuro, defeated all his men. Li Han declares they're here to avenge Hosea, and that he won't be holding back. He then bends to snatch a staff from the ground, stating he's heard enough talk. Karl boasts he'll seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson, but Li Han challenges him back, saying, "I'd love to see you try." Karl charges forward, attacking with his staff. Li Han expertly blocks the strike and smashes him in the face. The boy reels back from the brutal impact of the blow. He attacks again, but Li Han skillfully dodges. Li Han then delivers a powerful strike to his chest. With a crushing blow from his staff, Karl doubles over, gasping from the brutal impact. Li Han immobilizes Karl with his staff and mockingly asks, "Does that hurt?" He then warns him to steel himself, because he's just getting started. Karl shouts for him to stop bragging and desperately attacks. Li Han deftly defends against his opponent's furious strikes. He then shatters Karl's staff. and sends him flying to the ground. Carl can't believe Li Han is this strong. Li Han approaches, saying Hosea was already injured, and he need to hurt him so badly. He stops right in front of Carl, who defiantly tells him, "Don't underestimate me." The boy then screams, "Don't you dare underestimate me." He flashes back to being an acting prodigy in Germany, and how his father exploited his popularity for his own selfish career. His father then pushed him to become a psychic, so they could dominate the entire country and crush anyone who dares to stand in their way. And back in the present, Carl finally gets back on his feet. He declares he's come too far to be stopped now, especially by someone like Li Han. Then he crudely throws dirt right into Li Han's face. Carl then charges forward, lunging at Li Han. He lands a powerful punch directly to Li Han's face. Kuro dashes towards them, frantically yelling Han's name. He rushes in as Carl relentlessly continues his assault on Li Han. Carl whirls around and sternly warns Kuro not to come closer. Then he immediately returns to brutally attacking Li Han. Kuro watches in horror as Carl looms over Li Han, who now lies utterly defeated on the ground. Carl then menacingly picks up Li Han's fallen staff. Sneas starting. He'll make sure Li Han never dares to try something like that. Again, suddenly, a stone strikes the staff he's holding. He turns to face Kuro, who activates his ability, yelling at Carl to leave Han alone. Carl mockingly asks if Kuro wants to face him too. He then roughly grabs Kuro, declaring he never liked him, and that Kuro shouldn't even be an arc. As Carl hurls insults, Li Han slowly pushes himself up. Li Han then delivers a powerful punch, landing squarely on Carl's face. Li Han questions if Carl doesn't feel utterly useless for thinking he could overpower everyone just because he commanded a larger group. He then asserts that Del, Simon, Dimitri, Jose, and Kuro are all far better than Carl is. Carl just stares blankly. Lithandacladas. But there are countless obstacles for Carl to overcome on his path to the top. Then, he fiercely shouts that Carl is absolutely nothing. Li Han raises his staff, poised to strike, but the staff stops, hovering just inches from Carl's neck. As Li Han states that, everyone has their own reason to reach the top. He advises Carl to find another path if he truly wants to climb, and warns him never to hurt his friends again. Carl remembers his father, and how he never truly wanted to be a psychier. He then collapses, lying still on the forest floor. Later, it was discovered that Karl Heinz had voluntarily left the Ark. The 3 remaining days on the island finally pass. The rescue helicopters finally arrive, reuniting everyone. Jose and Kuro comment that they never want to go through anything like that again. Meanwhile, a group of cadets gathers around Hanley. Kuro and Jose, they're the ones to thank. Then, one of the boys asks Kuro how he snagged all those fish, while another questions Jose about hiding his ignition ability. But Jose points straight at Li Han, declaring he's the one they should truly thank. A holographic message then announces the end of their survival training, congratulating everyone for their stellar work. Sitting next to Del Simon, Dimitri comments that he never thought he'd be happy to hear Sergeant Red's voice. The message then instructs them to board the helicopters. In the order their names are called, the rescue helicopters soar over the island. Inside one of the aircraft, Sergeant Red faces them, revealing the instructors. Watched them throughout the training, and unanimously agreed about the 4. The sergeant explains that the training wasn't just about survival, but a crucial test to determine who would become a guardian of a human race. He then begins calling the names of Kuro, Simon, and Dimitri, and finally, Hanli, announcing that these 4 are on the list to advance to the 2nd year. On a rare day off at ARC, the cadets enjoy their well-deserved free time. Fosea Brucas family, and suggest they play some soccer, since they haven't had a day off like this in a long time. Lying on his bed with a book, he simply questions, "Soccer?" with a ball in his hand. Jose asks if he knows how to play, and Li Han confirms he does. On one of the academy fields, the cadets gather for a heated soccer match. Jose asks if everyone's satisfied with their teams, while Dimitri warns Del not to use psychic abilities. It was rare for them to have a day off, unless something vital was happening, such as the first-year instructors meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss which cadets would be promoted to the 2nd year. Inside the meeting room, instructors John Red and Wei Chun are among those present. Arch Chief Director Alexander Lacour kicks off the meeting. Chief Researcher Sasha Grace Notes there are 4 candidates this time, and asks what they're like. Alexander states that Del, Simon, and Dimitri are more than qualified to advance, but suggests they first discuss the other 2. Starting with Han Li, since he entered ARC, he has consistently ranked among the lowest in psychic ability. One instructor questions how he's even on the list, saying if it weren't for Red's special treatment, he'd still be stuck in Class D. Alexander then asks them to explain why someone like him should be promoted, as witnessed in his training fight with Sergeant Red. Wei-Chen explains that Han Li is not only remarkable in weapons training, but also possesses patience and a strong mentality, possessing everything a soldier needs. Alexander comments that he's never heard Wei speak so highly of someone. John Red adds that regardless of his psychic potential, his telekinesis is surprisingly sophisticated and that he used it to reinforce his spine. He continues, stating that the most impressive thing is that he acquired that ability on his own. No one taught him how to do that. After a moment of silence, Alexander decides to proceed with the field assessment. Jose praises Han Li for showing some skill, even without ever being trained, but Han Li simply says he doesn't know. Nearby, Dimitri asks Del if the British aren't supposed to be good at soccer, but Del questions what that has to do with him. Back in the meeting room, Sasha Grace slams her hand on the table and asks if they're joking. She looks at Kuro's profile on a holographic screen and exclaims that he's far too sensitive. One of the instructors reminds them that a strong mentality is exactly what's needed to endure the body conversion surgery that will take place after promotion. Sasha then accuses him. Is he trying to kill this child? John Red explains that no child has ever shown such rapid growth in psychic abilities as Kuro has, but Alexander argues that Kuro's mentality is the real issue. John Red insists they need Hanley to advance, as well, because Kuro's mental stability is heavily reliant on him. Alexander rubs his face, wondering why Han Li is back in the conversation. An instructor adds that Han Li acts like an older brother to Kuro, then comments that they truly want the boy to advance. On the field, one of the players sprints with the ball. Li Han. He kicks the ball right between the opposing team's players. Jose receives the ball, praising the incredible pass. He charges forward with the ball, daring anyone to try and steal it. Kuro positions himself as goalkeeper. Jose notes that Del and Dimitri, his opponents, are all in position. He then cleverly kicks the ball backward, passing it to Li Han. Li Han scores the goal, and his team erupts in cheers. Jose shakes Han's hand, declaring the plan a success, and that they make a great team. A sudden shadow falls over the 2 boys. John Red approaches, announcing the meeting is over. But since they're all here, he'll give them the results now. He announces that all 4 will advance. Much to Dimitri's surprise, Del, Kuro, and Jose tap Hanley's shoulder. He then asks why Hanley looks so down, congratulating him for advancing to the 2nd year. Jose tells him to go ahead and save a spot for him, but Li Han extends his hand and says, "We'll meet again." John Red interrupts them, ordering them to return to their dormitories. He then orders those who will advance to pack their things. Li Han turns and thanks the sergeant. He says he owes everything to him for being elected class leader and for the outcome of the meeting. John Red warns him that now he won't be able to quit anymore and that they'd reunite soon after their 2nd year training. He then hopes Hanley makes it out alive. The boy simply salutes while John Red watches from afar. At dusk, the 4 boys head towards the dorm. Dimitri asks if they should really go already, while Del Simon stares intently at him. Kuro then confirms with Hanley if they're meeting at the secondary infirmary. Li Han grips Kuro's shoulder, telling him not to worry, because they'll have each other's backs. But Kuro confesses he's terribly afraid, because now they have to undergo that surgery to become adults. Dimitri pumps his fist and says there's nothing to fear, because it means they'll become much stronger. Upon arriving at the secondary infirmary, a voice warmly welcomes them. A woman introduces herself as Dr. Sasha Grace and informs them she'll be in charge of them for the next 5 weeks. Li Han then questions the 5-week period. She explains that during this time, their bodies will be fully matured, with the first 2 weeks in cultivation capsules and the following 3 in rehabilitation training. Dimitri, Del, and Kuro react to the information. They'll spend 2 weeks in a machine like that. Li Han grips the strap of his bag. He then raises his hand and says goodbye, telling them he'll see them in 2 weeks. The other 3 watch him go. Dimitri and Kuro then join hands with Li Han, Sasha Grace observes the boys' interaction. Dimitri insists that Del join his hand with theirs, and he does. 1 week earlier, Sasha Grace orders the injection of the cultivation serum. Inside tanks, Lihan and Del Simon are submerged in a liquid. Octo, also submerged, complains that he feels like garbage. Meanwhile, Lihan feels as if he's suffocating. Sasha watches and asks them to hold on a little longer, because they'll fall asleep soon. She then reflects. Today's procedure will decide their fate. Walking through the laboratory, the scientist questions whether saving the human race. All this effort is truly paying off. Her assistant then comments that Professor Grace looks utterly exhausted. She then suggests that the professor should really take a break. Sasha Grace heads toward a break room. There, John Red abruptly asks why she's always in the secondary infirmary, given she said she didn't care about the children. He fixes her with an intense stare. John then warns he'd be in deep trouble if she somehow killed all of them. Sasha briefly closes her eyes. She then sits down and tells him that, with no problems encountered, they're now applying the second round of cultivation serum. Sasha clarifies that this second round is a concentrated formula of the dragon's psychic core, also known as the dragon heart. John Red understands that this will force their hearts to resonate with the core, generating a natural affinity with psychic abilities. Suddenly, an alert blares from Sasha's wrist device, and the two turn as she runs hurriedly down the hallway. As she races ahead, Sasha asks what is happening inside the tank. Lifan Trashazarun, the assistant, arrives and warns that he's regained consciousness and is likely in excruciating pain. Sasha extends her hand and says, "They need to get him out of there now." She then tries to pull the tank lever, but her hand is abruptly stopped before reaching the control. John Red grabs her by the wrist, and she demands why he's stopping her. He firmly states she cannot stop now, because that boy needs to reach the second year. Sometime later, in her office, Sasha speaks with an older Lihan. Smiling, she asks how he has been. He answers that he is fine, all thanks to her. Sasha then reveals that they had never seen a case quite like his. A psychier who rejects his own abilities. At that moment, Sasha had shouted it would kill him, and that they needed to stop the procedures. She remembers that Han was not promoted because of his psychic abilities. John Red holds her and says to forget ability induction, because the boy would survive anyway. Back in the present, Sasha informs him that he'll be registered as a special case, then asks if he felt any irregularities. Lifan Rablias, falling imbigurata. That at least, he won't be expelled for his grades anymore. The researcher reflects on the boy's impressive willpower, wondering if this was what the sergeant sought. She then dismisses him, concluding that his strong mentality must be linked to his rejection of psychic abilities. Dimitri greets him cheerfully, saying he waited, and now they're officially second-year students. Del Simon watches them from a distance. Lihan comments with a smile that the last 5 weeks simply flew by. He then adds that everyone's changed a lot, especially Kuro. Han then expresses his happiness that everyone made it out alive. Del turns and warns him, "Don't think you're the leader of the group." As Del walks away, Dimitri asks Han not to provoke him, explaining he's just in his rebellious phase. Second-year facilities are similar to the first, but cadets are now divided into squads. Each squad has 4 to 10 members, with 12 squads total for the second year. Lihan enters his room and reflects that he'll definitely need some time to get used to having an individual space. A boy introduces himself as Kato Suki, the leader of Squad 7, and confirms Han and Kuro's identities. Gathered with the team, he informs them that, although there's a lot of training, the primary focus will be on firearms, aerial combat, and simulations. Kato asks the reason for weapons training, and Han answers that it's to fight against minions. The leader explains that the identified minions are ogres, grunts, and werewolves, all with low intelligence. But those who act as commanders are the Elu, who possess high intellect and use psychic abilities. He then confirms that an Elu can use those abilities to defend against physical attacks. However, unlike dragons, their psychic energy is limited and quickly runs dry. Kaido stresses that aerial combat and battle simulations are crucial, as there are fierce competition between squads. The simulations are scaled-down training sessions that unfold within Ark's artificial forest. For the main event, capture the flag. Each squad's full capacity and tactical prowess are rigorously put to the test. He warns that even though they don't use real blades, the steel weapons can still inflict serious injuries. And finally, aerial combat is an exercise designed to knock all enemy team members right off their platforms. Kato explains that for aerial combat, it's essential to have a supporter, someone who can control multiple platforms for the team. He then tells Kuro that, since the squad lacked a high-level psycheer for that role, they no longer need to worry. Kuro seems apprehensive about this responsibility. The squad leader then asks if he's up to the task. A burly teammate then pressures him, demanding why he's mumbling, and insisting he do what the squad demands. Lee-han intervenes, assuring them Kuro is the right guy, but explains he doesn't do well. When under pressure, the veteran turns to Han and snaps, "Shut up," asking what a novice like him would know. Kato interrupts their discussion, saying Han is right and it's their first day. But he warns Han to mind his manners, since the others are his superiors, with a smile and more experience. Kato continues speaking, revealing that, to be honest, he only accepted him because he wanted Kuro in the squad, and the two came as a package deal. Kaito then tells Han not to get in the way, because he doesn't expect much from someone with the lowest level of psychic abilities. As the others laugh, Lee-han clenches his fist. He simply replies that it's fine. With a smile, Han extends his hand and promises he'll do his best not to get in Leader Kato's way. Kato reluctantly agrees. Lee-han then gives a firm handshake. The squad leader decides to see how long this arrogant rookie will last. With a smile, Han readily accepts the challenge. Lee-han takes aim on the shooting range. The cadets are practicing with their rifles. He fires with incredible precision at the targets. Kato Suki watches him from afar. Han then sprints forward through the course. He continues shooting at the targets, even while moving. The boy then turns around. Confident Kato will no longer call him a burden. But he notices Kuro looks quite nervous. One of the veterans shouts for Kuro to pull himself together. The boy fumbles with his rifle, visibly shaken. Kato approaches, clearly frustrated by the situation. Later, in the shower, Lee-han wonders if he's still not good enough. He then dries himself off in his room after his bath. Back in the locker room, Kato informs Han that he's on standby. One of the veterans explains that, in simulations, their squad already has many members, specialized in close-quarters combat. Kato then informs Han that he can watch the simulation in the training arena, so he doesn't feel bad about being left out. Holding a device, Han looks at a photo and states that it's no problem in an arena. It's announced that today's Capture the Flag match will be between squads 3 and 9. Kaito points and tells a teammate, with the new faces in Squad 3, they should analyze the enemy's strategy. Li Fan then realizes the newcomer can only be Del Simon. On the battlefield, Del Simon advances boldly with his teammates. In the stands, the other cadets comment on the psychic prodigy. The leader of Squad 9 questions if the opposing team intends to start full frontal engagement. One of the members of Squad 3 declares that they have nothing to lose. With a great psyker on their side, Del Simon then states he'll take everyone out and grab their flag with ease. The leader of the other squad orders his men to attack him before he can use his abilities. But the members of Squad 9 notice their weapons have mysteriously vanished. Del extends his hand towards them, and the swords then float right above their heads. To everyone's utter astonishment, with a single, powerful gesture, he launches the weapon straight at their opponents. They're all hit, and the leader of Squad 3 shouts for his team to charge forward, while Del Simon merely observes. His teammates rush headfirst into the fray. In a fierce, direct confrontation, Squad 3 absolutely overwhelms their opponents. The leader then triumphantly raises the flag and celebrates their crushing victory. Back in the arena, Kato explains to Kuro that a talented psyker is absolutely essential, and their strategy will be quite similar. Kuro, however, remains apprehensive about the idea. Lee-han approaches and tells Kato that he doesn't think it's a good plan at all. He points out that Squad 9 didn't use any tactics, relying solely on individual combat skill. Han begins to speak, but then hesitates. Kato then pressures him to continue. The squad leader questions him, asking if he was going to suggest that he would be a better leader himself. Li-han finally understands the true reason for his superiors. Disdain. A veteran calls Han over and gives him a thumbs up. The two then walk out of the arena together. the teammate says that, although Han is a talented recruit, he doesn't belong in Squad 7, and the other members think the same. Li-Han realizes Kato was controlling him, and that's why he doesn't belong in Squad 7. The veteran explains that Han isn't afraid to confront the leader and that occasionally he even makes better decisions than Kato. But the squad can only have one true leader, because if the others start questioning Kato, it will cause division. He then warns that as long as Kato is the leader, Han will never participate in the simulation training and should request a transfer. Li-Han closes his eyes for a moment. He now fully understands that the squad needs absolute faith in their leader, and he was threatening their bond. The boy then considers transferring to another squad. The day ends at ARC facilities before instructor Li-Han presents his request. Wei Chun reviews the document and asks if the cadet is sure about his decision. With a smile, Han confirms that he is. The instructor explains that he'll need a meeting with the other second year superiors, which might take some time. Back in his room, Han thinks this will give him the time he needs. While waiting, he decides to focus on his personal training and analyze the other squad's competitions. The door opens, and Kuro enters the room, calling for him. Kuro asks about the conversation with the commander, but Han only wants to know if he's ready for the aerial combat tomorrow. He then reveals he can now move 4 platforms. Simultaneously, Kuro confirms he can move them with people on them. Impressed, Han says this growth puts him at the top of all second-year students. He then encourages Kuro not to be nervous, because he'll be cheering for him. The friend simply thanks him for the support. In the arena, the other cadets comment about the amazing recruit from Squad 7 and can't wait to see him in action. From within the crowd, Han watches Kuro on the big screen on the platform. Kaido tells the team to advance because they're counting on their supporter. Kuro then focuses for the start of the combat. The aerial combat battle between Squad 1 and Squad 7 begins. Aerial combat is crucial since most dragons can fly, and the platforms are used together with other equipment in competitions. Each person controls 2 platforms to move or directly attack the opponent. But the most important position is the supporter, who controls multiple platforms to minimize the team's energy consumption. Han watches the screen, knowing the position is perfect for Kuro, who can control 4 platforms all at once. Kaido commands Squad 7 to push forward. He's certain victory is within their grasp, as long as they stick to the plan. Next, he directs the vanguard to take their battle stations. Squad 1 surges ahead, ready to strike. A Squad 7 vanguard member steps up. They observe the opponent's precise movements, just as Kaido had predicted perfectly. Squad 1's members share a quick, intense look and steel themselves for the fight. They quickly split up, moving to the flanks. Suddenly, an enemy player lunges at a vanguard cadet. A Squad 7 cadet takes a hit, knocked clean off their platform. Meanwhile, Kaido smashes an opponent with a devastating strike. He smirks, watching his foe tumble down, pleased that his plan is unfolding perfectly. Up in the stands, cadets murmur, realizing that Squad 7 appears to anticipate the enemy team's every step. During a prior briefing, Kaido had clarified that, given that Squad 1 was without a strong supporter, Kuro would be absolutely crucial to their strategy. Han then told his friend to use his premonition power to shift the platforms, reacting to the enemy team's every move. The experienced player agreed, asserting they could eliminate every opponent by focusing purely on close combat. Observing the match, Li-Han deduces that, so far, Kaido's brilliant plan is working perfectly in the arena. The 2 veterans brace themselves to push on. Kuro focuses with maximum effort, aware that one slip-up could cost him the entire match. He then unleashes his power to foresee the movements of the battle ahead. A Squad 1 member lunges, knocking one of Squad 7's cadets off their feet. The enemy team's final 2 members realize they are the sole remaining players. Squad 7 gets into formation to face off against the 2 adversaries, with Kuro positioned safely at the back. The enemies understand they cannot win without taking out their supporter. Squad 1's leader covertly signals his teammate, signaling to initiate Plan A. The other cadet instantly comprehends the message. He then dashes forward at high speed. Kaido braces for what seems like a straightforward move. He warns of a frontal battle, announcing the enemy's approach. but the opponent quickly uses his fallen teammate as a springboard, leaping clean over the vanguard. He then zips right between two squad 7 members. The other enemy ambushes them, grabbing them from behind. Kaido shouts, ordering his men to block him. The first attacker powers through, moving ahead, leaving the rest of them behind. Kaido quickly spins around, watching the opponent zero in on Kuro. A teammate yells, telling him to stop chasing him, because the other enemy is dead set on knocking them down. From a spectator stance, Han grasps that they should have protected Kuro to keep him from getting separated from a squad. Earlier, in a past conversation, Kaido had told Kuro to keep platforms 4 and 8, always right by his side. The opponent rockets directly toward Kuro. Kuro then recalls platforms 4 and 8. He swiftly summons both platforms and uses them to shield himself from the attack. The enemy readies his sword, poised to attack once more. Kuro looks utterly drained after that effort. The remaining member of Squad 1 is finally defeated and falls. The rest of Squad 7 watch the defeated foe. Kaido then pushes up, demanding to know what's going on. At the rear, the final member of Squad 1 looms over Kuro's body. A smirk on his face, he glares at the opposing team. The enemy sweeps through, knocking the remaining Squad 7 members off their platforms. From a stance, the spectators remark that, while his abilities were astounding, he lacked real combat prowess. Lihan realizas kaitus strategi depended entirely on Kuro's psychic powers. On the ground, Kuro struggles to activate his powers, but the opponent smashes the platform right in front of him. The platform explodes, and the enemy watches Kuro prone on the ground. Kuro stays down, gasping for breath. The opponent lifts his weapon and laments the outcome. The pressure proved too much, leading Kuro to make a fatal error. The screen announces Squad wins victory as the crowd erupts in cheers. Han then thinks to himself, if it were me, he never would have left Kuro all alone. Fast forward 3 weeks, and Wei-chan calls Han. Eager to discuss the documents Han had submitted, the instructor reveals that Han's request to form a brand new squad has been officially approved. Han is taken aback by this news. Wei-chan then clarifies that, given Han's exceptional leadership aptitude, the instructors themselves decided to put his popularity and charisma to the ultimate test. He then presents Han with the rigorous conditions, which demand a minimum of 4 members and permit recruiting only 1 individual from any existing squad. Armed with these strict rules, Han understands the other leaders will pull out all the stops to prevent him from poaching their key members. Still, he clenches his fist, absolutely determined to form this squad, provided he can actually recruit the members. Wei-chan bids him farewell, stating he eagerly anticipates seeing what Han will accomplish. Han then exits the room, and as he walks, the young man remembers Jose and Kuro, the very first people who came to mind. Since Jose isn't currently available, he decides to approach Kuro first. Han pauses for a moment in the hallway, but then a sudden realization. There's one more person. He then heads straight for Dimitri's door and raps on it. Dimitri opens the door with a bright smile, asking Han what he needs. Nearby, a young man clutches his head and loudly complains. He whines to a teammate that their win rate keeps plummeting, all because of Kuro. He insists they should have recruited Simon instead, even if it meant a tough fight. He then heaps praise on Del Simon's abilities, who not only fights brilliantly, but also single-handedly defeated numerous enemies, alone with his incredible powers. From a distance, Kuro overhears the cruel comment that he can't accomplish anything alone, and that his abilities are completely overrated. He continues listening, as the men declare they only use him in battles, because they have no one else to fill that spot. Elsewhere, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov inquires if a new squad is indeed being formed, and who else, besides him, is being considered. Lihan replies that he initiated all of this, specifically to get Kuro on his team. But Dmitry looks doubtful. Any leader would just hand over their member. He then points directly at Dmitry, reminding him that his question still hasn't been answered. Dmitry thanks him for the offer, but directly refuses, stating his answer is no. He explains that he's next in line to become Squad 5's leader and cannot simply abandon his teammates. Lihan reacts for a moment, then closes his eyes, saying he understands. Dmitry turns and stretches his neck, saying there's one more thing. He then states, that he finds it more fun to be an opponent than an ally. With a tap on the shoulder, Dimitri warns him not to cry next time, and Lihan replies that he'll break both his arms. As Lihan walks away, two people comment about his desire to become a leader. As Lihan continues to walk away, other guys comment that he's a cocky punk, but he ignores them. Then he stops. Since the announcement of his squad formation made all the leaders evaluate him, one of them stares at him and asks if that's how Lihan repays him. He says he doesn't care if he leaves or forms a new squad, but he cannot take Kuro. The leader and his teammates stand in front of Lihan, but Lihan states that Kuro will not reach his full potential. Under his leadership, the leader argues back, telling him not to be arrogant, because Kuro will become a great member of Squad 7. Then Lihan asks if he would also wait for the enemy in a war, assuring that he can take Kuro to his maximum potential. Now, he adds that a commander's duty is to lead his team to victory, despite limitations, and blaming others doesn't change the result. The leader grabs him by the collar, shouting that no matter what he says, he cannot take Kuro. Lihan simply replies that the decision is not his, but Kuro's. Then the other guy turns and looks toward Kuro, calling his name. He threatens him, saying that if he decides to leave, he's going to kill him. Kuro reacts, stunned by his leader's direct threat. But Lihan provokes him, calling him all talk. He'd even keep talking while they buried him. The leader clocks Lihan right in the face. He drops to the ground, barely recovering his balance. The leader just grumbles in frustration, and Lihan wipes a trickle of blood from his mouth, saying he'll let it go this time because he doesn't want to get called in. Not for something like that. Lihan then turns his back and starts to walk away, as the other just watches him go. He pauses right next to Kuro and tells him he'll be waiting. One of the guys scoffs, commenting, no one would ever betray their squad to join a leader who hasn't even proven himself. Another cadet adds, he might not even be able to form a team. Kuro remains silent, a worried expression on his face. Lihan strides down a long hallway. Deep in thought, he realizes he's already reached out to everyone he had in mind. He wonders what else he can possibly do, because at this rate, he might actually fail. Distracted, he bumps right into someone in a skull mask. He apologizes, but the person just scurries away. Lihan is stunned by their incredible speed. He then wonders to himself if it's even allowed to wear a uniform like that. Suddenly, his wrist device begins to beep insistently. He glances down and reads the message, summoning all squad leaders to the secondary infirmary. Outside the building, a tense atmosphere hangs. Several squad leaders are lined up neatly in 2 rows. Sasha Grace announces that 6 cadets have leveled up and are now awaiting their assignments. She declares that the newest squad leader will have the very first choice. Sasha Grace then calls Lihan to step forward, and he sees this as his golden opportunity to recruit at least one new member. He introduces himself as the leader of Squad 13, stating that they're a bit short on members, and that absolutely anyone is welcome. Other cadets react with blatant disdain, commenting, short on members means he has no one. But then Jose raises his hand and actually volunteers. The others react with utter shock. Later that night, Jose's name echoes through a room. Someone then laments that it's truly a pity. Jose confides in Lihan, saying it would have been nice to get one more person. But Lihan figures it makes sense, given it's a new squad. He thanks Jose for trusting him and joining his team. Jose replies that he's always wanted to be on the same team as him, and that others would have lined up for them if they only knew his talent. He then stretches, saying they can continue recruiting tomorrow. He adds that he's heading back to his room. Just as he prepares to make his exit, a sudden knock sounds at the door. The door opens, revealing Kuro in the doorway, surprising Lihan, who quickly calls his name. Lihan immediately asks what happened to his face, as Kuro, noticeably covered in bandages, scratches his head awkwardly. He explains he told Kaido about leaving Squad 7, and that in the end, the leader didn't have the guts to kill him. Lihan exclaims, that's amazing, and asks if he's even the same Kuro he knew. But Kuro humbly replies it was nothing. Jose celebrates that the island team is finally together again. He boasts that with the 3 of them, no one will be able to stop them now. Just then, a 4th person approaches, saying they look like they're having quite a bit of fun, and asks if there's room for just one more. He then addresses Li Han directly, stating that everyone considers him a traitor, which is exactly why Squad 13 will be the most interesting one. Jose reminds Li Han that the newcomer was in Class B, and Li Han readily agrees they need him in the squad. The boy, Kinoff Mayer, makes a hand gesture. He states he's looking forward to working with Squad 13 and asks if that means they can officially form the new squad. Li Han confirms, but warns that now they are enemies of everyone and can be disbanded if they fail, which would bring severe consequences. Kuro and Kinoff Mayer both declare that they already expected exactly that. The new Squad 13 finally gathers, acutely aware of the immense weight on their shoulders. With a determined look, Li Han bids them farewell, promising to see them again tomorrow. A man then welcomes Squad 13. He introduces himself as Grossman, the head instructor for the second-year students. Grossman then identifies their squad leader, Li Han, and members Jose Batista and Nuff Mayer. He turns to Kuro, asking what happened to his face. Kuro replies that he simply fell down the stairs. With a smile, Grossman simply tells him to be careful. He then informs them that starting today, the squad will have a 3-week preparation period before entering the official matches. After that, they'll participate in direct confrontations with opponents in categories chosen at random. Li Han understands that Grossman is warning them not to take the situation lightly. The competition, a weapon survival match against Squad 9, who boast the highest scores in firearms training. Deep in the forest, Nuff Mayer removes his helmet, complaining that it's suffocating, and all they need to do is avoid getting hit. Li Han hits him on the head, asking if he's trying to get himself killed. He then grabs him, ordering him to never take off the helmet. Under any circumstances, Li Han states that he won't let anyone in his squad die, and announces the operation's name, Mobile Bunker, asking them not to laugh. The squad members question the name Mobile Bunker. Then a signal sounds, announcing the start of the weapon survival match between Squad 9 and Squad 13. Squad 9 prepares with their leader, stating they'll finish everything quickly and easily. But Li Han gathers his team, telling them to show what they're truly capable of. Elsewhere, a massive crowd watches the broadcast, yelling for Squad 9 to eliminate the traitors. Dimitri watches the roaring crowd, commenting on their immense popularity. Del Simon also watches, wondering what Li Han's plan will be, since a direct firefight would be a shot in the dark. In the dense forest, Squad 9 advances, noticing there's no sign of their opponents, who seem to be waiting at the starting line. A team member decides to close in, but he quickly realizes they're faster than expected. Nuff Mayer taps his comms device, reporting Squad 9 is just 660 feet out, and that he's currently on his way. The battlefield overview reveals the positions of both teams. A Squad 9 member hides behind a tree, realizing they're already moving his way. Jose and Kuro finally catch their breath, with Jose commenting that Squad 9 is giving them no time to breathe. They manage to prepare everything, but they still need time to recover their strength. Li Han watches from a distance, saying that Nuff probably already knows that. He should be doing something else, instead of trying to join them. A gunshot echoes through the forest. Then Nuff Mayer is shot in the leg while running. He reacts to the wound, but keeps moving. He points in a direction and shouts, drawing the enemy squad while dragging himself. Then he turns to face his pursuers. He fires his weapon repeatedly, determined to take at least one of them with him. But the Squad 9 members dodge the shots, saying no one would ever get hit by that. Nuff falls to the ground after his shots recoil. He's hit by more shots while lying on the ground. Even wounded, he struggles to get up, deciding it's wiser to buy time for his team. Squad 9 questions why there's only one of them, and why they need a lookout for a group of 4. One of the members volunteers to go ahead, asking his teammates for cover. The remaining 3 members of the squad prepare to provide cover from afar. Li Han warns that it's time to move, as Nuff has bought them enough time. Jose assumes he must be wounded, and Li Han concludes that he decided it was better to buy time than to join them immediately. Jose explains that thanks to Nuff, they've recovered a lot of strength since they used their powers to knock down a tree. They combined their abilities to cut the trunk. Li Han declares that now it's their turn to show what they can do. The massive tree trunk floats right before them. The crowd gazes on Squad 13, advancing with the fallen tree, wondering if they're using it as a shield. Dimitri and Del Simon observe, and Dimitri comments, that this strategy was only made possible by Kuro. Meanwhile, Nuth keeps shooting to buy time until his weapon runs out of ammunition. A Squad 9 member then catches him off guard. The enemy soldier asks if he's alone, declaring his tactic pathetic. Dimitri comments that one Squad 13 member has been eliminated and questions if they can win with just the tree shield. But Simon states there's a critical disadvantage in that tactic, and Lihan must already know it. Squad 9 unleashes fire on the trunk, realizing it's getting closer, and they can't stop it. Their leader realizes that since he chose only shooters, there's no one with psychic ability to push the object away. He understands Lihan discovered this weakness and keeps advancing with suppressing fire. One of their members is hit, and the leader shouts for everyone to hide behind the trees. He orders his team to buy time, since their psychic will eventually tire out. Lihan knows the plan isn't perfect, but explains that the tree shield is only a way to get close. Then, Jose uses his ability to ignite the vegetation ahead, creating a barrier of fire and smoke. The members of Squad 9 are caught off guard by the quickly spreading fire and smoke. The crowd reacts to the tactic, questioning the ignition ability and the smoke covering the enemy squad. Jose informs Lihan about the smoke cover, and he instructs him to eliminate anyone who tries to escape. Two members of the enemy squad remain disoriented in the smoke. One of them is then hit and eliminated from match. Squad 9's leader quickly realizes two of his members have been eliminated, instructing his last remaining teammate to stay calm. Suddenly, a mysterious object strikes the final two members. Turns out, they're equipped with specialized vision, allowing them to see right through obstacles. Lihan then fires his weapon with pinpoint precision. Squad 13's victory is officially announced, and the crowd erupts in cheers. They're all impressed by Lihan's aim and Kuro's brilliant strategy. Dimitri gleefully celebrates the victory, while Simon carefully observes the results. On the battlefield, the members of Squad 13 are celebrating their successful mission. Meanwhile, a man watches the cheering crowd on the match broadcast. Grossman observes the scene intently, specifically mentioning Lihan's name. Squad 13 raises a toast in celebration. One of them exclaims, "I can't believe we got a special celebratory meal, all for their victory." Lihan declares all their hard work was absolutely worth it, and Jose reminds them that Nuth even took a hit. But Nuth retorts that Jose has no idea what it's like. Out there, in the middle of their meal, someone suggests a toast. Jose then points at Lihan, requesting a toast from the very leader who led them to victory. Lihan thanks everyone, admitting the tactic was risky, but they won because each person played their part perfectly. The squad members listen attentively to their leader. But Kuro disagrees, stating it wasn't risky at all, but rather a brilliant, foolproof plan. Lihan explains they were actually quite lucky, because Squad 9's overwhelming strength ironically made them easier to predict. It was obvious they'd face off against the best shooters. Nut prizes Lihan's incredible ability to read the opposing team's tactics so well, adding he knew he wasn't wrong to choose him. Suddenly, Nuth doubles over in excruciating pain, and Jose asks if he shouldn't be resting. He insists it's nothing serious, claiming he can't miss a meal like this, even if it kills him. Laughter echoes from their room, long into the night. In a dark room, Grossman sits alone at his desk. He reflects that he never imagined they'd defeat Squad 9, a team he personally selected. He concludes he needs to contain them before they even think they're special. Grossman analyzes the options flashing across his screen, considering Squad 7 for the next brutal match. He reflects that Squad 7 would do absolutely anything to finally defeat Squad 13, but he wonders about the possibility of another win. For them then, he decides all he needs to do is make sure Squad 7 simply cannot lose. Later that night, Lihan lies awake in his bed. Unable to sleep, he sits up. He compares the situation to the gnawing worry of being expelled, but he reassures himself, thinking that now he has the best members on his team. With fierce determination, he states they will win again, no matter who their opponent is. The next challenge is officially announced. Squad 1 versus Squad 13. Their mission? To defeat the captain. Gathered with his team, the leader of Squad 1 asks if everyone remembers their strategy. He instructs them to be careful with Kuro and Jose, who are unmatched in their terrifying psychic abilities. Among all the second-year students, the leader tells a teammate that those two will be marked. To break their concentration, the other agrees, tying on a headband. He states that, although he doesn't know the abilities of the other two, it won't matter. A bulky team member declares that they will make their captain the strongest man in the entire arc. In the audience, Dimitri comments to Del Simon that they must have angered the instructor to face Squad 1 right after their brutal previous battle. The mission rule is crystal clear. Victory is achieved only by defeating the captain with a headband, but he's too strong to be taken down easily. With his specialty in frontal assault, the captain leads the group, while the others block long-range support to annihilate the enemy squad. Dimitri says he can't wait to see Li Han's strategy, but Del Simon tells him to shut up and watch. A member of Squad 1 comes across the opposing team. He wonders, why is Kuro the captain? His teammates question what to do next. Unable to spot Li Han either, a voice calms Kuro, telling him to relax. Kuro readily agrees to the command. Jose and Nuth step forward, taking point, ensuring they will shield him from harm. The enemy captain orders his squad forward. Everything going according to plan. Li Han's stealth won't change a thing. Squad 1 then surges forward to attack. Suddenly, Li Han appears, vaulting into the trees, putting distance between himself and his team, drawing the enemy's gaze directly to him. Squad 13's 3 remaining members brace themselves for the coming clash. The two squads clash in close-quarters combat. Jose strikes at an opponent, unleashing his power, but his enemy scoffs, claiming he stands no chance. The opponent expertly dodges the blow and lunges at him. Meanwhile, another soldier shatters Nuth's weapon. Li Han signals Kuro, confirming they're almost ready. Li Han leaps down from a tremendous height, confidently stating there's nothing to fear. They've practiced this countless times. The captain of Squad 1 prepares to unleash his attack on Jose and Nuth, but they suddenly throw themselves onto the captain, seeking to immobilize him completely. Their leader commands his squad to pin them down, declaring their maneuver perfectly executed. Li Han hurtles towards Kuro as the enemy squad closes in. The two soldiers charge forth to attack Kuro, their weapons brandished, declaring certain victory. But Kuro raises his arms, unleashing his unique ability. The soldiers' attack abruptly halts, perplexed by where Kuro's gaze is fixed. Suddenly, a powerful impact shakes the ground behind him. The two foes instinctively turn towards the impact's source. Kuro seizes the opportune distraction to summon a dense cloud of dust around himself. The enemy soldier anxiously questions what's unfolding as Kuro momentarily recovers from the exertion. The captain is violently slammed against the ground, while Jose and Nuth gasp for breath nearby. Kuro kneels triumphantly over the defeated captain, still surrounded by Squad 1's remaining members. Li Han then materializes, headband in hand, and declares they've successfully captured the captain. With that, the match concludes, as Squad 13's victory is officially announced, leaving the entire audience stunned into silence. The crowd then starts questioning Li Han's incredible jump, a leap that soared higher than a 5-story building. They erupt into a thunderous celebration. Dimitri comments, everyone was rooting for his death, but he understands their reaction. After all, Li Han has shown one spectacular strategy after another. They all wonder who this incredible leader is, and why Squad 7's former leader never utilized such talent. The former Squad 7 leader clenches his fist, realizing he clearly failed to recognize Li Han's talent. One day before the battle against Squad 1, Li Han is hurled high into the air during training. Kuro then tries to control his teammates' descent with his hands, but the boy still collides hard with the ground. Kuro comments, "We'll have no problems in the real battle." Li Han praises him, saying he's amazing. Kuro then questions Li Han's courage, saying he'd only risk breaking his nose in training, not his own life the next day. Li Han explains that controlling a living person with telekinesis is extremely difficult. Otherwise, every psychic would be able to fly. He details his plan to jump from a high place, asking Kuro to control the speed of his fall. Back in the present, Kuro apologizes repeatedly for his teammate's broken arm. With his arm already immobilized, Li Han reassures him, stating that he did well in a difficult task. During the meal, Nuthmeyer tells Kuro not to blame himself, because without him, the beast wouldn't have been defeated. Jose then asks if they'll have no more scheduled battles. Until li fan recovers. Suddenly, a battle notification for 2 days from now appears for everyone. Li-han then stands up and walks with determination. He approaches a large double door on the other side. Instructor Grossman awaits him. The door opens, and Grossman comments, "I did not expect that visit." But in truth, it's Kato Suki who walks into the room. Outside, Jose is absolutely furious about the situation. He declares that with an injured teammate, their battle against Squad 7 is a guaranteed loss. He continues to rant, insisting the situation is completely unfair, and they should protest. Grossman then explains to Kato that the intention is for Squad 7 to win, and asks if he isn't confident. He then confidently states they'd win anyway, and orders the squad leader to ensure their victory. Already outside, Kato realizes the instructor completely ignored him. He then walks down the hallway. Meanwhile, Li-han tells his teammates that crying won't change anything, and all they need to do is win. He admits he hasn't thought of a strategy yet, but assures them he'll find a way for them to win. Before the battle, from afar, Kato finds the scene fascinating. He then approaches Li-han, hoping he isn't just bluffing. He asks if he'll be okay with his arm in that state. Li-han replies that, although it's a bit much at the moment, his right arm should be enough to defeat Squad 7. Kato steps even closer to him and warns that he'll be humiliated to death if he doesn't do his best. He then points at the boy and threatens to kill both him and Kuro. Kaito glares back at him. Li-han warns him not to make threats he can't carry out. Then Kaito walks away, shouting for them to just wait and see. Jose calls him a resentful bastard. Li-han admits they won't be easy opponents, and suggests that for now, they head to the gym, making their way there. Inside the gym, Li-han uses his ability to levitate an airbit. The device floats in the air right in front of him. He explains that in his best condition, he can control 2 airbits at most, but now he can barely manage 1. He then watches his teammates training. It doesn't seem easy for Jose to control 2 airbits. With his combustion ability in full swing, Li-han realizes relying solely on Kuro is their only option, but he's reluctant to place such a heavy psychological burden on him. He considers Squad 7 to be incredibly well-balanced, and their teamwork, further strengthened by Kaito, makes them even stronger. Considering all this, he concludes they can't possibly defeat them in a head-on confrontation. Suddenly, Jose approaches and informs Li-han of a problem. Jose then demonstrates his unique combustion ability. He explains that since there's nothing flammable in the air, his power won't pose much of a threat, and with everyone flying at top speeds, aiming at them will be nearly impossible. Li-han attentively listens to his teammates' analysis. Meanwhile, from a distance, an enemy squad member openly mocks their skill level. He confidently tells Kaito there's nothing to worry about, and their leader fully agrees. Li-han then realizes they have absolutely no path to victory, and their opponents have no reason to lose. As the day of confrontation arrives, other cadets comment on Squad 13's upcoming battle. Even with Li-han injured and no aerial experience, Dimitri sarcastically comments that they were practically set up for failure, calling Instructor Grossman an absolutely horrible man. With Del Simon at his side, Dimitri then pulls him closer, exclaiming it's utterly disgusting and that Del should just stay by his side. Del explains that Grossman strategically decides the matchups based on rigorous data analysis to maintain everyone's win probability at 50%. He grimly concludes that winning this battle will be incredibly difficult. With Li-han on his mind inside the arena, Squad 7 stands ready, waiting in formation. On the opposing side, Squad 13 quickly positions themselves, ready for the battle start. Kaito barks orders to utterly destroy their opponents, and his teammate vehemently reinforces that they must show what happens to all traitors. Li-han anxiously asks Jose about his condition, and Jose confidently replies that he couldn't be better and promises to burn everything. Li-han then asks Jose to take good care of them, as he is the absolute core of their strategy. The battle officially begins, and a voice dramatically announces, both teams prepare to unleash their airbits. Squad 7 deploys a total of 6 airbits, but Squad 13 shocks everyone present by launching a significantly greater number of devices. Kaito's eyes widen. He quickly notes his own team's count of 6 airbits. then realizes their opponents have unleashed a staggering 16 air bits in total. His teammate exclaims it's impossible for Curio to control 10 air bits all by himself and asks for immediate orders. Leon tells Kaido he looks perplexed and offers to clear his mind. In an instant, 16 air bits ominously float above Squad 13. 2 members of Squad 7 question if such a feat is even possible. Edo then barks, "Don't be shaken by this." He orders them to stick to the plan and destroy them. Calmly, one by one, the members of Squad 13 advance, guiding their air bits. Leon explains they didn't rest while honing their telekinesis, and even with his below-average telekinesis, he learned to concentrate his power wherever he wanted. Using that precise ability, he can do more than just control objects. With telekinesis, he can send them flying even faster. A single airbit suddenly shoots forward at high speed, forcing Squad 7 to scatter. Kato is stunned by the sheer speed and how they're utilizing all their airbits. But he declares that, as long as it doesn't come straight at him, he can always react, remembering his training. Earlier, Jose had explained that his combustion ability wasn't very useful. Without flammable material in the air, Jose then unleashes his powerful combustion ability. Leon then dramatically reveals that he came up with something that could be burned. During this aerial battle, the flammable material was the airbit itself. It explodes right in the middle of Squad 7. The devastating explosion rips across the arena from the stands. Dimitri and Del Simon react in shock to the scene. The crowd roars, cheering at the explosions, shouting for them to blow up all the devices. Leon and Jose continue their devastating combined attack. Explosions rock the combat arena, lighting it up. Kato commands his teammates to block the assault, but they're terrified of getting caught in the blast. Instructor Grossman dashes across the arena. He shouts for them to stop immediately. Amidst the chaos, Kato shouts Lihan's name. Lihan flashes back to a particular moment, that when Grossman stared at him for 10 solid minutes. In his office, the instructor breaks the awkward silence. He admits it's strange to start a conversation like this. He then turns to Lihan and asks, "Do you know how much each airbit costs?" The boy replies, aware of their hefty price tag. Grossman states that if he weren't an ARC member, it would be an amount he could never pay off, not for the rest of his life. Lihan asks, "Wasn't I called here? Not because of my strategy?" Grossman gestures with his hand. The instructor explains that the tactic wasn't technically against the rules. It was controversial. He objects to the strategy and demands to be informed next time, and the boy readily agrees. Lihan then asks if he can pose one more question, and Grossman permits him to speak. He argues that if they were fighting dragons, the strategy wouldn't be controversial at all, because they need to win at all costs. Lihan then boldly asks, "Isn't that the purpose of their training?" Grossman begins to laugh, commenting that he sounds exactly like someone Grossman knows. E praisas Lihan's attitude, and says he looks forward to his future matches. The instructor dismisses him, and the squad leader salutes respectfully. Back in the battle, Kaido clenches his fist. He charges toward Lihan on his airbit. Then an explosion slams into him mid-air. He realizes, with a shock, that his opponent intends to fall right alongside him. Already on the ground, Kaido points at the fallen opponents. He declares that no one will value him for winning. That was such a cowardly strategy. Lihan retorts, that will be decided later. He then asks if Kaido waited just to tell him that, but Kaido denies it, walking away. He promises to crush him anyway, and warns him not to lose to anyone else until then. The sun dips below the dormitory, painting the sky. Back inside their room, the squad gathers. The team welcomes their leader back with a celebratory meal. His arm still in a sling, Leon greets them, and they immediately dive into discussing their victory, with Kuro confirming the pivotal decision. And Nuth comments, pointing out that although it wasn't strictly against the rules, that it was still a pretty strange victory. Kuro then asks Jose what's on his mind, and he replies that something always happens during their banquets. He then points at his watch with a mischievous grin. As expected, the others experience the same thing. Suddenly, everyone looks at their watches in shock. A notification for a capture the flag match. Against Squad 5, set for 7 days from now. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dimitri strains under a heavy bench press. He's thinking this training is to fight the strongest in that format. Len comments that it's exactly like Instructor Groman. And it's truly one thing after another. Later, Dmitri finishes his run down the street. Satisfied with his intense training, he fans himself, complaining about the oppressive heat, and saying he wants to head back as fast as possible, to take a shower. As he continues down the street, Dmitri crosses paths with an unexpected figure, coming from the opposite direction. A cadet with long, flowing hair walks past him. Dmitri then turns and calls out, telling him to wait. He calls him ex-squad leader, only to correct himself right after. But since he's now the leader, the young man then roughly grabs him, asking if he's going to be ignored. Now that he's at level 3, Dmitri boasts, grinning, that Squad 5 has been doing incredibly well. Ever since he became the leader. The former leader then snaps, telling him to get away. Before he kills him, Dmitri asks what's gotten into him. He then suggests that after they fight, he can hear the full details in a forest. Lihan positions himself, ready to fight. He questions what's wrong with his opponent. A hooded, an incredibly strong adversary charges toward him. The opponent then reveals a chilling skull mask beneath the hood, then vanishes and reappears in the blink of an eye. The masked fighter attacks him with lightning speed. Lihan collapses to the ground, defeated just 6 days earlier. He reacts with surprise in Grossman's office. Who asks if the information is true. The instructor confirms, but says he can't reveal the details just yet. A scene shows the former leader of Squad 5, standing over a man's body. Grossman explains that Dmitri was injured, and won't be able to participate, but the match will proceed as scheduled. Lihan understands that without Dmitri, Squad 5 will be an easy win. The instructor then says he called him there for another reason. And holds up some papers. He hands Lihan a transfer request for his squad. Grossman, praises Lihan's ability to utilize his teammates. And the boy thinks that he already expected something like that. The transfer requests are from several level 2 cadets, who could compete immediately. Grossman suggests he think carefully, but Lihan accepts them immediately, stating they're not in a position to choose. Lihan welcomes the 4 new members of Squad 13. He then introduces them as Domingo, Kasim, and Andy. And lastly, Jonggyo. He informs them that they will start preparing. The next day, and that he will observe their abilities. To assign roles, asking if anyone objects. Jonggyo then calls out to squad leader Lihan. He asks Lihan to take good care of him. Because he is also Korean. Lihan replies that nationality is irrelevant in the arc, and that he must prove his worth with his abilities, causing Jonggyo to retreat. The leader dismisses them, and Jonggyo quietly insults him for being so strict. He then turns and mutters an offense. Andy asks Kasim what the word means, and he explains that it's a Korean curse word he heard in a drama. On the day of the match, the arena dome closes, creating a nighttime environment for the intense capture of the flag match. The members of Squad 13 complain about the cheap trick designed to make them lose. Lihan calms them, advising not to get too worked up, as their opponents are facing the exact same conditions. He suggests they wait for their eyes to adjust first. Lihan assigns Nuth's team to lead the charge, while Jose's team will act as reinforcements. Hijijo and Kuro will flank them from the side. Lihan states that without Dmitri, Squad 5 should be their easiest opponent yet. Still, he instructs them not to lower their guard. 10 minutes earlier, the lead and reinforcement teams took their designated positions. Lihan then announces that his group will also advance. 5 minutes earlier, Nuth's team advances, confronting a member of Squad 5. With their enemies swiftly defeated, one member questions if all of them have been eliminated, but another points toward the flag. Nuthmeyer spots a lone opponent standing near the flag. The hooded figure remains seated beside the objective. He then slowly stands to face them. The team questions if he merely watched. As his teammates were completely defeated, the lone opponent suddenly charges forward, attacking several team members simultaneously. Suddenly, Lihan is grabbed from behind. Kuro shoves him out of the way, shouting for him to be careful. He then bravely takes the hit in Lihan's place, being thrown far away as Lihan watches the scene unfold. Lihan quickly realizes the opponent possesses a teleportation ability. With no time for surprise, he immediately moves to counterattack, but the masked opponent retreats with astonishing agility. As Lihan strikes, John Jijo questions if they'll even be able to get close, enough to land a hit on him. He then charges with a powerful swing of his weapon. The opponent easily leaps over him, effortlessly dodging the attack. Jijo expresses his frustration at the failed strike. The opponent then lands a precise kick, hitting him hard. With John Jijo defeated and on the ground, the masked opponent turns to the next challenger in stance. Cadets wonder aloud who this masked fighter could be. One suggests the name Silence. The name Silence quickly spreads through the stunned crowd. Surprised whispers ripple through the crowd. Del Simon visibly reacts upon hearing the name. He explains that after a certain incident, Silence lost his voice entirely, but his combat abilities developed abnormally, making him a formidable level 3. Spectators question the legality of a level 3 being allowed to participate. Meanwhile, the fighter activates a device on his wrist. The masked opponent then turns around. Li Fan declares he doesn't know who his opponent is, but he has no intention of losing. He then nicknames him Skull Mask. Li Fan then focuses his ability on his weapon's tip, and with that, the two prepare to clash. Del Simon recognizes the opponent. It's Silence, who is on a completely different level from everyone else. He then concludes there's no way to win, and wonders what Li Han will possibly do. Li Han knows it's all over if he fails to block this next attack, but he refuses to go down so easily. He quickly analyzes that the opponent's teleportation range is around 15 meters per jump. The victory condition is capturing the flag, not actually defeating him. So he can win if he can just momentarily interrupt him. And he believes he can pull off that interruption. He observes he can interrupt him. At the precise moment, he activates his ability. The space around the opponent blurs for a split second, just as he teleports. He then meticulously observes the teleportation points and begins to count 1, 2. On the third jump, he strikes the precise spot where Silence reappears. The masked opponent flinches, clearly surprised by the sudden interception. Li Fan then uses his ability to parry the opponent's attack. He quickly stretches out his arm, aiming for the flag just behind his opponent, but his opponent grabs him by the throat before he can even touch it, and the masked fighter winds up for the finishing blow. Suddenly, a projectile strikes the masked opponent in the head. The hit lands cleanly. Part of his mask shatters from the impact. He stumbles back, momentarily disoriented. His mask shatters. Li Fan, already back on his feet, remarks that recovering consciousness in 3 seconds was impressive indeed, but it was enough time for him to snag the flag. He then turns and declares his win to Skull Mask. In the stands, the crowd erupts over Li Han's victory. Against a level 3, Del Simon grits his teeth. Elsewhere, Kuro calls to a cat while holding a piece of wood. He then feeds it, commenting that there was a similar cat near the orphanage. Kuro explains he had no friends because he wasn't good at anything and looked different. He then states that now he has something he is good at and also has friends. Young Jijo approaches, asking Kuro what he's doing there. He then explains that he thought they could discuss something. On their day off, Young Jijo steps closer to Kuro and says that their squad doesn't have a vice leader at the moment. He then volunteers for the position and asks for his teammate's support. Annoyed by the cat rubbing on his leg, Jijo kicks it away for interrupting his conversation. Kuro reacts sharply to his teammate's behavior. He then tells Young Jijo to get out of his way. The two face off in the courtyard. Kuro then unleashes his ability. Jijo watches in fear as a nearby trash can begins to tremble. The trash can is then completely crushed by force. A stone floating in the air is also pulverized. The fragments fly past Jijo's face. Kuro warns him to never do that again, and Jijo agrees, terrified. After the confrontation, Kuro runs off, leaving his teammate exhausted on the ground. The cat that was kicked earlier calmly jumps. It walks in front of the hospital room, where Li Han is visiting Dimitri. Dimitri, head bandaged, asks Li Han what brings him there. Certain it isn't for fun. Li Han listens attentively. Dimitri says he can only make assumptions, since the Archie keeps it secret. But now, seeing him, everything finally clicks into place. The boy then questions if a level 3 was behind his current state. He confirms it was his former squad leader, admitting that a level 3 is on a completely different level. Dimitri grips his bedsheet, quickly correcting himself, saying it's more than just a different level. He reveals he couldn't even make a single move before being utterly defeated. He then adds that his attacker seemed utterly unlike himself, acting as if he had gone completely insane. Li-Han suggests that if he wasn't like that before, it might be related to level 3 activities. His friend then points out that there's more than enough available to complete the training up to level 2, making Li-Han realize something important. Li-Han concludes that they'll be fighting in real combat before reaching level 3, and Dimitri questions what happens upon reaching that stage. In an unknown place, a figure clad in advanced armor approaches a bright light. The light illuminates a long corridor ahead. On the other side of the corridor, the cat calmly strolls down the sidewalk. Kuro then rushes toward the feline, exclaiming he finally found it. Kuro picks up the cat and apologizes, and invites it back for more snacks. Suddenly, he's startled by something in front of him while still holding the cat. An imposing figure in armor appears before him, and Kuro demands to know who he is. Kuro questions the mysterious figure's identity, but recognizes the voice as the helmet opens, revealing the person's identity. Sergeant Red greets Kuro, commenting that he's changed so much, he barely recognized him. He then mentions that the boy is far from his quarters. In the Arc Development Center, Red grabs 2 cans from a vending machine and offers one to Kuro, telling him to wait for a car. Kuro accepts the drink and asks if the sergeant isn't angry. The man then asks why he would ask that. Red explains that there's no problem with him discovering the psycho frame, since level 2s aren't allowed to leave Arc. Kuro then realizes they're all considered assets and can't leave until they're incapable of fighting. The sergeant confirms this chillingly. He then declares that people who rage for no reason are just lunatics, making Kuro flinch. Suddenly, an older man materializes behind Kuro. The newcomer asks Red how his test went, and he replies that the psychic ability response rate was excellent. The man then suggests lowering the amount of dragon material in the system to make control much easier. Red then comments that, unlike the first generation, the newer ones can manifest their powers as easily as breathing. The man introduces himself as Charlie Smith, Chief of Team 1. Red introduces him as the legend who designed the Psycho Frame, and Kuro formally introduces himself. Charlie explains that the first generation Psycho Frame was primitive, but the second generation will be the finest equipment. Red comments that the suit was designed for them, since he can barely maneuver it himself, making Kuro realize he'll have to use it. He then imagines the suit facing down hordes of monstrous creatures. The terrifying thought of donning that suit and entering real battles utterly terrifies him. As a car approaches, Red bids farewell to Kuro. The sergeant then asks what will happen to the mainframe he tested earlier. Charlie replies that it'll have to be dismantled and recycled due to the rarity of dragon material. But Red suggests leaving it for now, since you never know if someone might eventually use that suit. The daily routine at Arc begins at 5 in the morning, but Li-Han always wakes up at 4. He meticulously writes down strategies and records his squad mates' abilities, evaluating them objectively. His psychic powers are still below average, and he can't wield the potent telekinesis Instructor Wei told him about, but he discovered an ability that only he, among boys his age, can use. It's absolute precision in using his psychic abilities, allowing him to write, while Kuro and Simon can only turn a pencil into dust. Li-Han knows he can surpass anyone in psychic control. He must train more to refine his precision. His watch beeps, indicating it's time to leave. Li-Han and his squad run together, keeping pace with ease. Other squads also participate in morning training. Dimitri approaches Li-Han and asks, "How was the dimensional rift you saw yesterday?" He replies that there wasn't much to see, but it was very bright and perfect for a date. The dimensional rift is a remnant of the dragon troops. Assault and level 2s were assigned to observe it. Grossman explains that the rift is a place where Earth and another world connected, and the theory is that it influenced the emergence of psychics. He reassures them, saying it will be a good experience, and that there is no danger, since the rift has shown no activity for 10 years. Li-Han asks if psychics feel something strange when approaching it, and Dimitri confirms it's a feeling of dizziness. He then runs off, encouraging everyone to do their best again. The morning sun illuminates the art complex. Li-Han informs his team that they will gather at the helipad at 10 in the morning, and that they have free time after their meal. Jose comments that it feels like they're going on a field trip. The squad leader then dismisses his team. Bei Shin approaches Li-Han and invites him to have breakfast with him. Li Han recognizes him as John, the leader of Squad 10, who feels honored to be remembered. After Silence's defeat, Squad 10 was one of the few that managed to beat Squad 13. John says he learned a lot from Li Han's strategies and wanted a chance to talk, but his colleague says he is nothing compared to him. On the way to their destination, a helicopter flies over the ocean. Major Kong explains that they are headed to Sinju, one of the places where the gates opened, and that North Korea turned the region into a land of the dead. He goes on, explaining that South Korea was forced to accept the refugees, leading to widespread social and financial chaos. Kasim then asks if South Korea is Li Han's homeland, and he confirms it's home for both him and Jijo. As they approach the terrifying dimensional rift, the pilot announces their arrival in Sinju. The helicopter's rear hatch then swings open. Just as they get closer to the rift, Andy and the other cadets feel an immense, crushing pressure emanating from the rift. He feels as though he could be swallowed whole at any moment. All squad members struggle desperately to withstand the raw force emanating from that otherworldly place. Meanwhile, other helicopters also fly in formation around the dimensional rift's volatile area. On the flight back, the squad members complain about the overwhelming exhaustion and the horrible sensation the place inflicted upon them. Li Han quietly watches the shifting landscape through the helicopter window, lost in thought, when he suddenly spots another aircraft flying beside theirs, identifying it as Squad 10. From the window of that other helicopter, John gives a friendly thumbs up. Li Han returns the gesture with a warm smile. Suddenly, a devastating attack strikes Squad 10's aircraft. Li Han watches in utter shock, stunned by what just happened. The aircraft carrying his comrades erupts in a fiery explosion midair. Kato wonders aloud what that blinding light just now was. He hears through the comms that Squad 10 has been completely annihilated. He remembers greeting Jong Jijo for the very first time that morning. Meanwhile, a frantic voice repeatedly calls for Li Han. Grossman roughly grabs him and urgently orders all squad members to parachute out. He warns that their aircraft will crash any moment now, and that he'll contact HQ for immediate reinforcements, telling everyone to hurry. Li Han and his teammates acknowledge the critical order and prepare for the jump immediately. Several squad members swiftly jump from the aircraft. Grosvenor gives the final, urgent command to jump, and Li Han responds affirmatively. He then orders the young boy to gather the squad members on the ground and assume command if the main instructor doesn't show up. But Li Han gets slammed by an attack while trying to confirm his orders. The plummeting aircraft is then struck by a second shot. Grossman lunges, shoving Li Han clear of the blast. Then the aircraft explodes, sending the instructor flying all alone. Li Han keeps plummeting toward the forest below. Li Han remembers the instructor, being consumed by the fiery explosion. He gets tangled in his parachute cords, caught on the branches of a massive tree. The boy then catches his breath, telling himself he needs to stay calm. Li Han says he was trained for this and must find the other squad members. He decides to head toward the rising smoke, assuming it might be a signal from Jose. The boy then draws his combat knife to cut the cords. After freeing himself, he moves carefully through the dense forest. Suddenly, he hears a rustling coming from the bushes. Someone appears from behind him, and Li Han snaps into a combat stance. But it's Jong Jijo, and Li Han asks how he got there. He explains that he saw Li Han jump last, and that in situations like this, they need to regroup with their leader. Li Han then states they need to regroup as fast as possible, surprising Jong Jijo with his sharp judgment. The two run through the forest, marking their trail so they won't get lost. They finally reach the source of the smoke and find the wreckage of an aircraft. Li Han identifies the craft as Unit 2, concluding that Squad 8 must have been aboard. Inside the aircraft, they find the bodies of the other squad members. Jong Jijo reacts in horror at the sight. He says if they hadn't escaped, they would have ended up just like them. Then, Jong Jijo turns and vomits, while Li Han remains completely still. He turns to Li Han, asking if nothing affects him, but the boy replies that it isn't the first time he's seen a corpse, and that they need to hurry. Li Han looks forward with fierce determination. A huge creature suddenly appears, towering over the wreckage of the aircraft. He quickly identifies it, a werewolf, Li Han orders Zhang Jizhou to find something useful inside the aircraft while he distracts the beast, but his companion suggests they flee. He warns that if they turn their backs, they will surely die. They need to kill this creature right here, right now. The werewolf then leaps toward them. Its tail wraps around Li Han's arm. He shouts for Zhang Jizhou to get out of the way. Immediately, his companion throws himself aside. Li Han is dragged by the creature's tail, while Zhang Jizhou runs toward the aircraft. Zhang Jizhou considers just running and making his escape. Then Li Han uses his knife to cut the tail that held him, breaking free. He shouts for Zhang Jizhou to get inside the aircraft. The werewolf charges toward the boy again. A burning branch falls, striking the creature's head, interrupting the attack. The creature then rises and launches a claw strike. Li Han dodges the blow, which slams into a tree right beside him. At the aircraft's entrance, Yung Hyo hesitates, considering using his partner as bait to escape. He then scolds himself, calling himself a loser. Zhang Jizhou decides not to be a coward and runs back into the fight, stating he would never betray his partner. The werewolf prepares to attack Li Han again. Meanwhile, Zhang Jizhou finds a weapon in the wreckage, but realizes there's no ammunition. Li Han notices the tentacle he cut, just regenerated. The creature corners him, and he wonders if this is the end for him. An object is thrown and strikes the werewolf squarely. Li Han watches the creature, standing right in front of him, and calls for Jizhou. Then, Zhang Jizhou appears, holding the weapon's handle. He apologizes to Li Han for being late. The creature turns, now focusing on its new opponent, but the werewolf is hit by a second projectile and recoils. Zhang Jizhou says he knew Li Han would observe his actions and react accordingly. He shouts that he trusted him because he was smart. The creature turns and charges at Zhang Jizhou. Li Han hurls his knife to his companion. Just as the monster closes in, the werewolf slams Zhang Jizhou to the ground. He's pinned helplessly by the creature. Then, the monster bares its fangs, ready to strike. Suddenly, Li Han's knife skewers the creature, halting its attack mid-pounce. Li Han now clutches the completed weapon, which reassembled itself right beneath the werewolf. Zhang Jizhou nervously asks, "Is it dead?" Li Han congratulates him on a job well done. His companion, however, groans that his whole body feels like it's splitting apart. Then, he helps him walk through the forest, saying ARC's rescue unit will arrive elsewhere. Jose and the other squad members wait by a warm campfire. Confidently, Han will spot their smoke. Kosum nods, agreeing that their leader always makes the best decisions. Nearby, two members from another squad remark on the sheer confidence. Squad 13 places in their leader. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes snags everyone's attention, and Jose asks, "Is that Li Han?" But no, it's Squad 9, stumbling out of the dark forest. The group's leader asks if they too got scattered, but Jose denies it. A newcomer explains they suffered an ambush, and only these few managed to survive. Jose then queries if they ran into the werewolf, just as two figures appear from behind them. It is Li Han, supporting Zhang Jizhou. Jose immediately calls out to them. Li Han discloses that there were 3 hunter-type, Elu Tripes, who were controlling the werewolf like a hunting dog. Everyone else panics, realizing they're unarmed and unprepared, wondering if death is upon them. But Li Han turns to face the group and orders them to stay focused. Li Han declares he has a strategy and calls upon everyone's resolve. He explains the rescue team is 5 hours away and that they're going to build a fortress to hold out until then. 2 hours pass, and all preparations were complete. Li Han notes that, being psychics, it was possible. A cadet then questions if leaving the area so illuminated is wise. But another cadet clarifies, reminding them werewolves have night vision. De Simon apruacas Li Han with something he needs to ask. He questions, even if rescue arrives, what will truly happen if that lightning strikes the rescue team? And will they even know about the situation? Li Han counters that they should worry about that after they actually survive, making Del realize Li Han already knew about it. Del reflects on how grim and real these battles are, compared to the competitions he had with his classmates. Then, a menacing presence emerges from the dark forest. All the cadets immediately snap into combat positions. A voice shouts Kuro's name, who instantly activates his ability. A force field expands, powerfully covering the entire fortress. The other cadets are stunned by the sheer intensity of Kuro's ability. One of the lookouts alerts them a beast is approaching. From a 6 o'clock direction, Li Han orders the dart-launching unit to prepare to focus fire on the target. As he advances with Knuth, he instructs everyone to hurl their spears with psychic energy as if pushing them. The unit then launches their projectiles simultaneously. The spears strike the creature directly. Li Han and Simon shout the command for the next attack. The two surge forward, striking the monster with their spears. But Del is hit by one of the creature's tentacles. He's thrown far away, and Li Han shouts his name from the ground. Del tells them not to worry about him. The monster recovers from the attacks, while the archer unit prepares. Immediately, a rain of arrows pelts the creature. Li Han runs and asks Kuro for the next location. Kuro informs him that two beasts are approaching. From the 12 o'clock direction, Li Han orders Jose to ignite the barricades. The two creatures retreat before the wall of flames. Li Han orders them to attack the first beast that crossed the fire. Then, the creature leaps over the flames towards them. And with that, the boy shouts the command to attack. In an instant, several spears pierce the monster midair. The creature crashes into the inferno, unleashing a deafening roar. Li Han then swiftly turns to face the last creature standing. The launcher unit launches another fierce attack. It strikes the monster, but the beast cleverly shields itself with its back. One of the cadets then voices a worried thought. Are we just waiting until we run completely out of spears? Li Han quickly realizes this creature isn't acting irrationally at all. He then tells Zhang Jijo to follow him closely. With a powerful surge, he leaps directly toward the monster. He bellows that he'll force its mouth wide open. The boy then deftly uses his spear to pin one of the creature's writhing tentacles to the ground, leaving the monster's mouth agape. Zhang Jijo seizes the perfect opportunity, plunging his spear deep inside. He yells at the beast, "Shut up and just die." Kuro shouts Zhang Jijo's name, a warning on his lips as Li Han shoves his companion out of the way, taking the brutal hit from the creature's tail in his stead. The monster finally collapses, defeated, and Li Han wonders if that was truly its final, desperate struggle. Zhang Jijo says he's lucky only his clothes were torn. But then, an arrow suddenly pierces him in the chest. Li Han screams his name as Zhang Jijo collapses to the ground. Kuro apologizes regretfully for not being able to prevent absolutely everything, but reassures them it's better to be struck by an arrow than a werewolf, after all. Li Han then sharply asks Kuro to pinpoint the precise location of the Elu hunters, and declares it's time to unleash the surprise. Attack Unit Domingo. Li Han's ultimate trump card prepares to make its move. This elite surprise attack unit is made up of 3 skilled individuals. Li Han had previously explained they would utilize a special floating board to move with incredible speed. Kuro would then use his unique ability to escort them stealthily to the hunter's position. The unit advances swiftly, ambushing the Ilo hunters before they even have a chance to raise a defensive barrier. Domingo swiftly finishes off one of the hunters with a precise knife strike. Completely exhausted, Kuro collapses to his knees and admits he can't use his power any longer. Li Han realizes that everyone has completely expended their strength, and if any more enemies dare to appear, they'll have no choice but to immediately flee. He then gazes intently into the encroaching darkness of the forest. More creatures burst forth from the dense trees. A new pack of werewolves charges fiercely toward the fortress. Li Han and his companions brace themselves for the coming impact. He quickly realizes the creatures are attempting to encircle them, and there must be a leader pulling the strings somewhere. Then, the boy spots something distinctive among their enemies. A werewolf unlike the others. The White Fang steps forward, asserting itself as the pack's leader. The menacing creature fixes its gaze on the cadets, its fangs bared in a chilling display. A sinister, dark substance begins seeping from the ground, ensnaring Li Han's feet, locking him in place. He finds himself completely immobilized. He admits that a crushing feeling of despair is starting to trap him as the White Fan howls. Its chilling command echoes powerfully throughout the forest. Li Han wonders, what on earth should they do now? He then gazes up, his eyes scanning the sky, and spots a set of mysterious lights rapidly approaching. A surge of hope ignites within his eyes. Li-Han violently breaks free from the dark, grasping substance, and shouts with conviction that they can survive. He orders everyone to retrieve their spears immediately, because they only need to endure just a little longer. Kuro emphatically agrees, stating there's just a tiny bit more to hold out for. Kuro braces himself, preparing for the imminent, brutal attack. The pack of werewolves, led by the fearsome White Fang, charges the cadets. Li-Han shouts, "They're coming for us." Then, a massive rescue craft bursts forth from the skies. It fires a container, and the strike slams into the ground, unleashing a massive explosion right in the middle of the pack. The immense shockwave from the explosion sends the cadets reeling backward. A lone soldier, clad in mechanized armor, emerges from the container, stepping triumphantly onto the grisly remains of a werewolf. He declares it an absolute miracle that they managed to survive for so incredibly long. Jose stretches his hand out, reaching for the sunlight. He looks to the sky, murmuring it truly was a miracle. Late, sitingon avan bazida del Simon. Jose comments grimly that half of their troops perished. But we survived, he continues, adding that the psycho-frame technology was absolutely incredible. Jose vividly recalls how the armor's devastating weapon had annihilated the attacking werewolves with shocking ease. But he also remembers that despite the terrifying, chaotic moment, cheers and celebrations filled the air. A joyous uproar for surviving the ordeal. De Simons Gaza Fais on Lithan, who remains uncharacteristically silent amidst the revelry. He seems deeply lost in thought. Ever since their harrowing return from the dimensional rift, the petty rivalries between squads have completely faded. Meanwhile, in the psychiatric ward, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov calls out to Li-Han. He confesses that he used to despise him, but now he's simply relieved to see him alive. Dmitry admits that, just as Li-Han had warned, he wasn't prepared to kill or witness someone die, but he declares that this time, he's finally realized who their true enemies are. Back in his room, Li-Han states to himself that they need to become significantly stronger. Suddenly, a fist presses against the wall of his room, then punches clean through with a single blow. Li-Han spins around, surprised by the brazen intrusion. Through the gaping hole, a holographic message appears, summoning Li-Han to an emergency meeting. He quickly patches up the wall temporarily, but wonders who would break in with such audacity. Li-Han then strides down the corridor, followed by Silence, whom he considers truly unhinged. He turns and asks who called the meeting. Silence types a message onto his wrist communicator, sending it to Sergeant Red. The message tells him to stop bothering him. Li-Han simply agrees, wondering if Silence dislikes him. Because of their last competition, they soon arrive at one of ARC's main buildings. The two walk through the lobby toward the meeting room. John Red turns, asking if they were the ones who called him. Li-Han and Silence approach, where John Red and Del Simon are seated. Silence leans in close to Li-Han. Del Simon remains silently seated. John Red tells him to stop hovering and sit down, warning that this will take a while. In a meeting room, an officer reports that a quarter of Level 2 personnel died in the incident. During the recent training, Alexander Lacour, ARC's head of state, states that they must interrogate the commander, responsible to reveal the full truth. He then informs them that the Supreme Council's final decision was to blame Chief Instructor Groman for everything. John Red and the other officers in the room prepare to discuss the incident. An officer explains that, based on the recordings, the attack appears to have been organized by Elu mages, not just by low-ranking werewolves and hunters. An officer notes this is the first time the Elu mages have appeared since the war, and are even capable of opening portals. He continues, suggesting that the war might happen sooner than the prophecy predicted. Another officer then asks if they shouldn't awaken the Oracle. John Red informs them the only letter remaining for the team's code name is W, giving them a choice between White or Whiskey Del. Simon, Li-Han, and Silence sit together, awaiting the decision. Li-Han and Del are surprised to learn they'll form a temporary squad for special operations. Silence types on his communicator, choosing the option White Del. Simon and Li-Han agree, choosing the same option. John Red then announces the squad's code name will be Whiskey. He leans back comfortably on the sofa, preparing to explain the mission objectives. Meanwhile, Liqueur reflects that, while it would be good to have the Oracle now, a moment might come when they'll need him more urgently. He then turns and asks Sergeant Red's opinion. John Red agrees to wait for the Oracle, but asks for authority to form a team. He states they'll capture the targets alive, to torture them, as it's the easiest method to obtain information. Their mission is to capture the Elu mages in Sinweiju. Octo welcomes the level 2 newcomers, instructing them to first choose their standard dragon weapons. Li Han holds one of the weapons and analyzes it. Then, the spear blade activates, and Octo explains that the material is storing his psychic energy. Del Simon asks if there are other forms, such as a thinner and longer blade. He responds that customized weapons can only be requested at level 3, and Del agrees. Octo then reveals their next piece of equipment. He holds up a small, spherical device. The object instantly begins to float in the air. Leon immediately recognizes it as an airbit. Octo confirms it's the smaller, more compact version, a lighter model with all functions stripped away, solely for personal maneuverability. Leon is shown fully decked out in his tactical gear, activating the device on his back. A man wishes the squad good luck as they sprint toward a waiting helicopter. Their destination, the Shinju Dimensional Rift. To avoid heavy bombardment, they'll trek from there to the operation zone. Then, Simon informs them the operation's name is Mage Hunt. He concludes by stating their goal, capture the target alive, and return. As they advance through the terrain, Li Han defines the search line order, silence, himself and Simon, respectively. John Red questions him about the reason for Li Han's inclusion in this operation. In a flashback, Li Han says that much stronger level 3 members exist, and John agrees if you were only looking at overall combat ability, but he explains from a strategic perspective, the group, led by Li Han, managed to survive without equipment while fighting off hordes of minions. John Red continues, stating this isn't his only strength, since most who return from the Dimensional Rift suffer from severe psychological trauma. He observes that when placed in an irrational environment, like a brutal battlefield, humans are bound to break at some point. John concludes that from that perspective, Li Han is a true monster. He even once thought Li Han was a psychopath. Back in the present, Simon reflects that the only thing Li Han truly lacks is real-life experience. It's precisely for this experience that Sergeant Red selected Simon. And him, a memory flashes. A crowd celebrates Li Han's victory against a formidable level 3 opponent. Del Simon was right in the middle of the group, celebrating their amazing feat in the present. He observes Silence and Li Han closely, each determined to prove their superiority during the mission. The squad leader announces a brief break, and they'll split into 2 separate teams. The group finds itself in a ravaged, destroyed area, located right next to a dense forest. The 2 teams separate, resting among the rubble. Li Han intently observes the forest before him. He remembers the lost members of his squad, the ones who never return from missions, believing their spirits linger somewhere near. Then he turns, seeing Silence on his helmet. Silence adjusts the equipment on his head. Li Han offers to turn his back, suggesting Silence take off the helmet for a moment. But Silence gestures with his hands, clearly refusing the kind offer. His helmet visor displays, "I am not hot," and Li Han simply agrees a moment later. The leader issues a stark warning that normal communication devices won't work beyond this specific point. He informs them they'll switch to his squad's local network as the group enters the woods. Silence moves stealthily through the trees. His interface alerts him to 2 Elu scouts positioned just ahead. The 2 targets are seen drawing closer. The rest of the team points their weapons, but the leader orders them not to shoot. He then asks Silence to handle the situation. Silence rushes forward, attacking both scouts. At once, the message Yendi appears on Silence's helmet, and Li Han comments that his ability is a cheating tool, made for assassination in a rapid simulation. Silence positions himself, crouched in the forest, near one of the scouts. Back to reality, he observes the 2 targets moving through the trees. Then, he prepares to attack the scouts, but a voice asks Silence to wait. Li Han suggests it'd be better to follow them, instead of simply killing them, and Del Simon questions the reason why. He explains his reasoning. Because they are walking toward the rift. With their guard completely down, they're probably returning from a reconnaissance mission. John Reit prizes Li Fansluji and orders Silence to follow them at a distance. Del Simon, clearly frustrated, had only one thing on his mind, ending them. He vows to himself that he'll still defeat Li Han. Silence then sprints off, dashing through the forest. His camera captures the two scouts as they retreat. The group follows closely behind them, to a spot where several figures are gathered. And there it is, the dimensional rift. They immediately spot the Elu mage, their mission's target. The team leader points out the gem on the mage's staff. He then explains that it's a psychic crystal, something they learned about during training. Li Han and Del Simon both react, instantly recognizing the psychic crystal. The leader elaborates, explaining the crystal holds a massive amount of energy. It was likely used to bring down their aircraft. He adds that right now, the object appears to have enough charge for at least one more devastating shot. The opponents are 1 Elu mage and 6 warriors, making a total of 7 enemies. The leader orders all members to regroup with Silence to begin Operation Mage Hunt. He warns that Elu mages can teleport, so therefore, Silence must capture him before the team is spotted. The rest of the group will eliminate the remaining enemies alone, and the leader emphasizes there's no more room for mistakes. Li Han observes the area carefully, questioning what those peculiar things set in front of the altar could be. His eyes activate, sharpening his vision. He then realizes that the objects on the ground are actually bodies among the dead. He recognizes his fallen squad mates. Li Fan screams Kasim's name. Li Han shouts the names of Kasim and Domingo, while someone desperately tries to get his attention. John Red notices Li Han's psychic energy is leaking, wondering why he's acting this way. He knows that if Li Han keeps this up, everyone will be in grave danger, since Elu mages can sense psychic energy. John Red decides there's no other choice. He then orders squad whiskey. Everyone retreat. Silence and Del Simon question the retreat order. John Red quickly approaches Li Han, deciding he'll handle this situation himself. Del Simon Rielausis. The enemies haven't detected them yet. He hopes their energy won't leak any further. But John Red is already preparing to act. He then rushes right for Li Han. Del Simon watches the scene unfold, surprised by the sudden action at that very moment. The Elu mage finally detects their presence. John Red strikes the back of Li Han's neck, just as the mage turns toward the group. Li Fan Kulyepses Unkuncios. On the ground, calling for Sergeant Red. John Red Uds Li Fan, asking if he's finally regained his rationality. On the ground, John Red orders Li Han to assume command. As second in command and quickly, Li Han announces over the radio that they are retreating and requests cover. Li Han helps John Red withdraw from the battlefield. Looking back, Li Han laments the situation. The Elu mage then utters an incantation. His warriors advance under his command. Silence draws his blades and prepares for combat. He clashes his sword with one of the Elu warriors. Silence continues to fight, facing multiple opponents at once. Del Simon quickly joins the fight, blocking the attack of another warrior. He fires an attack at one of the enemies, while another strikes from behind. A warrior throws him to the ground. Del realizes it's too late to react. The enemy corners him, ready to deliver the final blow. The warrior raises his axe and questions if this is the end, but at the last possible moment, a figure appears and blocks the attack. That would have been fatal. Del Simon looks at the wound on his chest. He sees Silas standing over a defeated enemy and wonders how Li Han managed to beat him. The Elu mage shouts a command to his troops. The remaining warriors then retreat toward the dimensional rift. Del Simon asks if they gave up chasing them. As the group approaches, Li Han takes responsibility for the error in strategy. Silence then punches Li Han right in the face. He knocks him to the ground with the force of the blow. Next, Del Simon touches Silence's shoulder and declares, "That's enough, you red-blooded brute." He states that following their original plan is now impossible, as the enemies will surely heighten their vigilance. Li Fan stands up, insisting they must continue with their strategy. Silence grabs Li Han by the head, then strikes him in the face once more. Del Simon yells at Silence, pointing his weapon directly at him. He warns him that Li Han is the commander here, and he won't stand idly by. If this aggression continues, Silence remains completely motionless, while Del Simon grabs him by the shoulder. He then brushes Del's hand away and folds his arms. Del Simon Turnstolithan, reminding him that this entire mess is his fault. He adds that if this new strategy is a bust, they'll retreat, even if they have to beat him senseless. But for now, he'll listen before passing judgment. Admitting that, Li Han is the smartest among the second-year students. Li Han asks them to hear him out, stating that the current overall situation isn't actually bad. Del Simon questions his statement, Li Fan confirms it, and asks what the reason was for ending the strategy. With an intensive surprise attack, Li Fan explains that it was because of the Lulu mage's psychic fire and the concern that he might escape via teleportation. But now, they no longer need to worry about that. Del agrees about the fire, since the mage used up all that remained. But he asks why. Li Han thinks the enemy won't use teleportation. Li Han responds that the cunning, cautious monster didn't escape, even with his life on the line. He continues, saying that the mage tried to annihilate them, even if it consumed the psychic crystal, and then ordered the withdrawal and protection of his soldiers. Li Han concludes that none of that would have happened if the mage could teleport, and that there must be a reason for his inability to leave. The group gathers in a forest clearing. To discuss the plan, Del Simon makes his move. Silence agrees, endorsing Li Han's brilliant strategy. Del Simon urges Li Han to unveil the strategy. He clutches the air bit tightly in his hand. Li Han declares he himself will personally capture the yellow mage. He explains his plan, a lightning-fast surprise attack, launched from the rift's opposite side. Afterward, he tasks them both with drawing the mage's attention. From the front, Li Fan continuas, explaining that the enemy will struggle to detect him as he passes through the rift's churning energy. His own vision, however, will be impaired. Del Simon listens intently. Li Han adds that the same conditions apply to him. What's more, a clear line of sight will be incredibly difficult to secure. He then asks if Del can control the air bit. While enduring the rift's intense, crushing pressure, Li Han warns, a single misstep will inevitably result in death. But he asserts his confidence in his own psychic control. He clarifies he didn't volunteer just to have his errors covered. Li Han concludes, explaining he took the lead because his probability of success is the highest. Si lansakan li observas Li Fan, concluding he's nothing short of a machine. A cold bastard who probably saw his squad mates among the pile of corpses. Del Simon counters that if he truly felt nothing upon seeing that, he couldn't even be considered human. Even with everything going wrong due to his mistake, Li Han still managed to observe the enemy and meticulously planned the next course of action. Once he reaches his designated position, Li Han considers himself lucky for making it in time, fully understanding why Squad 13 trusts him completely. He then deploys several reconnaissance drones. Through the swirling dimensional rift, Li Han walks to the very edge, knowing a single mistake spells imminent death. He activates the air bit clutched in his hand. The 15-minute timer on his wrist hits 0. Li Han braces himself for the attack. The plan begins. Silence and Del Simon advance toward the chaotic battlefield. Li Han then launches himself directly into the rift, boosting his jump with the air bit. He steps onto the device, balancing himself mid-air. On the front lines, Del Simon and Silence charge toward the enemies. The Elu mage turns, fixing his gaze on them. Del Simon realizes even more Elu have appeared, more warriors present. One of the Elu warriors then asks, have all the guards patrolling this area regrouped? Silence advances, striking multiple opponents at once. Del Simon fires his weapon, but the enemy deftly blocks the shots. The Elu warrior is hit and forced to retreat. Another enemy lunges forward, attacking one of the soldiers. Del Simon defends himself against a fierce strike from one of the warriors. He then readies his weapon for another shot. Silence fires a projectile from his wrist device. The attack strikes the Elu warrior's head dead on. Del Simon and Silence prepare for the next wave of enemies. He tells Li Han not to fail their first mission. Manhwa, Li Fan navigates through the interior of the dimensional rift. He feels the same unsettling sensation as before. He balances himself on the air bit, recognizing what is about to come. Li Han encounters the terrifying manifestation of the dragon, of fear within the rift. Li Han tells himself it's just an illusion, ordering himself not to hesitate. As the monstrous creature charges to attack him, then he bites down hard on his own tongue. The young man breaks free from the trance, pushing forward straight through the illusion's gaping mouth. Meanwhile, Del Simon fires at one of the Elu warriors. He then reports that only 2 enemies remain. The remaining warriors position themselves defiantly in front of the mage. Silence explains that they won't advance because they need to protect their mage. Del Simon aims his weapon at them again. The mage reacts, preparing an energy shield. The 2 warriors join him, reinforcing the barrier. Del Simon acknowledges that they saw exactly where his weapon was aiming and created a perfect defense. The mage states that it's a perfect defense. From the front, as a mysterious figure appears behind him, Li Han materializes behind the mage. Poised to strike, he attacks the mage from behind, forcing the staff right out of his hands. The 2 remaining warriors whip around, completely blindsided by the sudden assault. Silence then activates his powerful teleportation ability. He instantly appears behind the 2 warriors and takes them down in a flash. Li Han restrains the mage, injecting a mysterious substance into his neck. He urges the injection to take effect quickly, fearing the enemy might still manage to teleport away. The injected liquid immediately begins to react within the mage's body as the substance rapidly spreads, causing the enemy to start terrifyingly disintegrating. The mage screams in denial as his head horrifically dissolves. Then his entire body explodes in a powerful wave of energy. Li Han laments the grim situation. He observes the devastating aftermath of the explosion. Li Han holds the mage's remains, questioning if their mission truly succeeded. The scene shifts to Ark's remote base, nestled on an island in the middle of the vast ocean. Back at the base, Li Han watches John Red, who is seated with his hand heavily bandaged. John Red grumbles, telling them not to just stand around, staring like dogs who desperately need to pee. John Red tells Li Han to stop apologizing, stating he can simply get a prosthetic and collect disability pay. Li Fan agradece, and John affirms it was the right call to proceed with the plan. He mentions he's finished the report and now needs the details of the captured mage. Li Fan then asks if beings from another world can even be interrogated. John Red explains that at Ark, there's an individual with telepathy, the only one of their kind in the entire world. Just then, Silence appears in the doorway. John invites him in, saying they've just finished up. Silence approaches and asks through his device if John is feeling well. John Red jokes that he was considering a diet, but now he doesn't need to anymore, since his body is a bit lighter. Li Han reacts, surprised to notice that Silence is actually laughing. The 2 continue laughing together. He observes the scene, finding it hard to believe that Sergeant Red is one of the few people capable of making Silence talk. John then silently dismisses them, calling them old man and fake ninja. He declares he'll reminisce about his lost leg and sink into profound thoughts. Once outside, Silence sends a message, apologizing for hitting him, claiming he would have done the same. Li Han replies that he deserved it for endangering everyone, but Silent concludes he's overcome the situation and now understands Sergeant Red's high expectations. As they walk, Li Han comments that he doesn't think Sergeant Red can tell what he actually likes from what he dislikes. He adds that regardless, the sergeant still intimidates them. Upon reaching a fork, Li Han says goodbye to Silent. The 2 wave goodbye to each other. Li Han then starts walking away, but Silent remains completely still. The boy turns for a moment before continuing on his path. Silent then sends him a message, telling him to work hard and join level 3 soon. Soon, a memory flashes, showing a conversation with Del Simon about the rift pressure and air bit control. Del had warned him that even a single mistake would be fatal, but Li Han stated he had full confidence in his psychic control ability. Li Fan rakais, saying that he wasn't volunteering just to cover up his mistake. He did it because he was the most likely one to succeed in the mission. A private jet touches down on a runway, and a group of people disembarks. Several visitors of different nationalities walk across the airstrip. One of the visitors, Inspector James Rue from the United States, loosens his tie and gripes about the sweltering heat. They're greeted by a welcoming team right on the runway. An officer is then informed of the inspection committee's arrival and immediately orders that they be safely escorted to the conference room. 3 soldiers salute the committee, thanking them for coming. They're informed they'll be escorted and will receive communication devices. with a guide map installed. A soldier then offers to accompany Inspector James Rue, but he insists the device alone is enough. He turns, declaring he'll handle this himself, given that inspectors wield such authority. The soldier grudgingly agrees. As James Rue starts to walk away, suddenly, the inspector stops dead in his tracks, which catches the soldier off guard. He turns, a wide smile spreading across his face, and asks, "Where's that bastard, Lee Han?" James Rue tracks down Squad 13, offering them a handful of candy. He says he's giving them treats, because they're just like his nephews. Lee Han informs him they need to continue their training, and the inspector agrees not to bother them further. Lee Han orders everyone to gear up and head to the shooting range, while Inspector James Rue recognizes him. James Rue recalls that, based on his level 1 data, he was nothing special, but he shot to fame for his achievements. He then waits outside the shooting range. The man stretches against the fence. James complains there's been no real competition since the Rift incident, and, while others rest, that squad trains relentlessly. He keeps observing their training through the fence. Then, the squad exits the area, and the inspector wonders if they're done. The leader announces that everyone's heading to the weapons facility. James Rue watches them leave, commenting, "They're really persistent bastards." The scene shifts to the training gym. Lee Han approaches Kuro, saying that today he will train with him. Kuro reacts to the news. Lee Han instructs him to take position for combat. Kuro wonders why Lee Han wants to fight him. He realizes that this doesn't seem like normal training. Lee Han explains that in the dimensional rift, he learned something incredibly important. He states that it's impossible to fight using only psychic abilities, so Kuro needs to become a complete fighter. Kuro may have been weak in level 1, but now that their bodies have transcended, everything comes down to mental capability. Then, Lee Han moves in for the attack and warns that he's coming for Kuro. Kuro reacts instantly to the rapid advance. Lee Han unleashes a flurry of strikes with his staff. Kuro, however, accurately predicts his every move. He expertly blocks the strike with his staff. Kuro braces himself firmly on the ground, ready for whatever comes next. He then masterfully blocks multiple simultaneous attacks. Lee Han relentlessly presses his assault, delivering a relentless sequence of blows. Kuro gasps, saying it's suffocating, feeling like he's about to die. Meanwhile, Lee Han keenly observes him. The two then clash their staffs, locked in a tense stalemate. Lee Han informs him that even with premonition, he can't win by just defending. He then commands Kuro to try attacking. Kuro, surprised, questions the order. Kuro pants heavily, exhausted from the exchange. He then clenches his teeth tight, bracing for his next move. With a powerful shout, he charges forward, attacking fiercely with his staff. Lee Han calmly observes his opponent strike, but the attack completely misses its target, and Kuro loses his staff. Lee Han instructs him, "Attack with your eyes open, and grip your spear more firmly." Kuro quickly apologizes for his mistake. Then, Lee Han challenges him to attack with everything he has. The order completely surprises Kuro. Jose and Nuth Mayer react to Lee Han's words. The two fighters take their positions once more. At the center of the gym, Kuro steels himself for the new confrontation. Lee Han warns that from now on, he will attack with everything he has, and Kuro must do the same. The other members comment that, if they judged by weapon handling alone, Lee Han would win, but with psychic abilities. The result is uncertain. Lee Han asks, "What's the problem? Are you worried about getting hurt?" This irritates Kuro. He admits that he honestly doesn't know why Lee Han is acting this way, and apologizes, but he states he's sure there's a reason, simply because it's him. Then, Kuro declares he will do exactly what was asked. Suddenly, multiple spears fly and swirl around him, because he completely trusts Lee Han. Wei Chen then asks Lee Han what brings him to his doorstep today. He offers him some oolong tea, inviting him to give it a try. Lee Han sips the drink and thanks him warmly, declaring it absolutely delicious. Wei Chen finds Lee Han's reaction quite adorable, and comments on how nice it is when they can just act like people their age. Lee Han then explains that he actually came here because he's deeply worried about Kuro. Wei Chen repeats Kuro's name aloud, surprised by the sudden reason for the visit. The boy then reveals his grave concern, explaining that Kuro hesitates when it's time to attack, and that this hesitation could cost him his life someday. Yajin then steps in to explain that humans adjust their psychological distance based on the type of weapons they're given, and Li Han immediately questions the term. Yajin clarifies for him that it's essentially the resistance to harming others, which is incredibly difficult even for soldiers in close combat. But ironically, they can easily kill civilians using a remote detonator. Li Han states that it's far too brutal for Kuro to kill under command, and he seems to desperately need an opportunity. Wei Chun then shrewdly suggests that it should be just like on the deserted island, when Kuro acted because he had complete faith in Li Han. Back in the gym, meanwhile, Kuro finds himself completely surrounded by dozens of floating spears. Li Han opens his jacket, understanding now what psychological distance truly means. Jose and Nuthmeyer intently observe the intense scene, commenting that Kuro seems to have absolutely no middle ground, and wondering if they should intervene and stop them. James Rue watches the unfolding fight from afar, and wonders if this is truly the power of a rank A. Li Han admits that Kuro's ability is truly incredible, but also very characteristic of his unique self. Nuthmeyer then shrewdly comments that Kuro can perfectly predict Li Han's every movement, and Jose adds that it will be utterly impossible to approach without immediately being hit. Kuro then launches one of his spears directly in Li Han's direction. Li Han narrowly manages to dodge the swift attack. He then realizes that even when launched with sheer telekinesis, the spear still packs the same devastating level of power as when Kuro throws it directly himself. Jose can't help but question, will Li Han have to parry the attacks instead of just dodging? Meanwhile, Nuthmeyer responds that it's not something just anyone can do. Li Fang clearly provoca, asks if he's trying to belittle him for only launching one spear. He challenges, will you be able to launch them all? By the end of the day, Kuro reacts to his provocation, but Li Han reminds him that, eventually, he'll have to attack him with the spear in his hand. Then he advances to attack Kuro directly, but the attack is intercepted by one of the floating spears. Li Han warns him that there aren't many floating weapons left. With a shout, Kuro prepares for the final attack. He jumps into the air and launches all his remaining spears at once. Li Han uses his jacket as a shield, managing to block all the spears at once. The impact of the attacks throws him backward. Nuthmeyer and Jose are stunned to see he used telekinesis on his jacket, and Li Han shouts for Kuro to extend his spear. The two approach one another rapidly. Li Han breaks Kuro's staff with his bare hands. He then stands face to face with his opponent. Li Fan fleeks Kuro's fureur. He praises him for keeping his eyes open during the attack. Then he squeezes Kuro's hand firmly. Jose and Nuthmeyer call him a bloodless, tearless battle machine, while Li Han says that Kuro is too soft. He asks why Kuro aimed at his body when throwing the weapons, saying it would have been harder to avoid if he had aimed randomly. Kuro replies that he couldn't risk hitting his head by mistake, and Li Han simply laments his response. James Rue observes the scene, concluding that Li Han is far beyond the rumors, and that he can tell him what Ark isn't telling them. He then approaches the group and asks for a moment of their time. James Rue approaches and calls out to Li Han. The boy asks if he is referring to what happened in the dimensional rift. Li Han states that he has already sent everything. He knows the details are in his report, but James Ryu insists on hearing about his actions directly. The inspector invites him to sit, telling him to get ready. He then reveals he possesses a special ability, enhanced through infinite concordance. This ability is called super reaction, and it's not psychic in nature. He explains that if he agrees with someone, at a crucial moment, they'll feel good. This can cause the person to reveal information they didn't intend to, and he demonstrates an exaggerated reaction of agreement. James Ryu gets close to Li Han, enthusiastically asking what happened next. The boy becomes confused, asking what he means by what happened next. The inspector realizes that was all the information in the report, asking if there's nothing more to the story. Li Fan confirms all other details are in the report, leaving James Ryu frustrated by his cunning. He then says goodbye, saying he'll go train a bit more, and walks away. Li Han reflects that he received orders to keep his mouth shut about squad whiskey, and that Inspector Ryu will get nothing out of him. As the boy walks away, James Ryu takes out his phone and makes a call. On the phone, James Ryu asks them to check if Li Han has been at Ark since the Dimensional Rift incident. Meanwhile, Li Han and his squad are in their morning training. Other squad members run right behind him, the whole group exercises together on the track. They keep the running pace in sync. Dmitri runs with great intensity. He approaches Li Han to greet him, and Li Han comments on his usual energy. Dmitri responds that he needs to keep himself busy at any cost. He then points to an inspector from Russia, who is observing the training. Dmitri says that the man bothered them for days, saying that they need to fight for their nation. After the war, Li Han questions what they would fight against, and Dmitri reveals that arc will be dissolved when the war ends. The group keeps pushing forward on the track, their faces set in grim determination. Dmitri's voice rings out to Li Han again. He reveals the chilling truth. The higher-ups aim to spark a war. Their goal, world domination, once the dragons are vanquished. Li Han is left utterly reeling from the shocking news. Over in the training room, Jose fiercely swings his staff, pouring all his might into each powerful strike. Then, Kuro bursts in a lightning-fast motion, masterfully twirling his deadly weapon. Yet Li Han merely observes his fellow cadets, holding his perfect combat stance and patiently anticipating the perfect moment to strike. Turns out, all the cadets are engaged in a grueling, high-stakes group training session. Li Han ponders to himself, grappling with the difficulty of understanding recent events. We're swept into a flashback, where even after triumphing over their most formidable enemy, peace, shockingly, did not endure. For humanity still faced a long, arduous fight, as fresh dangers arose from the chaos that followed. Returning to the present day, a mysterious man storms into the academy, furious, shouting that he's finally got his hands on Li Han. He begins to loudly proclaim he knows. Li Han vanished ever since the Shinjuku incident, and with this accusation, he charges the boy with participating in a clandestine mission. From that time, the man then boldly declares he'll transform his powerful suspicions into undeniable evidence. Today, flanked by 2 imposing security guards, he boasts he won't hesitate to scare him a little, to extract the truth he seeks. The other cadets tense, alerted by the sudden commotion, as one of them sends a furious glare Li Han's way. But in an instant, the man's face contorts into pure shock, completely bewildered by what just transpired. Faster than thought, Li Han materializes behind him and seizes him, sending a jolt of pure terror through the man. The 2 guards instantly pull out their weapons, poised to fire at the boy, but then a cadet activates his power, effortlessly disassembling the guns right in midair. The guards clutch their hands, reeling from terrible pain, screaming, completely bewildered by the unseen attack. Li Han then gravely informs the stunned man that he's taking him into immediate protection. He clarifies he was merely following orders. But the inspector furiously continues to demand, suddenly demanding to know the reason why. The boy glances to the side, almost as if he's anticipating something. With a grave expression, he reveals this is an enemy attack. This revelation shocks the inspector as an alert message pops up, making him realize a traitor lurks among them. Li Han then orders Jose to keep an eye on the inspector, while Jiaiho and Knuth retrieve the weapons. The white-haired cadet looks utterly confused, asking if the enemies are the dreaded Elu monsters. But Li Han replies, his voice chillingly cold. This time, the enemies are human. The scene shifts, and the invaders are already bound and tied. As the cadets receive their ammunition, now fully equipped with rifles, the young warriors prepare for the brutal fight ahead. Looking at his device, he then asks, how many targets can each of us protect on our own? Kuro, Dmitri, and Del quickly answer, revealing that together they can protect 12 people. The inspector observes everything intently, pondering how the others accept Li Han as their leader. Without question, with a clear plan in mind, Li Han orders everyone to regroup. At the 4th battlefield, the entire squad then springs into action, taking the prisoners along with them. Along the way, he asks the inspector if he knows anything about these enemies. Li Han admits he doesn't believe the inspector is the traitor, since he seemed to recognize the alert message. The man then reveals the name of the ruthless group that attacked them, calling them the Purists. Jose is baffled by the name, and the inspector confirms that's what they call themselves. It's then explained that this fanatical group wants to kill all psychics because they don't consider them truly human. Del is outraged, but the man calmly explains they blame psychics for the coming dragon invasion. Their insane belief is that the dragons will disappear. if there are no psychics left on Earth. But at that critical moment, several enemy helicopters appear, completely encircling the Ark Academy. One of the terrorists shouts menacingly from above, proclaiming, "He's found the monsters who dare go against Providence." And immediately after, multiple shots are fired at high speed. The base's defenses instantly activate, blasting the enemies with a powerful, precise strike. The base's defenses keep firing relentlessly, destroying several helicopters mid-flight. But an explosion erupts near the ground, and Allied soldiers begin their advance. However, the enemy attack continues with full force, with dozens of soldiers pouring in. Lee Han realizes the battle is closing in fast, so he needs to act swiftly. He turns his head, as if he heard something crucial from afar. An overhead view reveals a crashed helicopter, and the smoke draws the group's attention. One of the cadets reports that the enemy aircraft made a forced landing nearby. Lee Han asks Dell if he could tell how many enemies were on board the craft. He explains that he wanted to avoid the battlefield, to avoid combat, but now that he understands there's no way to escape the impending confrontation. At that, he tells everyone that they need to prepare for what they must do next. With a dark look, he says, what they need to do is assassinate. The scene shifts, and we see ARC soldiers being brutally eliminated by the terrorists. Despite all their bravery, the base's troops seem to be no match for the attack. The enemy shows no mercy, finishing off soldiers already on the ground. The firefight begins in earnest, with terrorists spraying bullets everywhere without pity. An ARC soldier is hit head-on, thrown back by the force of the shot. With a look of pure hatred, the fanatic screams, "Earth belongs to humans." Lee Han repeats with a dark look, what they need to do now is murder. The cadets and the inspector grow anxious, analyzing the tense situation that has formed. The inspector then thinks that most of the prisoners will be useless, with one exception. With that, Lee Han calls Knut, telling him that the two of them need to go on ahead. As the two walk away, the inspector explains that these guys are stronger than the purists. He warns that the crucial difference is that these opponents are seasoned veterans when it comes to killing. The scene abruptly changes, and now Lee Han and Nuth are running armed through a hallway inside the base. A worried Nuth asks his partner if he's truly going to be okay with this. He tries to calm himself down, saying he'll pretend they're deer so he can shoot them. Lee Han then falls silent for a moment, as this triggers a painful memory for him. The scene shifts to a flashback in Seoul, Korea, showing two people frantically running. Someone shouts from a distance, telling the bastard to stop running right now. We then see it was a younger Lee Han, fleeing desperately. The sound of a train's signal starts to blare, making the atmosphere even more tense. But despite the looming danger, Lee Han keeps running without looking back. Suddenly, young Lee Han is grabbed from behind. It's revealed that a train was coming at high speed, directly towards them at that moment. Lee Han kicks the man in the face to break free, pushing him into the train's path and killing him. Lee Han then rolls on the ground, not quite understanding what had just happened. Completely terrified, the boy starts to cry in despair. In the pouring rain, the scene returns to the present, with Lee Han and Nuth observing the destruction at the base. Lee Han then gets ready to act, and the two hide, waiting for the enemy. With his plan firmly in mind, he activates a flash grenade he was holding. Then he throws his jacket to attract the attention of the approaching terrorist. The tactic works, and the enemy shoots nonstop. Thinking he hit someone, the terrorist is confused, wondering what he just shot at. But then the grenade explodes, releasing a blue light that blinds nearby enemies. Nuth seizes the chance and shoots the terrorist, who drops dead. Another terrorist prepares to retaliate, cursing with rage for being tricked, but he ends up taking a clean headshot. Lee Han was already aiming, providing cover for his friend, staring at the man's lifeless body on the ground. Kenneth is utterly rattled by the grim situation. He then cautiously approaches the terrorist, muttering that he has to be sure it's over for good. His face drenched in a cold sweat, he stares down at the man, who gazes back at him in pure terror. He inwardly commands himself to open his eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he fires the final, decisive shot, ending the struggle then and there. Lee Han emerges from behind, noticing the state of shock that has consumed Kenneth. but Kenneth simply replies that he's fine, despite the grim, haunted look on his face. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the rest of the group, waiting anxiously amidst the battlefield. The white-haired cadet thinks to himself. The inspector looks utterly pathetic, staring into space with his hands still tied. The inspector suddenly warns they're coming, leaving everyone bewildered. The young boy then panics, thinking that if they don't shoot first, they're all going to die. The inspector continues to stare intently upwards, anticipating what was about to arrive. Suddenly, a terrorist appears out of nowhere, and the inspector yells for everyone to get down. Immediately, the white-haired cadet and Jose panic at the enemy's surprise attack. At that moment, one of the boys tries to grab his weapon, but the inspector swiftly snatches the gun from the cadet. He immediately fires back, taking down the terrorist with a sudden burst of gunfire. The boy is in utter shock, realizing the man just took his weapon. But the danger isn't over yet, as another enemy appears at the door. Already aiming at them, the psychic cadet reacts quickly, creating an impenetrable energy shield to protect the group. With the cover provided, the inspector shoots again, eliminating the second terrorist who had appeared. He then asks if that was all of them, and the boy says yes, still impressed by his own powers. Just then, Lee Han and Kenneth come running, asking if everyone is okay here. The inspector then tells the psychic cadet that he's a very smart kid and has already cleverly figured out the entire situation. Lee Han just nods, agreeing with the inspector's assessment. He then tells everyone they need to keep pushing forward. Nonstop, they push forward, but suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the area. Amidst the raging inferno, the terrorist leader takes in the devastation he just wrought. He observes the blast has conveniently cleared the way, declaring, "The rat's hole has finally opened." With that, he lifts his weapon high and barks an order to his soldiers. "Finish them all." The terrorist leader then bellows. That arc is deceiving the entire world with their lies. His eyes burning with hatred, he proclaims, "The dragons will no longer invade Earth." He accuses Ark of exploiting psychics to dominate the entire human race. The villain then commands his soldiers to begin the purification, all in the name of humanity. The scene shifts to battlefield number 4, where the cadets were originally deployed, eagerly awaiting further orders from their leader. Lee Han is then informed that all the level 2 cadets have been successfully gathered. Suddenly, one of the inspectors snaps, yelling, "They'll pay dearly for this." But before he can even finish his defiant sentence, the inspector is violently grabbed by the neck. It's Simon, who furiously snarls at the old man to shut up, his eyes glowing with pure rage, threatening to kill him. He screams that one of the inspectors is the traitor. He continues, explaining that because of this betrayal, he was tragically forced to take a life. The boy trembles, consumed by an unfamiliar hatred, having never felt anything so utterly disgusting in his entire life before. But then, Lee Han decisively steps into the fray, ordering Simon to stop at once. Simon then calms, securing the other inspectors, along with the existing prisoners. The main trio then prepares to push forward, following leader Lee Han's strategic plan. Jose is utterly surprised, wondering how the infamous Simon could obey an order so easily. The scene cuts to the level 1 training facility, now under brutal enemy attack. Inside, a grim pool of blood stains the floor, revealing the situation has turned truly ugly. We then see that way Chun, despite being severely injured, he took down one of the terrorists with his bare hands. The instructor bravely defeated several enemies, all while protecting the younger cadets. But eventually, the pain from his wounds catches up to him, clutching his injured arm tight. Just then, he manages to send an urgent message through his communicator, sending crucial intel directly to Lee Han. Armed with this info, Lee Han and his squad sprint as fast as they can. He instantly understands. These bastards are targeting the level 1 cadets. Wei Chun reports back that the only ones capable of stopping them are the level 2 cadets. With his last bit of strength, he declares he's entrusting this critical mission to Lee Han. The group knows if they're too late, it'll be the end for their comrades. The scene cuts to a soldier being gunned down, revealing the massacre has already begun. The terrorists then corner another instructor, gunning him down without mercy. Their leader just watches from a distance, finding the whole situation utterly irritating. He complains about the shelter's complicated layout, which makes it difficult for his men to invade. Just then, one of his squads finally finds a door, reporting the discovery over the radio. Meanwhile, the other terrorist team prepares for battle. Outside, the two groups finally clash, with the cadets charging head-on toward the enemy. Li-Han shouts that there's no more time, and they're going to fight head-on. He asks Simon if he can block the shots, since the enemies aren't using heavy weapons. Simon shouts back, promising he'll show them something new, and to fire on his signal. Li-Han orders Simon to take point, telling everyone to gather right behind him. The terrorists open fire, but the cadets keep advancing without a shred of fear. Using his power, Simon manifests several energy barriers that instantly block all the shots, his eyes glowing with raw power. He screams with all his might for them to fire. In response, a powerful wave of psychic energy is unleashed, rushing straight towards the enemies. The terrorists are hit head-on, blasted back by the sheer power of that attack. The terrorist is utterly terror-stricken by the incredible power. He's left dumbfounded, wondering what the hell was that. With that opening, the other cadets unleash a relentless, non-stop barrage, showering bullets on the enemies already fallen to the ground. The terrorist glares daggers at the young cadets. Spitting curses, he calls them monstrous bastards. With his dying breath, he rasps that they should truly be eradicated from the world. But this pushes Nuth over the edge, absolutely enraging him. He screams, you are the real monsters. But Li-Han quickly steps in to calm him down, reminding him that enemies are still lurking inside the base. He then turns to face the other cadets, the very ones he personally chose for this critical mission. Li-Han explains that he specifically formed this task force because he believed they all shared a similar connection. With a serious, resolute look on his face, he prepares to issue the most crucial order of them all. He felt it deep in his bones, the dire consequences of letting emotions take over. Therefore, he warns them to either control their raw emotions, or the entire task force will face utter failure. Li-Han quickly sketches out the plan in the dirt, affirming that they know the terrain best. With the strategy now set, he orders the squad leaders to move out with their teams. The cadets then swiftly split into smaller groups, following Li-Han's orders to the letter. But suddenly, Dmitri pivots and turns around, seemingly with a different, urgent goal in mind. He quickly asks Li-Han for permission, saying he needs to take care of something right away. The leader agrees without hesitation, so Dmitri sprints off to confirm his burning suspicion. The scene then shifts abruptly to the psychiatric ward, showing a haunting close-up of a room's door inside. Multiple bloodied bodies already litter the cold hallway floor. Just then, Dmitri crashes on his scene. His face contorts, filling with immense, burning rage. He then comes face to face with the vile traitor, who was in the very midst of this sickening massacre. The long-haired man slowly turns. Recognizing Dmitri, he asks, "What are you doing here?" Dmitri yells at him, declaring he's holding an ally, and fiercely tells him to snap out of it. But the traitor chillingly questions if Ark is truly on their side. Grabbing the hostage, he begins to explain that by their third year, cadets are thrust into real battles. It's revealed he was utterly overcome by fear, believing he could never defeat the enemy. Dmitri thinks about the dragon's fear. As the traitor reveals, Ark sends them to fight it. He explains that to Ark they're simply disposable, and he's one of the cadets who broke. He then reveals they tried to recycle him, locking him up to inject mind control drugs. The traitor says it's not worth protecting a humanity that acts so cruelly. The man just laughs, showing he had already lost all faith in the organization. But Dmitri replies that he doesn't like Ark either, but he has a family to protect. With his eyes glowing, he yells that first he'll finish the dragon, and then the bastards. The scene changes, and a map shows Alpha Team has been defeated, and the enemies are heading to Delta. On the radar, we see the green dots of the cadets, and the red dots of the enemies. Closing in, a terrorist then loads his grenade launcher, saying he'll kill them all at once. The tactical map shows the enemies are almost upon the cadets' squad. Meanwhile, Li-Han's group pushes forward, wondering how the enemy found this place. Li-Han then concludes that, as expected, the only explanation is a traitor among the proctors. But he suddenly stops everyone, warning them that what's ahead is a trap. Seeing the grenade, he wonders if he should have brought Kuro with them. One of the terrorists then peeks through the door, preparing for the final attack. Just then, he and his squad find a shelter, saying they finally found them. The leader orders them to eliminate everyone, but a soldier hesitates to shoot at children. But the chief tells him to forget pity, because those monsters will dominate the future. The soldier is terrified by the order, thinking that this is an insane massacre. Losing patience, another terrorist shoots the soldier, who questioned the order to kill. The leader then says they just do what's necessary. Without a second thought, a loud gunshot explodes. Li-Han is completely stunned by it all. He screams out in pure despair, as Knuth threw himself right in front of him and took the hit. He drags his wounded friend away, while the rest of the squad tries to provide cover. Li-Han yells for Simon to go ahead, and the group retreats to save their friend. The two then bolt down the hallway, trying to escape the enemy's relentless hail of bullets. But as they turn a corner, they come face to face with even more terrorists, ready to attack. One of them aims a grenade launcher, firing a projectile straight at them. Simon panics, knowing he won't have time to create a barrier. Li-Han realizes a barrier won't be enough, and his eyes glow with raw power. Using his telekinesis, he reaches out his hand, attempting to halt the grenade. In midair, he concentrates, visualizing his own hand, grabbing the incoming projectile. With the grenade now under his complete control, he prepares to send the present right back, and without wasting a single moment, he hurls the explosive back at the enemy. With all his might, the grenade explodes right in the terrorists' faces, and they scream from the blast's devastating impact. Smoke from the explosion fills the hallway, but the squad manages to escape unharmed. Li-Han takes the chance to fire, making sure no enemies are left standing. A fallen terrorist communicator starts beeping, drawing his attention. A radio message then comes through the device from a contact named EZ. The voice announces that Center A has been cleared, leaving Li-Han deeply concerned by the information. They then announce over the radio that they're heading to Center D. Back to the fight. Dmitri is sent flying. He then charges full force at the traitor, preparing a mid-air strike. While charges at Dmitri with everything he's got. Dmitri takes another brutal punch, spitting blood from the heavy impact. But he asks if he still doesn't grasp the situation. After all this, he explains, there's an opponent they can never hope to defeat, no matter what they try. He then attacks with his energy blade, aiming to end the fight right then and there. But Dmitri activates his power, crushing the spear with his body-strengthening ability. He then exclaims, he can't understand how he lost to a coward like him. The scene cuts back to Nuff, who's in the hallway, badly injured from the last attack. We then see a lonely boy at sea, seemingly undergoing some kind of test. Jose comments to Li-Han about a talented guy from Class B. They need, but the reality is he's not meeting any of their expectations, which is an absolute disgrace. Li-Han then tells Nuff he can't send any help, asking him to wait there alone. A wounded Nuff is left behind, watching the rest of the squad run down the hall. He then bites his lip hard, frustrated that he can't help his comrades. The scene changes, and we're back to battlefield number 4, where the intense fight continues. Hidden in the forest, the terrorists fire nonstop at the cadets. Then one of the enemies seizes the chance to throw a grenade right into the middle of the group. One of the boys spots the danger and yells, warning that a grenade is incoming. But then Kuro uses his power, his eyes and hands glowing with blue energy. With his ability, he creates a portal in the air that swallows the grenade and detonates it. The terrorists get nervous, complaining that their weapons aren't working and reinforcements aren't arriving. Their leader then worries, knowing that ARC reinforcements will arrive soon. A cadet then realizes Li-Han's plan was just to hold off the enemies until help arrived. Far away, an enemy soldier tries to open a metal door with a tool. Suddenly, the leader gets a warning. The enemies are coming through the shortest route. The tactical map reveals that Delta Team has been utterly decimated in battle. The terrorist leader muses that, despite their youth, their bodies are far from human. He realizes they never even panicked, even after witnessing such a gruesome massacre. Seizing this crucial opportunity, Li-Han charges ahead, leading his squad's advance. The entire group moves in a tight tactical formation, following their leader through the crumbling hallway. but he suddenly brings everyone to a halt. Upon seeing the enemy's location on his map, it's revealed that the Easy Squad was already lying in wait. They were primed for the coming fight. The two teams then clash, with Li Han's group facing a clear terrain disadvantage. With a grimace on his wounded face, he turns to his team and begins explaining the attack plan. The scene shifts, revealing an incoming airstrike, with multiple missiles raining down from the sky. A massive explosion erupte, signaling that reinforcements have finally arrived to lend a hand. Then, an even more massive missile plummets at high speed, heading directly for the heart of the battlefield. It's revealed that an unmanned bomber plane is providing crucial air support. The aircraft then repositions, soaring towards battlefield number 4. Li Han lays out his strategy, stating he'll navigate through the ventilation ducts. He'll breach the room ahead of them, allowing him to attack the enemy from the rear. Simon immediately questions the plan, arguing the risk of death on this mission is far too high, that they don't have time to consider another way. Just then, Nuth abruptly appears, proclaiming he believes he can be useful here. He reveals his leg is already fully healed, leaving everyone utterly surprised. Simon remarks that the healing ability really suits him, and Nuth graciously accepts the compliment. So Nuth makes his entry into the ventilation duct, which was much wider than he'd anticipated. Even so, he's incredibly nervous about the mission, breaking into a cold sweat inside the tight space. Li Han explains that he and Simon will go first. It's time to strike as Nuth draws their attention. Plan locked in, the boy cautiously peeks around the corner. He's just waiting for that perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a startling sound echoes from the ceiling above. It instantly snags the attention of the terrorists below. One of the enemies immediately screams out, "There's something moving up there." He orders everyone to open fire. Li Han shouts to Simon, "It's time to make our move." The duo then sprints headlong down the hallway. As their foes are completely distracted by the assault, the terrorists unleash a relentless barrage at the ceiling, attempting to blast whatever made that sound, creating an opening. Li Han retaliates, fighting back with every ounce of his strength, and scores a devastating direct hit on one of their enemies. One of the terrorists quickly opens fire in return, but Simon is already poised and ready to defend. Unleashing his psychic power against the incoming assault, he instantly manifests a powerful energy barrier, which effortlessly blocks every single shot fired. Soudainement, a massive explosion reconnaît. One of the remaining terrorists quickly reports that they've been successfully dealt with. But the danger, however, is far from over. As the door slowly creaks open, the leader asks, "Is the path finally clear?" He then bellows at his squad to charge straight in. They open fire in all directions, but Li Han won't let them pass. He roars, telling everyone to get moving. Through the thick, swirling smoke, Nuth suddenly materializes on the ground below, covered in blood and looking completely powerless. The two glance back, gravely concerned about Nuth's state. But then, unexpectedly, a dark green energy begins to powerfully emanate from his body, as his battered face miraculously starts to heal. He snarls, "Where do you bastards think you're going?" He declares he's absolutely sick of always getting hurt, and constantly being dead weight for the team. He then roars, "This is absolutely incredible. A healing factor truly has to be this potent." Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the bomber plane finally arrives, ready to provide air support. But Kuro stares down, terrified by a crimson energy that materializes out of nowhere. Jose grows increasingly desperate, screaming Kuro's name as he suddenly collapses to the ground. Then, the boy's eyes begin to glow an intense, fiery red, unleashing a truly frightening surge of energy. And that crimson energy surges powerfully into the sky, seizing complete control of the bomber plane. Instantly, a gigantic bomb halts in midair, hovering ominously right above everyone's heads. Kuro's thoughts immediately turn to Li Han. A wave of relief washes over him that Li Han isn't here to see this. and in the very next instant, a massive red explosion obliterates the entire battlefield. The bomber plane then unleashes a relentless barrage of missiles, wiping out everything in its path below. The group watches the devastating attack in a panic, wondering if this is truly a full-blown bombing run. The inspectors descend into utter panic, screaming that they're all going to die right here, right now. But Kuro, however, just stares up at the sky, his eyes glowing in a strange, otherworldly way. In a flashback, we're shown that life at ARC was brutally tough and jam-packed with grueling training. All the cadets endured immense hardships, forced to constantly push past their limits. But Kuro thanks Li-Han, because he didn't want to go back to his old life. Back in the present, Kuro looks up, determined to do something about this. He thinks to himself that it's a good thing. Li-Han isn't here to see what's about to happen. With a tear in his eye, he tells himself his friend can't die like this. He remembers that Li-Han would never give up, and is instantly filled with a new courage. With that, Kuro unleashes an immense power, and his eyes glow with vibrant blue energy. His aura then soars straight into the sky, preparing to intercept the falling missile. One of the inspectors stands there utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape, asking in fear what that thing in the sky even is. Just then, a giant hand of energy materializes, surprising everyone with its sudden, massive appearance. With his energy hand, Kuro successfully halts the barrage of missiles in midair. The force is so immense that the projectiles begin to shatter and crumble in the sky, and then a fiery explosion lights up everything, clearly showing the boys' incredible power. The inspectors are absolutely shocked, as they've never seen anyone project psychic energy like that. One of them despairs, saying they're monsters that shouldn't exist. In an act of pure madness, he pulls out a gun, thinking of taking out at least one of them. The man then takes aim directly at Kuro, who is utterly exhausted and has his back turned after the intense attack. Meanwhile, Li-Han frantically tries to rouse Nuth, who's sprawled on the ground. The boy is completely unconscious, with a nasty head wound from the brutal battle. But then his innate healing power kicks in, instantly mending the grievous wound. Nuth then stirs, answering that he's Li-Han, much to his friend's profound relief. Li-Han immediately scolds him, but the boy whines that he's already getting a lecture, with assistance from the others. He reports that evacuation zone level 1 is secure. Radio messages soon start pouring in, confirming the situation has been resolved in other zones as well. Finally, we see Dimitri carrying the traitor, signaling that the chaotic battle is finally over. 3 days later, the inspector heads to the rooftop to meet our young hero, Li-Han. Getting closer, he asks how squad leader Li-Han is feeling now. The boy replies that he's fine, but needed medication to sleep for the first few nights. The inspector then mentions that others are still in rough shape, lashing out and breaking things for no reason. It's explained that it was incredibly difficult for them to suppress their killing instinct against humans during the mission. They saw the bodies of the level 1 cadets, who possessed no powers. Li-Han states the terrorists didn't seem human, treating them like mere monsters to be slaughtered. The inspector is visibly shaken by the conversation, breaking into a cold sweat as he hears those chilling words. But Li-Han firmly states that he doesn't want to become a monster like them. He adds that humans shouldn't get used to killing, and that there's absolutely no justification for it. The man is left speechless, stunned by the young boy's impressive maturity. He then confesses he doesn't know what to think, especially since Li-Han is just a teenager. The inspector admits Kuro's power terrified him, but Li-Han is scary in a completely different way. Li-Han then falls silent and thanks the man for saving Kuro's life. It's revealed the traitor caused enormous damage by attacking the most vulnerable facility. The inspector comments that now the inspection committee won't be able to get on Art's case anymore. He says Li-Han probably doesn't like adults, who only think about themselves. But the man explains that humans aren't logical and always repeat the same mistakes. Li-Han then responds coldly, saying they just aim for each other's heads. The inspector says he's also acting for the future, and that one day the boy will understand. With a very serious look, Li-Han just watches the man walk away. He then says that's a coward's excuse, and that a mistake shouldn't be repeated. Turning his back, the man admits that the boy is truly terrifying. For his age, we are shown that the two disasters that happened after the rift left a mark. That incident at the Arc base really changed the course of many things there. It's revealed that most of the level 2 cadets died, and half of the survivors left. Because of that, everyone who stayed was scheduled for regular psychological treatment. We then see Lee Han walking alone down the hallway, with an uncertain future ahead of him. Just then, he encounters a mysterious figure, wearing a very sinister skull mask, and so he became the only person to ever advance to level 3. At Arkansas, Lee Han stares at the masked man, who remains silent, just watching the boy. Our hero then asks if something is wrong, but the man still doesn't answer. Suddenly, he's surprised by Lee Han's height, wondering when he got so tall. Then the masked man gets very close to his face, staring at him with an intense gaze. Without a word, he just grabs Lee Han's arm and starts walking. The boy shouts in confusion, asking Silence to wait and explain what's happening. The scene takes us to the entrance of Region A8, the level 3 area of the Arc base. Lee Han reads the sign on the wall, wondering what this psychic force could be. Suddenly, a powerful man emerges. He then explains that everyone here belongs to the psychic force, introducing himself as Johnny Schwartz. He extends a welcoming hand to our hero. Lee Han states his name, and Johnny greets him, mistakenly calling him Richon. He then mentions the veteran is waiting, wishing the rookie good luck. The two stand before the room's door, which slowly creaks open, leaving Lee Han utterly impressed. The room they've entered is simply enormous. The veteran then tells him to leave his bags here, so they can grab some breakfast. In the kitchen, chefs were busy preparing everything, from extravagant dishes to simpler fare. In the cafeteria, the veteran explains that he can get any kind of food he desires here. Lee Han replies that he's Korean, finding it strange how different this place is. The veteran then piles his plate with only sweets, asking if they eat rice in Korea too. Lee Han says he doesn't miss it, but he's utterly shocked by the sheer amount of sweets. The other guy piled on. The man explains that psychics need tons of sugar, since they use their brains to fight. As he eats his rice, our hero remembers the old days before all of this. Suddenly, the veteran stares intently at Lee Han, who doesn't understand why. He's impressed Lee Han knows how to use chopsticks, calling it a mystery of the East. He then mentions that in an old movie, the hero could even catch a fly with them. Lee Han then asks if the mask he's wearing is also from a famous movie. He explains the mask belongs to a cyborg, and he asks Dark to make one just like it. After eating, the two of them leave the restaurant, strolling calmly down the base's hallway. But then, a man suddenly appears before them, asking if he's the super rookie who leveled up. The man then introduces himself as Lao Cha, greeting the newly arrived rookie. Lee Han then introduces himself to the man, who was there with his veteran. The man states his name is Corporal Lao Cha, and that's why he has a rank. With a serious look, he asks if Lee Han is the kid who blew up Red's leg. Our hero feels a jolt of nervousness at the question, unsure how to properly answer. But then Lao Cha bursts out laughing, and Lee Han fires back a sharp retort. The man then declares he's no cute kitten, but a tiger cub with fiery eyes. He challenges the rookie to the gym right now. Lee Han realizes the man wants a fight and senses his immense strength. Arriving at the gym, several other members already surround the two, shirtless and ready to watch. Lao Cha says he wants to see the kid's skill in a brawl. The rookie gets into a fighting stance, warning he won't be responsible if the man gets hurt. The others start to shout, cheering for the rookie to win the fight. Lee Han wonders if they're cheering for him, because they think he's going to lose to Lao Cha. Wasting no time, the man throws a punch, telling the boy to stop getting distracted. But Lee Han defends himself, and his hands change shape, revealing sharp claws. Lao Cha stares at the boy, preparing for the first move of the fight. He then rushes forward with a punch, but Lee Han defends and immediately counters. Then he tries a knee strike, which the boy blocks. With a standard combination of moves, he thinks the combo was simple but strong, showing the guy has trained for real. But then Lee Han takes advantage of the opening and throws a powerful punch at him. The punch lands square, and he warns that his strength and body have a weakness. Even though he's injured, our hero remains on his feet, ready for the next round. But Lao Cha is faster and lands a punch right in the middle of his stomach. Feeling the pain, he realizes he needs to take his opponent down somehow. With that, he grabs Lao Cha's legs, who praises the boy's good tactic. But Lao Cha holds him tight, saying with a smile that the fight ends here. and without giving him a chance, he throws him over his shoulder with brute force. The boy flies across the gym, crashing into everything. Lao Cha Ten Lens, gazing at the impact of his devastating blow. Lao Cha muses that a normal person would have been seriously injured by that hit, with the boy sprawled on the ground. He asks if the kid is alright after the fall, but suddenly, Li Han shoots straight up, his eyes ablaze with raw power. Spotting the energy staff, the man smiles, declaring, "This is where it ends," with tears welling in his eyes. Our hero prepares to attack with his weapon, but then he bows deeply and apologizes, completely surprising Lao Cha with his unexpected attitude. The veteran then hands him a towel, asking if he noticed his body's peculiar weakness. He explains that with this immense strength, the body becomes as hard as iron, but also incredibly heavy. He then states the strategy was good, but he should have employed grappling techniques. He then declares, "That's enough for today, but come back tomorrow." Meanwhile, Li Han is utterly speechless, wondering if he'll have to endure this torture again. The very next day, Lao Cha is already at the gym, welcoming the newbie. The boy arrives with a bright smile, enthusiastically greeting his new training mentor. The veteran then points to a guy who's intensely training, and Li Han recognizes him instantly. It's Johnny Schwartz, the very man who welcomed him when he first reached level 3 of the base. The veteran explains that he's a first-generation psychic, a true specialist in hand-to-hand combat. With a grin, Lao Cha tells the boy to go over there and knock out Johnny Schwartz. Li Han is completely taken aback by the order, but thinks there must be a solid reason for it. He then approaches and politely asks Mr. Schwartz for a sparring match. The man asks if he has any experience using his abilities, but Li Han says no. With both on the mat, he declares he won't use any psychic abilities in the fight. With a smile, Johnny tells them to start the fight, calling the boy Richon, but our hero quickly corrects him, stating once again that his name is Li Han. At that, Johnny charges forward with a powerful punch, shouting that it doesn't matter and that he's coming for him. The newbie dodges, expertly preparing for a counterattack, with Lao Cha observing intently from a distance. The camera dramatically flips upside down, revealing the fans Fai. Sprawled on the ground, the boy didn't even get a chance to react to the lightning. First blow. Johnny tells Lao Cha that Li Han is still no match, but Li Han furiously picks himself up, demanding another round, seeing his stubbornness. The veteran tells Johnny to finish him off, so he'll finally learn his lesson. With a smirk, Johnny agrees to fight, and the two return to their fighting stances. The scene cuts, revealing the sun setting, showing just how long the training had been. Li Han is utterly exhausted, his face drenched in sweat, and his mouth dry from the brutal beating. Sitting slumped on the floor, he admits he would have lost, even if they fought a third time. Lao Jia Ten Et Lai. That armed combat is the boy's strongest skill. In a quick flashback, Dimitri jokes, saying he'll strangle the dragon if things go wrong. Back in the present, our hero smiles, remembering his friend's fierce determination. He agrees with the veteran, saying it's not important for him to fight unarmed. But Lao Cha tells him to think carefully and find the answer himself. The veteran asks what he would do if he asked him to knock out Johnny again. Lao Cha then explains that they aren't athletes. They just need to win in the right environment. Li Han finally understands the profound lesson, smiling for having learned something so important. After that, he was treated like a younger brother by everyone in the group. A few days later, Li Han walks with his new squad through the base. It's revealed that Lao Cha is a national hero from Thailand, and they even made a movie about him. Lao Cha proudly asks if he's cooler now, and everyone laughs at his antics. He invites the guys out for a drink, but Li Han refuses, saying he doesn't drink. So, our hero says goodbye to the group, walking back alone through the base's hallway. But when he gets to his room, he finds Silence standing at the door, waiting for him. Li Han then asks if it's already been 3 days since he returned from his tasks. The veteran reveals he's just watched a movie, a film titled Lao Cha, The Jungle Hunter. The scene then cuts to a preview of the movie, and it looks absolutely packed with action. The movie's hero bellows in pure rage, daring the bastards to come at him. And his enemies? A horde of monstrous giants, charging forward to attack with relentless fury. The hero then plunges headfirst into the fight, machete gleaming, ready to take on the monsters. Silence, utterly disappointed, grumbles that he wanted a movie, not Lao Jia's action movie. He then offers, if it's a movie you want, I can show you one right now. The veteran then taps a mysterious device, cryptically wishing our bewildered hero a good night. In an instant, silence disappears without a trace, leaving Lehan utterly dumbfounded. He's genuinely impressed by the veteran's lightning speed, and Leon even cracks a small smile. Leon remembers how incredibly powerful and menacing silence had seemed at first glance, but now he understands that silence is just a kid, just like him. Now, in the training room, Lehan faces his opponent, firmly gripping his heavy metal staff. Lao Cha then challenges him to a rematch, but this time it's armed combat. Just then, Johnny Schwartz dramatically appears, scoffing that the kid isn't ready to beat him. He unleashes his menacing purple aura, looking like a colossal, furious bear. He's even more threatening with a weapon in hand. Johnny charges forward, bellowing the wrong name, and the kid swiftly corrects him. It's Leon. For the past 3 days, the big guy has trained nonstop, unleashing brutal blows. Lehan expertly defends the attack, as he has completely memorized all of his opponent's intricate fighting patterns. He can predict every single future move, blocking all attacks with flawless precision. It's as if the kid possesses the power of clairvoyance, dodging with effortless ease and finding an opening. Leon lands a devastating, powerful blow right in the brute's unsuspecting stomach. Johnny reels from the impact, spitting, and utterly unable to believe the sheer strength of the attack. He wonders how someone who just reached level 3 can be so strong. Lehan gives him no time to think and moves in to decisively end the fight. With one final precise strike, the kid finally manages to take down the giant. Johnny wonders if this is truly the end, but Lehan quickly tells him the fight is already over, with his opponent completely off balance. The kid moves in to deliver the final, decisive blow. With his staff, he raises the weapon high, but at the absolute last second, he halts his attack, leaving Johnny utterly surprised. Johnny blocks the halted attack with his hand, a smile playing on his lips. The kid then humbly admits that he was actually the one who lost the fight. Johnny had his katana pressed right to his opponent's face. The entire time, Johnny realizes he hesitated on purpose and praises the kid, calling him by the wrong name again. Lehan corrects him yet again, but the big guy simply doesn't care and invites him to grab something to eat. As he casually walks away, Lao Cha congratulates Lehan on a job well done. He explains that winning isn't always the best solution, and that he's actually gained a friend. Lehan understands that he didn't need to humiliate a colleague, as he could learn so much from him. Suddenly, someone calls his name, and we see Silence standing in the doorway, patiently waiting for him. Octo formally introduces himself as Chief Engineer Siegfried, Shaking Lifanzan. He explains that his nickname comes from his incredible agility, as if he had 8 arms. Lehan is a bit confused by the explanation, thinking it's just Octo's own interpretation. As they walk, Octo mentions that Lehan is the very first person to join the PF, with such a surprisingly low rank. Just then, the engineer points to something massive up ahead and asks if he's noticed it yet. He then dramatically reveals a giant robot, a veteran warrior from the last Great War. The kid's jaw drops as he instantly recognizes the psycho frame, but he notices that, by the looks of it, only the armor skeleton remains. Octo then explains that he restructured the old model, purely for intense training purposes. From now on, Lehan will train every single day to be able to activate the robot. The scene changes, and we're told that a ferocious monster has already defeated 2 Chinese teams. A soldier instantly grows concerned, realizing the situation is far more perilous than anticipated. The creature, it appears, wields a psychic shield, making it an incredibly formidable foe in tight quarters. But Johnny Schwartz boasts that they're built differently and can effortlessly pierce through any such defense. He hollers for Lehan to confirm his claim, but, of course, butchers the kid's name once more. Johnny huffs in exasperation that the kid doesn't even bother correcting him anymore. Witnessing this, the other soldiers burst into laughter, cracking up at the disgruntled expression he's making. A helicopter soars above the dense forest, transporting the team directly to their mission site. It's been a full month now, and Lehan reflects that his very first mission is, once again, directly targeting the Elu. This mission, however, dredges up horrific memories for one of the soldiers, reigniting an old trauma. were thrust into a grisly massacre, bodies strewn, across a floor drenched in crimson blood. From the murky shadows, the creature slowly rises, a sinister smile spreading, revealing its truly terrifying form. The helicopter finally touches down, in the desolate heart of the desert, right at the supposed psychic research center. As they disembark, they find the center is just a vast, flat, empty lot. Johnny quickly explains that many countries keep their research heavily classified to avoid any detection. Hearing this, Li Han falls into a somber silence, and his colleague realizes he struck a nerve. Johnny then gently places a hand on his shoulder, stating they don't usually issue orders to kill. A memory of the Ark tragedy flickers, a shameful event where there truly were no other options. He asks the kid to please never grow accustomed to taking another person's life, but to break the heavy tension. Johnny deliberately calls him by the wrong name and erupts into booming laughter. Suddenly, the distinct sound of approaching cars snatches everyone's attention. Several vehicles thunder into view, kicking up a storm of dust, a clear sign that the people in charge have finally appeared. Armed men and researchers in pristine lab coats emerge from the cars, their demeanor strikingly serious. The ARC team intently watches the convoy, gearing up for their highly anticipated first contact. The group steadily moves forward, and a researcher steps forward, welcoming the ARC team. He thanks them for traveling such a long way to assist with the mission, but Li Han's suspicions are immediately piqued. He notices the armed men aren't your typical soldiers. As a sign of deep respect, the Chinese soldiers salute the hero of their nation. The ARC team promptly returns the gesture, saluting them right back. Johnny tells Li Han and the rest of the team to hold back, as he's heading off to speak with the Chinese. The two then walk away, leaving the team behind, to anxiously await the outcome of their conversation. Suddenly, a researcher casually taps Li Han on the shoulder, mockingly calling him a child soldier. The kid instantly snaps, shoving the man away forcefully and yelling at him to never touch him again. Wincing in pain, the researcher complains the kid has a serious temper. Li Han and his partner exchange confused glances, wondering what exactly that scientist's problem was. The team is then guided to a waiting elevator, the only entrance to the entire base. Everyone piles in, and the elevator begins its slow descent into the dark, underground facility. We get a quick glimpse of the facility's map, revealing a total of 3 distinct floors. Once underground, Johnny immediately lays out the plan, stating they have 2 primary objectives for this mission. First, they need to retrieve crucial data, and second, search for survivors, avoiding the enemy if at all possible. Li Han questions him about the specifics of the data, but Johnny reveals that no one shared any information with them. Another soldier angrily chimes in, asserting that this is precisely why their comrades died in vain. Sparking Johnny's anger, he issues a serious warning, telling him not to forget something crucial. He warns that Li Han is an absolutely precious asset, and therefore cannot die here. But with a defiant smirk, Li Han retorts that if he's weak, he'd be better off dead, completely irritating Johnny. But the sudden, jarring sound of the elevator cuts their heated conversation short. The door slides open, and Victor's squad immediately gets ready. The mission is about to begin. They step out into a long, empty corridor with ominously flickering lights. Cautiously, the team approaches the very first door. Ready to breach, they storm the control room, but find no threats within. The first floor was clear, so there was nothing left for them to do. As they descend to the second floor, Li Han senses they've missed something crucial. The team then halts, right before the second floor door. A palpable tension fills the air. A soldier activates a sensor, which immediately beeps, detecting a stench. They all realize that from this point forward, the entire place reeks of blood. Suddenly, it clicks for the kid, and he's stunned by his own realization. The pieces finally fit together. He understands why everything felt so strange. A soldier comments that there are no signs of a struggle between the first and second floors. Li fantem concludas. The attack likely wasn't from outside the base. The The squad leader agrees, having also felt that many things didn't add up. He questions why the third floor was isolated, realizing it must have been for greater control. Because of this, he decides the team will pull back, since they were given bad intel. But suddenly, the hallway lights flicker and die, catching everyone completely by surprise. The power cut out at an incredibly suspicious moment, as if someone was listening to their conversation. Lifan Ramain Silin, starting to connect all the pieces of the puzzle. He remembers the moment the researcher touched his shoulder earlier. That touch wasn't a simple gesture at all, and now he finally understands why. Johnny notices the kid's reaction and asks, "What's wrong?" Getting his name wrong again. Li Han then shows them a small device he found, a bug planted right on his vest. He warns them they've been bugged, and the leader simply says that was to be expected. With no other choice, Johnny announces they have to proceed with the mission. The gruesome scene reveals bodies, hanging from the ceiling, dripping blood onto the floor. Johnny and his companion are utterly horrified, their faces filled with pure hatred for the brutality. Down the hall, the carnage rages on, strewn with even more bodies. Li Han freezes, gripped by fear. A cold sweat breaks out as an old trauma resurfaces. One of the soldiers curses under his breath, calling this whole trap a treacherous, disgusting setup. His partner shakes him, asking, "Are you okay?" But Li Han can't respond. His mind plunges him into a dark memory, as a distorted voice calls out to him. The voice screams his name again, and the boy is completely lost in the nightmare. To calm himself, he sips water from his canteen, trying desperately to return to reality. The soldier asks if he's recovered, and Li Han apologizes for the lapse. But the soldier reassures him, saying, "It's amazing you didn't pass out in a scene like that." He mentions having siblings himself, and Li Han shares that he also has younger brothers back home. The soldier then reveals he once had two, but lost his entire family in a minion attack. In a harrowing flashback, we see him as a child, charging blindly at the monsters, blinded by pure desperation, even knowing it was utterly useless. He only wanted to die with them that day, but even wanting to die, the boy realizes it's not that easy to simply give up. After that day, he became a soldier, fighting every battle as if it were his very last. But the more he taunted death itself, the more his fearsome reputation as a soldier grew. Li Fang grows too full, imagining the agonizing pain of losing his own brothers too. With the team now regrouped, Johnny asks the boy if he feels well enough to continue. The leader announces the second floor is clear, and now they're heading down to the next level. The squad reaches the entrance to the third floor, the only one with an electronic door currently without power. The door, it seems, was completely sealed, but Johnny signals for them to wait. His eyes then begin to glow, a clear sign he's about to use his power to solve this. He focuses his energy, unleashing a powerful golden aura, preparing for a single, powerful strike. Lifan Islandia utarli shuka. Realizing this was his physical enhancement ability. With sheer brute force, Johnny manages to blast open the door. A dark room is revealed, and within it, a mysterious figure aims a gun directly at the team. The leader questions if he's a soldier, perhaps even a survivor of the massacre. But in reality, it's a sinister figure, with a chilling grin and glowing red eyes. The creature lets out a chilling, insane laugh, and the leader screams for everyone to take cover. Then, without a moment's warning, the monster begins firing wildly in every direction. With a heavy machine gun, the team immediately dives for cover, dodging the brutal hail of bullets raining down on them. Even when hit, the creature doesn't even flinch and continues firing relentlessly right at them. Witnessing this brutality, Johnny becomes absolutely furious and activates his unique ability, glowing with an intense golden aura. He screams out, declaring this is it, and charges like a golden comet directly toward the enemy. With his power reaching its absolute peak, he prepares a devastating punch, ready to end this threat. But then, the creature shockingly reveals it has pulled the pin on a grenade. Johnny is utterly shocked to realize the enemy used this very grenade as a deadly trap. The grenade detonates with its full, brutal force, creating an enormous cloud of smoke that engulfs the entire room. As the smoke slowly clears, revealing Johnny, battered but standing in the room's center. his clothes now completely shredded and torn. He's utterly surprised to see the enemy has completely vanished, and the anxious team shouts out his name. A soldier comments that he's never seen an L utilize human equipment with such cunning. The leader then realizes this monster fights exactly like a human, employing advanced tactics specifically to split up the team. Johnny then states firmly they need to uncover what truly transpired within this horrifying place. The soldier concludes that the enemy won't attack them again, but he wonders how it simply vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the creature secretly hides in the deep darkness, beginning to slowly remove the bandages from its face. It realizes its human-like weapons were utterly ineffective, and that it needs to become infinitely stronger. The monster then slowly stands up, determined to surpass its very limits and continue its deadly hunt. With pure, unadulterated hatred, it screams that it craves more power, to tear them all to pieces. To achieve this, the creature begins to sickeningly absorb the very life energy from the grotesque bodies hanging lifelessly from the ceiling. A dense purple aura streams from their bodies, converging right on the ritual center. Every last bit of energy funnels into the monster's head, kicking off a bizarre transformation. The transformation ends, and it stands there, reveling in its newfound power. Then, with a sinister laugh, the creature confirms its evolution was a triumph. Suddenly, emergency lights flicker to life, casting an eerie glow on the base's dark corridor. With their vision finally restored, the soldiers prepare to advance cautiously. Johnny then slips on his glasses, and Lihan finds his timing rather curious. In such a critical moment, they reach a place not marked on the map, bracing themselves for whatever's hidden there. Filled with absolute rage, Johnny realizes the Chinese used them to retrieve the research data. The team deduces they were training a captured Alu for military applications. The group presses on and finds a fork in the path, one leading right and the other left. A soldier asks if they should split up, but Johnny says it's not necessary. He points to the bodies strewn on the floor, which serve as a grim trail to follow. The team enters a destroyed laboratory, with more scientist bodies scattered on the floor. They discover the researchers made the Lu too powerful, and it completely lost control. A soldier explains that, by regulation, countries were mandated to report this kind of psychic research. Lihan grows weary, realizing that once again, the real battle is just among humans. Johnny orders them to copy the critical files. Otherwise, their superiors won't let them leave. But suddenly, Lihan yells a warning. Having spotted the enemy rapidly approaching, the team braces for an attack. As the monster emerges from the lab's shadows, the leader then yells, "Open fire," and everyone unloads their weapons on the enemy. But the creature deploys a psychic shield, effortlessly blocking all the bullets. Lihan realizes he'll need to use his spear to neutralize the threat. Just then, Johnny tells him to fall back, announcing that it's his turn to fight. The monster scoffs, but Johnny lunges forward. He strikes with a cutting blow of blue energy. Johnny screams he'll tear the scrawny thing in half, swinging his blade with overwhelming force. But the creature simply dodges, using a quick blink to evade the attack. Lihan is in utter shock, realizing the monster just used a teleport. The creature then appears behind another soldier, instantly taking him hostage. The hostage soldier screams in desperation, telling the team to attack the monster. Without hesitation, with incredible courage, he tries to stab himself to create an opening for the team. Seeing this heroic act, Lihan is certain his decision to attack was the right one. Without hesitation, Lihan pierces through both the monster and his teammate with a single spear thrust. But a memory flashes, a soldier freezing up. When faced with a difficult decision, he couldn't bring himself to attack, lacking the courage to sacrifice his teammate. Seizing the opening, another soldier shoots the monster right in the head. Without a second thought, the creature then screams in agony, feeling the bullet's impact right in the middle of its skull. Johnny yells at Lihan to focus because the battle isn't over yet. The kid notices a psychic crystal on the creature's forehead, revealing its power source. Wounded, the monster flees at high speed, leaving a trail of energy behind it. Johnny rushes to help the wounded soldier, and asks how he is. The man can barely respond, showing he's already dead. With hatred burning in their eyes, the pair decides they won't let the enemy escape. Li-Han closes his eyes, concentrating for the chase that will follow. He then says they need to go after it and kill the creature once and for all. Johnny questions him, asking if he's just doing this for revenge. But Li-Han explains that now is the best time, since the creature is weak and wounded. With a determined look, Johnny eagerly agrees to the plan and declares that the hunt is officially on. The three of them then head down the corridor together, diligently following the wounded enemy's trail. Johnny seizes the opportunity to ask what the kid learned from their last fight. Li-Han then explains that the creature can't use its teleportation ability and its shield at the same time. That's exactly why it used Herald as a human shield, a truly risky ambush that, thankfully, worked out. But luckily, they managed to wound the monster, creating the perfect opportunity to strike. Upon reaching a fork in the path, they decide to split up and corner their target faster. Johnny warns that it doesn't matter who finds it. The most important thing is simply not to die. Li-Han then proceeds alone down one of the corridors, staying alert for any suspicious movement. Suddenly, the scene before him startles him, as he finds himself surrounded by gruesome dead soldiers. A clear trap designed to mess with his mind. The kid takes a deep breath, but fear and immense pressure begin to take hold. Even so, he composes himself and tells himself it's okay, determined to stay focused with courage. He walks straight through the illusions of his fallen comrades. Without daring to look away, he passes by the bodies on the floor, ignoring the monster's attempt to intimidate him. Then the monster awakens from among the soldiers. Lihan samingli balgs Bielorusia unnutisa. When the monster suddenly appears at his back, Li-Han quickly understands this macabre display isn't meant to scare or provoke him. Instead, it's explained that the scene is meant to charge the psychic crystal within. With this mental energy, he remembers the hatred he felt and uses that dark satisfaction to amplify his power. Suddenly, the monster appears behind him, ready to strike with its wicked blade. With a swift move, the creature lunges forward, its weapon brimming with malevolent dark energy. But Li-Han dodges at the last second, rolling quickly across the floor. He seizes the chance to counterattack, landing several shots on the enemy. Then he strikes it hard with the butt of his gun, making the monster scream in pure agony. With his eyes glowing, he knows this must end, once and for all. He then unleashes his devastating energy spear, piercing straight through the creature's very core. The blow strikes the creature's soul, hitting dead on, and it begins to frantically teleport away, spinning his weapon with fierce determination. The boy gathers even more power for the ultimate blow. With a furious roar, a primal scream, he prepares to unleash every ounce of his energy into the attack. And with a truly devastating attack, he hurls his power-infused spear straight towards the monster. With the enemy finally defeated, Li-Han collapses in sheer exhaustion. He tries to process the sheer chaos of what just happened. He's left utterly breathless, shocked by the brutal outcome of this bloody battle. The scene cuts, and we see the fallen soldier's body, already inside a bag, enveloped in a somber mood. The team somberly carries their comrade's body out of the base. Li-Han then voices his sorrow, saying that those people didn't have to die like that. It was senseless. But Johnny grimly explains that the people in power don't care about the deaths of a few mere soldiers. We're shown that to them, it's all just a cold game of chess, where they simply move pieces around. He warns that you just get used to it over time. And Li-Han is absolutely floored by the horrifying idea. The boy's anger flares, but Johnny states that with time, any experience, no matter how harsh, becomes routine. He then gently places a hand on the boy's chest, offering some truly profound and important advice. He tells him that if his heart ever threatens to grow cold, he must remember that every single life is precious. Li-Han replies with conviction that he's never forgotten anyone, and he certainly doesn't plan to start now. The scene then dramatically shifts to outside the base, with a harsh, unforgiving desert sun beating down. The team continues to carry the soldier's body, desperately preparing to leave the area. But Johnny stays behind, using a metal plate as a makeshift shield, ready for whatever lurking danger comes next. Li-Han and his colleague carry the soldier's body, leaving the base under a foreboding red sky. But outside, a grim reality awaits. The Chinese soldiers are already lying in wait for them, completely blocking their only path forward. Johnny grimly wonders if they'll have to force their way out. Just as he had grimly expected, seeing the dire situation, Ji-Jun offers to boldly step forward and try to negotiate. He then calmly walks towards them, doubting they would dare shoot an unarmed man. The Chinese leader recognizes him, while his men train their weapons on him. Without hesitation, he unleashes his voice. Ji-Jun shouts that the research center deceived the army. He explains they created a monster and hid the truth, causing countless pointless deaths. A researcher orders them to shoot him down, but the leader tells him to shut up and listen. The scientist is shocked, unable to believe his ears. A soldier would disobey him so blatantly. Ji-Jun continues, declaring they are not slaves and are aiming at the wrong people. A Chinese soldier then starts to reflect, as the order to fire never made sense to him. Ji-Jun yells that they have a duty to question orders that just don't make sense. Behind him, Johnny and Li-Han watch everything unfold, waiting to see what will happen next. And suddenly, one of the soldiers aims their weapon skyward, completely changing the course of the situation. The Chinese soldiers become confused and hesitate, unsure whether to obey the order. Seeing this, the lead researcher becomes furious. But the Chinese leader isn't surprised at all, as he expected it to end this way. It's explained that Ji-Jun is a war hero, serving as an inspiration to everyone there. Desperate, the scientist grabs a soldier and yells, asking why they stop. He accuses the leader of treason, ordering him to make his men fire immediately. The man then threatens not only the leader, but his entire family if he doesn't comply. But suddenly, the sound of a gunshot echoes through the desert, cutting the argument short. The art team watches the scene, completely surprised by this turn of events. And we see that it was the Chinese leader who fired the shot, with the researcher now on the ground. The soldiers turn and aim their weapons at the other scientists. Night falls, and the art team departs, receiving a salute from the Chinese soldiers. Li-Han asks if they'll be okay, and the leader warns they will be punished for disobedience. But he explains that all the blame will fall on the researchers to prevent a bigger scandal. The leader thanks Ji-Jun, but Ji-Jun insists the credit belongs to his brave soldiers. The Chinese leader reassures him he'll only lose his rank at most, praising Ji-Jun's unwavering courage. With that, the art team boards the helicopter, finally heading back to their base. Inside the aircraft, Li-Han collapses from sheer exhaustion, sleeping soundly after so much intense fighting. Johnny then approaches, silently watching the boy finally rest. He remarks that it's strange to see Li-Han asleep, but his colleague assures him it's completely normal. Johnny keeps watching, perhaps, reflecting on everything they've endured together. Li-Han sleeps peacefully at last, enjoying a well-deserved moment of peace and quiet. And so, the helicopter soars over the ocean, traveling under the ethereal light of the full moon. The scene shifts, revealing a solemn gun salute honoring the fallen soldier. The entire team pays their final respects, their heads bowed in grief from the immense loss. A long line of comrades forms, showcasing the respect of the entire troop. Just then, Li-Han steps forward and salutes. With a serious and determined expression, he honors his friend's ultimate sacrifice, promising his death will not have been in vain. Later, Ji-Jun admits he was incredibly nervous when negotiating with them, but Li-Han retorts that if he weren't a hero, they would have shot him without a second thought. Ji-Jun insists everyone there is a hero, but he doesn't think he's all that special. A colleague then tells him not to be so modest, because he is already a hero. Suddenly, Major Kong appears, informing them that Li-Han has just been summoned. He takes Li-Han to a lavish room, telling him to wait because they are on their way. The boy is utterly confused, as the Major left him alone in this luxurious place. He looks around, trying to figure out who the people were that mysteriously called him there. The boy gazes out the window, hoping for a clue as to who it might be, until a screen in the room suddenly lights up, revealing two mysterious... On the screen, we see Jose and Nuthmeyer fighting together against a formidable opponent, Lifankikli Realisas. The Level 3 competition must have already resumed. Jose shouts for Nuth to advance, while he acts as a decoy to distract their foe. He then unleashes a powerful blast of fire, forcing the adversary to recoil from the attack. But Del Simon faces the inferno head-on, his intense blue eyes glowing fiercely amidst the flames. Suddenly, he counterattacks with an energy shield, completely nullifying the fire's devastating power. Jose yells for Knuth to seize this opportunity, and he charges full force directly at Del. The blonde boy's eyes begin to glow as he prepares to unleash his devastating psychic power. He sprints right through the fire, completely ignoring the surrounding flames. But Del blasts him with a powerful energy attack, throwing him far away with immense force. Jose screams in agony, feeling the overwhelming power of the attack he just endured. Lihan then realizes that Del Simon has become impossibly strong, surpassing everyone else. He looks at the screen, worried, and wonders where Kuro could possibly be. A mysterious voice suddenly speaks from behind him, and we see General Alexander Lacour. He introduces himself as the Chief of Staff of ARC. Leabingli, Fan Utarlistunat. Lihan breaks out in a cold sweat, knowing this is one of ARC's highest-ranking positions. He quickly realizes the general is the one wielding true authority. Within ARC, Lacour invites him to take a seat and explains he's currently facing a very complicated dilemma. He needs to make a critical decision, whether to classify Kuro as a lost cause or not, based on recent events. Li Fan seems to be the only one capable of stopping this dire situation. The scene then shifts, showing the two of them walking down a long, silent hallway. We learn that Kuro tested his S-rank ability during an ambush, but something drastic happened afterward, an event that left the boy completely agonized. We then see the inspector restraining an agent who attempted to kill Kuro Domingo and Zhang Jiaijo. He realizes his fits of rage are flaring up again. But Kuro then completely loses control, unleashing a powerful, bluish aura from his body and releasing torrents of energy that spread everywhere. His power then aggressively manifests, creating a giant, pulsating aura around his body. The energy then launches a massive jet stream towards the terrorists. The jet flies at an incredible speed, heading straight for the soldiers hidden in the forest. With a powerful strike, the energy jet hits its mark, point causant un massive, dévastating explosion. The general then explains that Kuro believes he actually killed people and now refuses to train. He then asks Lihan to convince him to come back, as they can't afford to lose a valuable psyche-er. They finally arrive at their destination, and Lihan takes a deep breath before entering the room. A soldier accompanies him, telling him to go ahead, as Kuro is already waiting inside. The boy then enters, and the soldier closes the door, leaving him alone inside. It's an interrogation room, and on the other side of the reinforced glass, Kuro waits for him in stoic silence. Lihan enters the cell and approaches cautiously, noticing the terrible state his friend is in. Kuro greets him, and the boy feels awkward, not knowing what to say at that moment. His friend looks utterly dejected, trapped in a straitjacket with an empty, sad look in his eyes. Lihan tries to comfort him, saying it wasn't his fault, but just a coincidence. But Kuro says that deep down, maybe he really wanted to kill those people. The boy replies that he did it to protect his friends, and no one blames him for it. But Kuro gives up, thinking it's truly the end. And Lihan tells him he's far too kind. Lihan says he doesn't understand his friend's boundless kindness, as he never had the luxury of feeling pity. He remembers that Kuro only endured everything because he always followed him. Unlike the other children, if things go on like this, he'll lose another friend. So he asks Kuro to just stop. But then, with a cold, intense look, Lihan tells his friend to just give up on everything. Kuro is completely confused, and the boy explains that he doesn't truly belong in this world. So he tells Kuro it's perfectly fine if Kuro just wants to drop everything and leave. Hearing his friend's words, Kuro is utterly shocked. Lihan repeats that it's absolutely okay for Kuro to give up on everything now. He claims he would eliminate an entire group of people just to protect his friend, but Kuro wouldn't do the same for him. So he advises his friend to surrender the fight. Outside, a guard overhears their intense conversation and decides he needs to get Lihan out of there immediately. But as he stands, Lihan unleashes his powers. With his hand glowing, he violently drags the table to block the door, preventing any interruptions whatsoever. The guards desperately try to force the door open, shouting for Li-Han to stop this madness at once. One of them starts punching the glass hard, demanding he open the door immediately. But Li-Han snaps, roaring for them to shut up, because he's still in the middle of talking, with no other option left. The guard warns they're going to break in, and calls for a battering ram. Inside, Li-Han turns to Kuro, with a very serious and deeply worried look. He explains that he initially tried to convince him, but realized it would only make Kuro suffer even more. Because that way, even if he survived, he would live in utter agony for the rest of his life. Kuro then gravely warns him that he'll be severely punished for what he's doing. But Li-Han shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter, since the most he'll get is a mere scolding. Kuro admits his friend is incredibly smart, as he can calculate all his actions so well. But suddenly, a deafening banging on the door violently interrupts their conversation. Kuro is startled by the sheer force of the blow, not understanding what's truly happening outside. It was the guards, relentlessly using a battering ram to try and smash down the cell door. They burst in, seizing Li-Han immediately, throwing him to the ground to violently restrain him. The guards hold him down tightly, while Kuro watches everything unfold with a deeply worried expression. Seeing this, Kuro's eyes blaze. He screams at them, forbidding them from harming Li-Han. He commands them to stop immediately. The guards are completely taken aback by his sudden outburst. Instantly, Kuro unleashes an explosive burst of power. He blasts the guard away with a surge of blue aura. Li-Han then glances down at his own hands, still chafing uncomfortably from the handcuffs. The boy then exits the room, finding General Liqueur, who had been patiently waiting for him. The two then stand face to face in a tense, hushed silence. After all the chaos subsides, Alexander smirks, asking if this was all part of the plan, claiming he was almost entirely fooled. Li-Han stares back, his eyes silently confirming that everything unfolded exactly as planned. The guards are utterly paralyzed, feeling Kuro's energy slam into them with full force. They suddenly begin to suffocate. A crushing pressure grips their throats. Then, completely disoriented, they realize it's a terrifying illusion of fear, forged by Kuro's monstrous power. Even in his weakened state, he's still powerful enough to overpower everyone here. Absolute dread washes over the guards, leaving them utterly defenseless against this brutal mental attack. Kuro then declares that Han has convinced him, and that he's returning to his training. He demands they release Li-Han right this instant, because their plan has finally succeeded. The two friends face each other, a silent understanding passing between them, with Kuro finally grasping what he needed to. He admits that even the strongest individuals, like Li-Han, can experience moments of weakness. Kuro explains that now he truly has the power to help, since he'd always been protected by his friend. But he vows that things have now changed, and that he will fight as an equal. Right by his side, Alexander walks past Li-Han, clearly satisfied with their entire plan's outcome. He then comments to a nearby colleague that the boy truly possesses impressive charisma. But this charisma also seemed a little dangerous. The scene cuts, and we find Han deep in training, blocking a powerful punch from Lao Cha. In another session, Johnny Schwartz lunges to grab him, but the boy deftly defends himself with a quick move. Johnny then throws him clean over his shoulder. The intense training pushes on with all their might. Dumbbells and gear litter the entire gym floor. Later that night, Johnny bids them farewell, messing up Li-Han's name for the umpteenth time. The boy visibly bristles with irritation, as his new friends just laugh it off and stroll away. He immediately regrets wanting to learn from them. Upon seeing the results, his friends beam with excitement, and Silence asks if he caught their overjoyed expressions. He then poses the question, why does Li-Han want to learn martial arts? He doesn't need to, but the boy explains it's to be ready to win, no matter the situation. Johnny remarks to Silence that the boy seriously needs to chill out a bit. He says it's incredibly rare to see the boy calm, and that the training has really taken a toll on him. Utterly exhausted, Li-Han can barely stand after all that grueling physical effort. Silence kindly offers him a piggyback ride, but he staunchly refuses, insisting he's fine. Suddenly, John Red bursts through the training room door, kicking it open with all his might and a triumphant smile. He proudly announces to everyone that he's finally back. The team stares in awe at the soldier, who now sports state-of-the-art robotic legs. Lihan Islandia absolutalistunat, stammering Sergeant Red's name in utter disbelief. Johnny then playfully jokes, complimenting his colleague's brand new shoes. Now that he's finally back in action, Lihan asks if he'll be returning to his duties, and he proceeds to explain the plan. John praises the boy for a successful mission, but Lihan humbly replies it was no big deal. The scene then cuts, and we see John Red leisurely lighting a cigarette just outside the base. Lihan complains that he isn't allowed to smoke there, but John simply ignores the boy's warning. The boy finds it puzzling, since he's complained about it countless times before, yet nothing is ever done about it. John then asks if he remembers the mage, Elu, whom they captured a while back. Lihan confirms, asking if they learned anything new. During the interrogation, John reveals that the war won't actually start in 3 years, as they all previously believed. In fact, the main squad's attack preparations. With things almost complete, Lihan instantly turns pale. He's utterly shocked and terrified by the news he just heard. He explains that the prophecy itself wasn't wrong at all. However, the war is coming much, much sooner. The two continue their deep conversation, as autumn leaves gently fall around them in the wind. Suddenly, Johnny pounds on the bedroom door, calling Lihan, but by the wrong name. He then dramatically opens the door, wearing dark sunglasses and a grim expression. Lihan is startled and immediately asks, "What's wrong?" He's completely baffled by this unexpected visit. Johnny then hands him a small memory card, casually saying it's a little gift just for him. He explains that it's actually a video of the intense competition that recently took place between levels 2 and 3. Lihan asks why he keeps himself locked in his room, instead of just hanging out with them all. The boy simply replies, but he can't stand their dirty talk any longer, and Johnny bursts out laughing, making a playful gesture. Lihan quietly thanks him, but Johnny tells him to stop overthinking things. He then turns and dramatically walks away, leaving Lihan alone with the curious memory card, with the remote clutched firmly in hand. Lihan gets ready to dive into watching the competition. On the screen, Carl's team is facing off against Squad 3, their formidable opponent once again. Lihan intently watches the screen, utterly surprised by what he's seeing right in front of him. He's absolutely shocked to realize that Jijo has somehow become their vice leader, completely baffled and confused. Lihan thinks that despite Jijo's chaotic personality, he's actually pretty sharp and intelligent. The scene suddenly cuts to a rather messy room, with the sun slowly setting just outside. In the video, Carl fiercely argues with Jijo, who is apparently the main reason for their victory. Lihan is utterly surprised, as Jijo's tactic was to split up and keep Simon busy all by himself. Later that night, he lies awake in bed, staring at the ceiling and deeply thinking about life. He's sure that very soon, someone will truly level up and grow even stronger. The boy then wonders who will be next. Maybe it'll be Simon, or perhaps even Nuff. Looking up at the full moon, he starts to wonder if what he's feeling right now is loneliness. The scene then shifts back to the video, revealing Jijo's declaration. He'll tackle Del Simon. En tira di solo. With that, Jose and Nuff exchange a look, as if recalling a shared, old strategy. Jose then panics, recalling Jijo's warning from before, but their leader rages at their utter idiocy, declaring them both imbeciles on the spot. He explains a direct assault would spell certain doom, as all three of them would make for an easy snack. Jijo then reveals Simon's true weakness, team play, and his inflated ego would never permit retreat. He plans to simply make a show of it, and while he holds his attention, the others will then strike the rest of the team. Meanwhile, in the forest, the capture the flag match between squads 3 and 13 is about to commence. Jijo then confidently strides forward, challenging Del Simon to a one-on-one fight, instantly in front of everyone. Yet the blonde boy simply stares from a safe distance, perceiving Jijo was still at a secure distance. Suddenly, one of the foes rockets past him, completely unnerved by the incredible speed. Jijo then realizes he didn't want this outcome, but he'll have to embody the villain once more. His provocation hits its mark instantly, and Del Simon abruptly stops walking, whirling around to face him. Jijo then bellows that he can't even compete, because Lihan and Kuro are significantly better. He ramps up the humiliation even further, stating he's even taller than the fake genius. Simon remains, his face etched with a hateful glare. Hook, line, and and sinker into Jijo's trap. But then he suddenly whips his head around, totally blindsiding Jijo with his surprising move. And channeling all his energy, he explodes with his aura, charging straight for Jijo. The story then rewinds 7 years, featuring a young John Red in a deserted city. He trailed a mysterious man along a hallway, hoping to sway him on a particular point. But the man pivots, cautioning him sharply. He had already told him to discontinue his pursuit. John proceeds to explain his assignment is to return the man with him to the Ark base facility. The man simply says he comprehends the situation, but expresses no concern for the training center. His fury intensifies, refusing to let them teach children to kill again. We learn his own father offered him to a cult. When he was just a child, he was raised as an active member and trained in the most inhumane way. His training started with animals and soon moved on to killing people without any hesitation. Because of this, he doesn't want any child to go through the same and tells John to leave. But John takes a deep breath, showing he won't give up on his mission that easily. He argues that if they don't win this war, all of humanity will simply cease to exist. So he offers a deal, asking only that the man accept the instructor position. Even so, the man refuses to cooperate, leaving John with few options. John then asks if he'll have to use force, but the man threatens him right back. Without hesitation, John lunges at the mysterious man, who glares at him with contempt. He tries to strike with his knife, but the man dodges, getting a cut on his face. But he strikes back, disarming John and sending his knife flying into the air. He manages to catch it midair with a quick spin. The man attacks, forcing John to dodge. The man then says he could have already killed him and asks if he's satisfied. But John ignores the warning and lands a headbutt right in his face. The blow makes the weapon fall to the ground. John cracks a smile and says, "You should have killed me when you had the chance." The man is surprised, wiping blood from his mouth, tasting defeat. Suddenly, a plane flies low overhead, making a deafening noise. The camera pulls back, showing the fight is still going on. John tries an attack, but the man blocks it, and so the exchange of blows continues, with both men fighting as equals. With a powerful elbow strike, the man throws John back, who hits the ground hard. But the man seems tired. John gets back to his feet, spitting blood. He tells him to finish it once and for all, and use the weapon on the ground. John realizes he's wounded the man's pride, but the man isn't swayed by such a cheap taunt. The man warns that he's about to end this, but that he doesn't intend to kill him right here. In that instant, John senses that his opponent's hand is far more dangerous than the knife itself. The man coils, preparing to strike, and John quickly assumes a defensive stance, ready to counter. Suddenly, the plane flies by again, and the man seizes the distraction to strike. He lunges forward with everything he has, ready to land the final blow and end the fight for good. John unleashes his power, his eyes glowing crimson. He takes the hit, which cuts his eye, but he releases his power right in his opponent's face. Afternoon descends upon the city, ending another day of hard-fought battles. Johnny then appears on the scene, wearing a very serious expression. He glances at the two fallen men and demands, "What the hell happened here?" John then explains that he suffocated the guy with his flames, knocking him out instantly. Johnny scoffs, asking if it was the same flame he uses to light his cigarettes. But John shows him an octomineral, which helped him control his power. He says he couldn't just burn the guy's face off, and the other man complains about his methods anyway. He announces they'll take him back and calls for transport with the man on the ground. He announces that the mission is finally a success, but then he stops and tries to remember what that guy's name was. Lying on the ground, John corrects him, saying the name is Wei Chun, and calls him an idiot. After a tough workout, Johnny Schwartz grabs a drink to cool down from the heat. Li-Han watches him, curious about the drink he's having. With a yell, he crushes the bottle, releasing a cold vapor from his mouth. He offers the boy a can, who refuses. Johnny then wipes the sweat off himself. Johnny says that despite his adult body, he's still a kid on the inside. He then delivers a serious warning, telling the boy to survive for the next 2 years. Li-Han Jidzanuya, when all he ever talks about is hitting the bottle. Meanwhile, the rest of the team pushes through their grueling training as they sprint across the courtyard. Johnny explains that in just 2 years, Li-Han will eclipse him as a psychic warrior. But until then, not even Ark will be able to control the guys in his squad. A future vision flashes before us. with Johnny battling a dark force. In this vision, he's covered in blood, seemingly pushed to his absolute limit. The scene reveals a body lying on the ground, hinting at the tragic outcome of that brutal fight. He then sternly warns Lee Han to never become a monster, no matter what happens. The boy reflects on the warning, and the scene cuts to his intense training with Octo. Octo explains that cost-effectiveness is a magic term for any true engineer. He realizes Lee Han is incredibly cost-effective. A satisfied smile spreads across his face. Although his psychic power is the lowest, so too is his energy consumption. This is excellent, as it means he possesses far better control than the others. He can subdivide his power into 20 separate parts, while the others can only manage 10. The siren blares, signaling that training time is finally over. Li Fan ten dramatically collapses. Panting and utterly exhausted from the immense effort, Octo congratulates him warmly, as his activation time has now increased to an impressive 25 minutes. The boy says he used every ounce of his strength, and Octo disarms the equipment so he can finally rest. After hydrating, he sinks down next to the engineer. Still very tired, he complains that every single muscle in his body is screaming in pain. But Octo says that's completely obvious, since he pushed himself to the very brink of exhaustion. He then reveals that the second generation Psycho Frame will be significantly more comfortable. He explains that it's a top-secret project, and they can only manufacture 80 for now. Lee Han concludes the users have already been chosen, wondering who the other chosen ones could be. Octo gets defensive, quickly saying he's just from the tech department and knows absolutely nothing about training. With a final wave, he leaves Lee Han standing alone outside. Lee Han then makes his way through the base, only to find John Red blocking his path. John greets him by name, asking if he's returning from the level 3 building. Later that night, the two share a conversation. Lee Han casually mentions he just saw Silence. He adds that he's thrilled to see him back, and John quickly picks up on his excitement. Lee Han explains that Silence is the only one his age, and even mentioned him as well. He believes the soldiers are nice to Silence, but John doesn't quite see it that way. John simply shakes his head, exhaling a puff of smoke from his cigar into the night air. He explains that despite his young age, the boy has always been incredibly considerate of others. John clarifies that it's easy to fake consideration, and only a fool wouldn't notice the truth. He then asks Lee Han if he would appreciate it if people talked to him as if he were crazy. The boy ponders in silence, realizing John's perspective makes perfect sense. John continues to smoke, but their intriguing conversation was far from over. Lee Han then finally asks, "Why is Silence always wearing that mask?" John stares at the boy intently, clearly surprised by the question he just heard. He asks if Lee Han genuinely doesn't know, and the boy confirms he truly doesn't. A heavy silence falls between the two, as John carefully considers what to say next. With a knowing smirk, he lets out a slow sigh, creating an undeniable air of mystery. He then dramatically reveals the mask is simply for show, with no real purpose. The scene abruptly cuts, showing us that a few days have since passed. Since that curious conversation, Johnny Schwartz warmly welcomes the new recruit, introducing himself as a powerful psyker. He extends his hand, and the two share a firm handshake, sealing the start of what could be a crucial partnership. Johnny tells him to follow along, as there are many important people for him to meet. At the base, the rookie then dutifully follows him through the bustling hallways, his curiosity piqued about what he'll discover. Suddenly, Simon and the new rookie appear, both wearing a serious, intimidating expression. Simon trails Johnny down the hall, a clear look of superiority etched onto his face. He stops him dead in his tracks and asks if he's the genius everyone's been buzzing about. A smirk plays on Dell's lips, as he states he has high hopes for his future here. The scene then cuts to a vivid flashback, showing the boy's hands being applauded by everyone around him. We see his parents congratulating him warmly, their eyes filled with immense pride and admiration. Even during a test, he could already wield telekinesis, utterly astonishing the evaluators. A woman praises him, exclaiming that at this rate, he'll easily be the best in ARC. The scene shifts to the boy arriving at the base, ready for his incredibly bright future. He looks around at everyone, wondering if this truly is the famous arc. The boy runs excitedly as helicopters soar above the bustling training area. The other children quickly surround him, curious about the new psycheer who just arrived. He's surprised by the sheer number of people and promises himself he'll be the best of them all. But suddenly, he notices something that deeply bothers him. In the crowd of recruits, he spots Kuro crying and feels the boy simply doesn't belong there. With a clenched fist, he seethes with anger, annoyed by Li Han's very presence. Del Simon wonders if that crybaby is also a psycheer, like him, with a look of utter disgust. He finds it completely unacceptable for someone like Kuro to even be there. But what he truly couldn't accept was something else entirely. He remembers beating the boy, who only knew how to cry and cower in fear. It was the fact that this crybaby was a far better psycheer than he was. It's explained to us that S rank is on a completely different level, something utterly unattainable. Furious, he violently punches the wall, wondering what the boy did to deserve such power. He's outraged because all Kuro ever did was cry. In the present, he punches the bathroom mirror, shattering the glass with pure, unadulterated hatred. The boy remembers all the immense effort he poured in, always giving his absolute best. He pushed himself relentlessly to remain a genius, even while everyone else was sound asleep. The scene shifts to a tense meeting room, where two figures wait in heavy silence. Li Han finds it strange. It's an emergency meeting after all. He wonders why the silence. Then suddenly, someone appears, saying, "Perhaps it's another special mission for the two of us." The two are left alone, gazing out the window, as they wait for the meeting to begin. Then Sai turns up, remarking on how long it's been. Li Han wonders if he might be the squad's vice leader. Sai explains he's short on psycheers for his squad, and asks Li Han if he knows about the cracked dimension. He repeats the dimension's ominous name. Sai explains it's the capital of Albania, the very place where the First War broke out. A brutal war in which humans were utterly unable to defend themselves from the monsters. As a grim result, the entire Balkan Peninsula, including Albania and Greece, was left utterly desolate and deserted. Li Han then comments, they might be trying to open the rift again, just like in Shinweiju. Sai counters that it's far worse than it looks, explaining that their initial troops were absolutely annihilated by the monsters. The second wave of battalions will be announced soon, and he stresses that all troops must be ready for it. He explains that some Elon mages can open portals, allowing them to transport massive monster armies. They continue to swell their numbers by forcefully tearing the rift open. Li Fan realizas. This is developing much faster than anyone anticipated. He knows the dragon will appear this time. A few more people arrive at the location, commenting that they're late. Johnny points out that the squad's last member has finally arrived. He dismisses the need for formal introductions, since everyone present already knows each other from previous missions. Li Han and Del Simon then face off, with palpable tension crackling between them. The blonde boy thinks about how Li Han always manages to get in his way, irritating him. He then remembers the past, that how that crybaby always kept him from being the best. Li Fan alway samatinaranli superior, as if silently proclaiming he was simply better. But he vows to himself that no matter what, he will surpass him. With everyone now gathered, Johnny begins to relay the instructions for this critical emergency mission. He explains, the objective is to prevent the rift from opening and to confront the minions. Air support, however, will be limited, with only 3 units available to assist. And if the plan fails, they'll be forced to deploy the psycho frames to stop the dragons. Del, Simon, and Sai listen intently, their expressions serious and deeply focused on the plan. Li Han clenches his fist, declaring he's ready. He's trained for this. He then asks when they're departing to get the mission underway. Johnny replies that they're leaving immediately. There's absolutely no time to waste. The scene opens at the Torrena outpost, just 20 kilometers from the rift. There, Alexander Lacour analyzes a satellite image, warning of formidable psychic shields in the area. He explains that a dragon summoning ceremony is currently underway, but they don't know under which specific shield. Lacour then tells the soldiers that an airstrike would be completely useless against such potent barriers. With a laugh, he shouts that he knows from experience that conventional attacks simply won't work here. In the audience, a young Li Han listens with a very serious expression. The commander gets a bit awkward, adjusts his tie, and quickly decides to change the subject. The scene shifts to the courtyard. where a team of soldiers marches towards their mission. Wei Chun gathers the squad and starts giving the final orders for the operation. Through the streets of the ruined city, war tanks begin their advance. Soon, they encounter a giant horde of monsters, clustered near a statue. The plan is simple. The joint forces will distract the monsters, while the PF teams hunt down the mages in the skies. 7 support ships are on standby, ready to deploy up to 3 for assistance. But Li Han knows this is a last resort, as the enemy wants them to exhaust their resources. Without further delay, the operation begins with a series of explosive blasts. On the front line, the tanks open fire relentlessly, gunning down the approaching horde. Even when hit, the creatures keep advancing, showing incredible resistance. The real danger isn't the monsters themselves, but their collective madness. They simply ignore the pain and push forward, grinding their teeth in a sound that seems to urge them on. Dozens sacrifice themselves just to take down a single tank, surviving only through their rapid reproduction. The battle rages on with explosions and gunfire, echoing throughout the destroyed city. Meanwhile, the PF team sprints through the streets, moving toward their true objective. Through his visor, Li Han detects approaching enemies. Just ahead, the squad comes face to face with 4 monsters, blocking their path without hesitation. The team charges in engaging the creatures directly, but suddenly a giant monster appears. One of the soldiers freezes, looking up terrified by the new threat. A massive ogre emerges roaring, putting the soldiers on high alert. Li Han then tells Silence and Corporal Sai to handle the remaining grunts. Next he calls for Simon, who readies his spear to face the larger monster. Li Han yells to the team that they need to take down the ogre together, right now. Del Simon then faces the creature with a serious, confident gaze. With that, Silence and the other soldiers split off, running to deal with the smaller monsters. One of the grunts takes the opportunity to charge the soldier, but Li Han is faster and fires a grenade. He yells, drawing the beast's attention. Daring it to come at him, the creature becomes enraged, crushing a nearby car with its giant claw. With a roar of pure fury, the ogre charges the first person it sees. The monster tries to attack Li Han, but he dodges. Li Han then announces he's aiming for the head and asks Simon to clear a path. Simon agrees. A vibrant blue energy begins to glow from his hands. Using his powers, he effortlessly lifts several rocks from the ground, crafting a makeshift attack route. Simon then shouts at the top of his lungs, urging Li Han to go now. And so, he dashes across the rocks, leaping directly toward the ogre's weak spot. With a look of pure, fierce determination, Li Han prepares for the final, decisive blow against the creature. He then uses the monster's own arm as a ramp, fearlessly charging toward it with his spear. He lands several brutal blows on the ogre's face, shattering its formidable defense. Mid-leap, he swiftly pulls out a grenade, revealing his true, shocking attack strategy. The ogre opens its cavernous mouth to attack, but in doing so, it inadvertently gives Li Han the perfect opening he was waiting for. The boy then throws the grenade with pinpoint precision, aiming straight for the beast's monstrous throat. From inside the monster's gaping maw, we see the explosive plummet deep within. As the hero manages to get clear, Simon uses his powers to cushion Li Han's rapid fall, who is still caught in the edge of the blast. The grenade then detonates with devastating force, blowing the ogre's head clean off from the inside out. Simon watches, observing the outcome of their daring plan. As smoke billows from the defeated monster's colossal body, Li Han lands safely, weapons still firmly in hand, and instantly announces they need to keep moving. The scene shows the victorious, battle-hardened team. A moment of profound silence, with Li Han looking over the heaps of fallen monsters. Corporal Sai is utterly impressed, wondering if this is truly the same kid he once knew. He reflects silently that he'd always thought Li Han was incredible. But this is on an entirely different level. Even with years of his own battle experience, he feels like he's being led by a seasoned, reliable superior. The team keeps advancing through the ruined cities, streets, pressing onward with their vital mission. Suddenly, Li Han gives a sharp, immediate hand signal. ordering the entire squad to an immediate dead halt. They cautiously enter a building and find several bodies, scattered eerily across the dark, grimy floor. Touching the fresh blood, he realizes the bodies haven't been there for long at all. Simon then turns expectantly to the team leader. Cautiously, he calls out Lihan's name. He spots a single werewolf hair on the ground, a crucial clue about their hidden enemy. With this discovery, he's certain that Elu hunters are lurking nearby. His senses immediately go on high alert, picking up strange noises and movement all around. Just then, a dark, sinister smoke begins to form on the ceiling. Right above them, he silently calls out to Simon, ordering them to ready their close-range weapons. Leon explains that beheading the werewolves is far more effective than mere shooting. He throws a rock to scout the area. It starts to ricochet off the walls. As the squad very carefully moves down the alley, holding a flashbang, everyone gets into position, ready for combat. They expect the enemy to appear at any moment. Without a second thought, Lihan pulls the pin on a flashbang and charges forward. Two werewolves, formed of pure darkness, appear, ready to attack the soldier with everything they've got. He then hurls the grenade at the monstrous figures, intending its blinding light to incapacitate them. The grenade explodes, creating a brilliant flash that illuminates the entire dark alley. With the enemy momentarily stunned, the duo then prepares to finish off the monsters. While they're still vulnerable, with their blades, they slice through the creatures, finishing the job with deadly ease. Meanwhile, the rest of the PF team continues to fight the other werewolves. But suddenly, Lihan's expression changes, as if he's seen something atop a building. A mysterious figure watches the battle from above. Lihan panics and desperately yells for everyone to take cover. Right now, the archer then draws his bow, aiming a purple energy arrow directly at the team. It's revealed that Simon used his powers to stop the arrow. With a body involved, everyone recovers from the shock. Simon states their lives are more important, leaving Silence confused, but Lihan is absolutely furious, ignoring the danger and preparing a counterattack. Sai tries to stop him, warning that the grenade won't reach, only for the enemy to easily dodge it. With glowing eyes, Lihan leaps, unleashing his powers. He channels raw energy into his spear. He then hurls the weapon with devastating might, transforming it into a searing energy projectile. The enemy archer spots the incoming attack. As Lihan strains to guide the shot, the energy projectile relentlessly pursues the enemy, speeding straight for the shooter. The attack slams into the building head-on, unleashing a massive explosion at the top. Clearly impressed, Silence turns to Lihan, giving a firm thumbs up. Lihan admits he doesn't fully understand his powers, but acknowledges he just did something incredible. Simon then explains the technique was incredibly difficult, like a half-court shot made backward. But the explosion reveals a massive horde of flying monsters, swarming out from inside the building, directly at the objective's location. The monsters are intently watching the rift open, but suddenly, an explosion erupts, instantly wiping out the monsters. A powerful psychic shield has been exposed, and now the team has orders to eliminate Point 9. Without wasting a single moment, the PF squad immediately sprints toward the new target. Lihan reports that Izzy's squad is approaching Point 9. 1 kilometer away, Corporal Sai keeps pushing on, but now with a far more serious and thoughtful expression. In a flashback, Lihan instructs Sai to connect a tripwire and to use some grenades, explaining that all the commotion will attract the monsters, which is precisely why they need a trap. The corporal reflects that Lihan is becoming a true soldier, faster than anyone else, but a deep pain aches inside, because he's still just a 10-year-old kid, caught in the brutal chaos of war. The scene then shifts its focus to the psychic shield, completely surrounded on all sides by a monster horde. Lihan explains the plan, stating that everyone, except for Silence, will clear the path to the target, while they also secure the escape route. Silence will cross the shield to eliminate the mage. With a firm nod, Silence confirms he has perfectly understood his part of the mission. He then unleashes his potent dark aura, as the entire team is counting on him for victory. The scene dramatically shifts to a flashback, revealing a little girl utterly mesmerized by the TV screen. But then, someone abruptly switches off the set, and a girl, her legs wrapped in bandages, then offers a strange, subtle smile. Jumping back to the present, Silence, focused and determined, reminds himself he is the heir. His technique is revealed, moving with the speed and grace of wind, as free and unpredictable as the team pushes forward. He sprints ahead, a menacing purple aura blazing, ready for the kill. Then, he plunges fearlessly into the heart of the horde, unleashing a potent wave of energy that carves a path through them. With unbelievable speed, he slices through enemies. Stunning Mage Leo, the phrase "kill the monster" flashes menacingly across his visor as he relentlessly assaults the mage. Meanwhile, the rest of the team battles valiantly, fiercely holding back the monstrous horde. The chilling phrase "no mercy" lights up his helmet, and Silence continues his brutal, relentless assault. He transforms into a searing purple blur, slicing through multiple enemies simultaneously with his deadly blades. He then leaps, unleashing a devastating area of effect attack, leaving the bewildered monsters below in chaos. But then, a colossal explosion of fire and raw energy engulfs Mage Leo completely. Li Han then radios in, reporting that Point 9 has been successfully eliminated, and the team is now pulling back. Corporal Tsai grumbles to Silence, demanding why he has those childish messages on his visor. The scene dramatically cuts to the sky, where a massive psycho frame support ship approaches the ravaged battlefield. Its underside dramatically opens up, charging immense energy to unleash powerful ground support. With a blinding flash, the ship fires a devastating beam of light that strikes the top of a building with immense force. A soldier watches the incredible attack, visibly impressed by the overwhelming air support's firepower. Li Han then announces a new unit has been dispatched to assist and urges them to hurry. Suddenly, a frantic radio call breaks through. It's the Alpha Squad leader, urgently calling for Izzy One. Li Fan swiftly responds, identifying himself, and confirming he's receiving the message loud and clear. The other team's leader then reports that their next target is Point 8, and they're moving to join forces with them. Our hero looks surprised, wondering how. They've already wrapped up their assigned missions. He's impressed by their incredible speed as he dashes through the bustling city streets. But the Alpha leader delivers a grim warning. There's a critical hitch that deeply troubles Li Han. The soldier explains they took out the mages, but rushed out, neglecting everything else. And because of that blunder, a gigantic horde of monsters is hot on their heels right now. It's then dramatically revealed that the Alpha Squad leader's name is Derek, and his power, unbridled electricity. Li Han immediately starts racking his brain, desperate to find a place to unleash Derek's electric power. With his team utterly exhausted, he quickly radios the Alpha Squad leader. Without a moment's hesitation, Derek replies, teasing. He was starting to think Li Han had completely abandoned them. At that, our hero quickly relays the coordinates, instructing him to turn and head straight ahead. He explains there's an outdoor pool nearby, which should have collected a significant amount of rainwater. Derek instantly grasps the genius of the plan, truly impressed by the brilliant strategy the kid concocted. With a grin, he informs his team they're now heading straight for the designated location, but then he unexpectedly calls out for Izzy again, leaving Li Han quite perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Derek then proposes that if they manage to survive this, the two of them should officially become real friends. Li Han gives a small smile, wholeheartedly agreeing to the proposal, eagerly accepting his unexpected new friend. The scene then dramatically cuts back to the frantic escape, with Alpha Squad desperately fleeing the monstrous horde. One of the hideous creatures lunges forward to attack, making a soldier shriek in pure fear and desperation. One of them gasps, "How much further?" while another defiantly shouts, "We're almost there." Derek roars, "It's just around the corner," and promises he's going to fry every last monster to death. With a fierce, determined look, he begins to charge his body with crackling, overwhelming electricity. But upon finally arriving at their destination, Derek is absolutely aghast to find the pool completely empty. The brilliant plan had catastrophically gone down the drain, as the entire place was utterly dry and utterly destroyed. Corporal Tsai then grimly explains that, since the floor and walls are completely shattered, the water had all tragically leaked out. Lifanijlandia utterly spokolas, utterly paralyzed, watching his strategy crumble at the crucial moment. A furious Li Han clenches his fist tight. He's frustrated they've been cornered like this. The crushing weight of guilt settles upon him, and our hero is racked with guilt over his huge mistake. He's truly torn up inside, convinced the blame is his and his alone. Noticing the kid's state, he then barks at him to calm down, assuring him it's okay and no one has died yet. Li Han looks up in genuine surprise, as Tsai displays the look of a leader ready to take charge. With that, our hero takes a deep, steadying breath, regaining his composure, ready to rejoin the battle. The team retreats, rushing down a hallway, but the horde's terrifying screams already echo. Right behind him, with his eyes glowing blue, Li Han shouts, "The enemy is coming," and for everyone to get ready. Alpha Squad spots the Izzy team just up ahead, running to meet them within the hallway. Derek screams out in pure panic, yelling for them to run for their lives. And right behind them, a relentless horde of dark monsters emerges, relentlessly chasing after the squad. With that, the Izzy team moves in to provide crucial cover, with Silence bravely leading the counterattack. Li Han then shouts a crucial new order, telling them to prioritize protecting Alpha Squad. The team charges forward with Silence and Simon in front, using their blades to swiftly slice through the monsters. The rest of the soldiers open fire fiercely, providing cover for Alpha Team to retreat to safety. Li Han then yells for everyone to fall back, only taking down monsters that get too close. But the horde was absolutely massive, and soon, both squads were completely surrounded. Jung Hyo warns they can't afford to be left behind here, and that they need to call for a psycho frame. Li Fan Bakumas Daepli Tufu, knowing he must decide incredibly carefully, as everyone's lives completely depend on it. Calling for air support would surely save them, but only 2 units are left for all the squads. He then makes his difficult decision. They need to get out of this entirely on their own. He begins to concoct a daring plan. Suddenly, a brilliant epiphany strikes him, an idea that could save everyone from imminent danger. In the distance, his eyes land on a giant water tank, an object that could completely change the course of this battle. Li Han realizes that water tank is their key. It could be their ultimate salvation. He then yells for Silence and Simon to move. Their mission, get to the other side of the old swimming pool. He then orders the rest of the soldiers to hold their defensive line at all costs. The plan is to lure the horde of ravenous monsters into the swimming pool, using the team as bait. Li Han quickly informs Silence about the tank, ordering him to open the lid and check inside. He already knows it's brimming with water. He states that half of it will be more than enough, and tells Simon to get ready for action. Harnessing his formidable powers, Simon fires several powerful energy projectiles at the tank's base. Meanwhile, one of the squad soldiers quickly finishes off a monster that managed to get through. Through his visor, Silence gives an okay sign, indicating that the plan is working perfectly. Li Han yells for all troops to fall back now, and tells Alpha 1 to get ready to move. The tank's support structure begins to crack and break under the relentless barrage of attacks. The massive metal reservoir then starts to topple, about to crash right into the pool. Simon and Silence watch on as water begins to leak from the damaged structure. With that, the water tank finally tips over, unleashing a massive waterfall onto the area below. The pool is now flooded, completely trapping the monsters and leaving them utterly vulnerable to attack. Derek then declares it's time to restore his reputation after his earlier humiliating failure. With that, he begins to concentrate an insane amount of electricity into his fists. With a wide, malicious grin, he shouts that tonight's dinner is going to be a barbecue. He then prepares to unleash all that accumulated energy at once. And just like that, he discharges the electricity into the water, frying every single monster in the pool. From a distance, a towering pillar of light is seen, showcasing the overwhelming power of the electric attack. Derek then celebrates with a triumphant laugh, shouting that victory was undeniably theirs. But after such immense effort, he collapses from sheer exhaustion, Li Han quickly catches him. He apologizes, admitting his strength has finally given out, and asks Izzy-1 to watch over Alpha Squad. Li Han agradece, albeit reluctantly, but grumbles about what a persistent bastard he is, and that they need to go. The scene cuts to a long shot, showing the psycho frames assaulting other locations. We learn that all ground-based support units have already been deployed to the battle. Li Han then realizes they hold the undeniable upper hand, with only one final objective remaining. With renewed resolve, the two squads advance together, moving past the inert bodies of the defeated monsters. One of the soldiers seems confused, as he was certain they had already defeated all the monsters. But it's then suddenly revealed that there's only one objective left: the operation's final psychic shield. Meanwhile, the support forces are battling gigantic monsters on the brutal front lines. The advanced mech carve through smaller enemies, clearing a path with their searing energy blades. With a clear path, the squads approach the target, which is protected by a monstrous horde of creatures. Li Han then yells to silence, ordering him to charge forward and pierce the shield. Without an ounce of hesitation, the soldier obeys, running at full, blistering speed, piercing the shield. But suddenly, a wave of raw, purple energy erupts from within the shield. A mysterious voice begins to recite a strange, chilling incantation. Then, the terrifying silhouette of a giant dragon appears from behind the barrier, utterly shocking the soldiers. Then Simon freezes, completely terrified by the colossal creature that has manifested, wondering, what the hell are those bastards? The monsters continue the ritual, unwavering, and the dragon's spectral image becomes clearer and clearer. Li Han shouts that there's no time to waste, and that they need to kill the mage immediately. In the sky, a swirling vortex of purple energy forms, indicating the ritual is almost complete. The monsters continue the ritual in chilling unison, ignoring the mage already sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a helmet falls and rolls in the dust, signaling an intense shift in the battle. Then, a swirling vortex of dark energy rips into existence, devouring everything in its terrifying vicinity. Li Han is utterly stunned as the ritual presses on, even though the summoner has already been vanquished. And from the very ground, a gigantic dragon claw erupts, fully materialized by the ritual's sinister power. Li Han fixates on the monstrous energy dragon, puzzled by what kind of creature he's truly facing. Its sheer scale leaves him utterly speechless, despite seeing only a fraction of its massive front claw. This formidable dragon, we learn, is twice the size of any beast recorded in the Ark. The ground groans and cracks violently beneath his feet as the portal becomes terrifyingly unstable. Silence immediately moves to extract Li Han from danger. Silence races to the precipice, just as Li Han teeters on the edge of the abyss. One of his frantic companions screams Li Han's name. Silence thrusts a strange device into Li Han's hand, which instantly displays a critical message on its screen. A simple, direct plea: don't you dare die in this battle. He passionately explains that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the fierce determination to conquer it. Inspired, Li Han asks where he heard such wisdom, but receives no immediate reply. Silence then slyly reveals it was from a movie, promising to show it to him once they make it back alive. And without a moment's hesitation, he leaps directly toward the rift, soaring high above the throng of monsters. The colossal dragon begins to violently siphon everything in, consuming all the surrounding monsters whole, unleashing a devastating purple shockwave that ripples outward. The sheer force of the impact hurls all the nearby soldiers backward, crashing them brutally to the ground. Li Han and his companions desperately struggle to rise, but the relentless blast slams them back down once more. Before their very eyes, a bizarre creature starts to grotesquely devour the fallen monsters' bodies. Li Han screams out in utter desperation, warning that the monstrous entity is feeding on its own minions to gain more power. The scene unfolding is truly horrific, with the sickening crunch of breaking bones echoing chillingly across the now silent battlefield. The rest of the team watches on in horrified disbelief, unable to fully comprehend the grotesque sight before them. After its gruesome feast, the creature fully unveils itself. A terrifying dragon forged from pure, dark energy. He finally comprehends. The rift was far too small, and they desperately need a psycho frame now. Just then, the dragon unleashes a deafening roar, unleashing a devastating wave of psychic energy. The colossal creature then stares at the moon, roaring once more, even louder than before, its influence spreading like wildfire across the entire area. The mental shockwave slams into the soldiers, causing one of them to immediately collapse to his knees. Li-Han's eyes blaze crimson red, revealing the sheer agony of the psychic assault. Soon, all the soldiers collapse, screaming and writhing in excruciating pain, as their minds are violently invaded. The mental pressure becomes so utterly intense that a truly desperate soldier points his gun directly at his own head. The dragon, still fixated on the moon, hears 5 muffled gunshots ring out in the background. The telepathic attack remains completely unaffected. It then coldly announces that the disgusting pests are still up in the sky. Leon screams in agony, feeling the crushing, unbearable pressure of the mental assault tearing through his head. One of his companions also violently drops to his knees, completely unable to resist the overwhelming psychic wave. The monstrous creature then declares it will finish off those pathetic souls on the ground. As soon as the dimensional rift widens fully, Del Simon is also writhing in pure agony, screaming for the beast to get out of his head immediately. Right then, the dragon turns a vicious snarl on its face, declaring it will first eliminate those things, referring to the support ships above, which were tragically crafted from their own flesh and bones. Li-Han quickly realizes the true target is the cargo plane, and he must stop this devastating attack. But the young boy can barely even move, feeling the crushing, immobilizing pressure all over his body. The creature then menacingly begins to charge, a devastating blast of pure purple energy in its gaping mouth. Simon, however, has already completely lost all hope, and with terror-filled red eyes, he warns Li-Han that they're all doomed to die. Li-Han watches the terrifying scene in utter desperation, thinking everyone will surely perish if nothing is done. But then he suddenly rises, realizing he must be the one to act. With eyes burning scarlet with unyielding rage, Li-Han fills with an unshakable determination to fight. With absolutely everything he's got left, the dragon is now just moments away from firing its devastating energy blast. A devastating attack descends upon the soldiers. But our hero refuses to give up. He sprints forward, determined to grab his spear. Excruciating pain racks his entire body. With a furious, earth-shaking roar, the boy unleashes every ounce of his energy at once. Li-Han confronts the menacing threat, poised to unleash his maximum power against the monster. Consumed by sheer fury, Del Simon takes aim with his weapon, his eyes glowing an intense, bright red. He screams, "Die!" dropping his rifle to the ground, completely enveloped by uncontrollable rage. His mind overflows with burning hatred, the word "die" echoing relentlessly in his thoughts. In a burst of pure fury, he charges forth, losing all control over his own psychic powers. But after reaching the peak of his anger, his body gives out, collapsing to the ground. Completely exhausted, the boy gasps for breath, his body heavy after expending so much energy. Just then, Li-Han approaches him, asking, "How the hell did you manage that?" All by himself. He then stares at his friend, wondering how he was the only one left unharmed. Li-Han sprints toward the monstrous creature, shouting in disbelief, and wondering how he's the only one still standing. The scene then shifts into a flashback, as someone hands a confidential file to John Red. He questions Grossman, demanding to know what he's going to do with that promotion list. The instructor then begins to flip through the papers, analyzing the names listed there very closely. He makes an announcement. He's sending one of these guys on the mission as a new member of the Recon squad. John Red is confused, but Grossman explains that Recon is the amusing nickname he gave to Li-Han. Repeating the name, he finally understands the joke, having a small, exasperated revelation right then and there. John Red complains that it's the same old nonsense, as with Wei Chun, asking if he hasn't matured at all. But then Grossman reveals Dimitri's photo, saying he likes the guy and that he looks just like him. John Red loses all patience with the joke, giving his colleague a rather dirty look. Grossman then says Dimitri is clearly better, but John Red retorts that he looks more like Grossman. Grossman just tells him to simply obey, saying they'll undoubtedly be the perfect pair. But he admits they really don't see eye to eye. He explains that despite their constant bickering, they never let it interfere with a mission. And Li Han, above all, despises losing, which is exactly what fuels his drive. Back in the thick of it, Del Simon screams with all his might, releasing a bluish aura of energy, his spirit brimming with courage, shouting that if Li Han can pull it off, then so can he. With that, Li Han charges forward, spear in hand, his weapon glowing intensely with his raw power. He then uses his power to launch himself upward, landing squarely on top of the giant creature. The two boys fight in perfect sync, unleashing the full extent of their psychic powers. But suddenly, Simon feels the immense strain. His body can't handle the exertion, and he collapses unconscious. Li Han then leaps towards the dragon, his eyes glowing with a fierce blue light. He knows he won't be able to physically hurt the monster. He just wants to alter the trajectory of its breath, attack using his immense power. And so, a pillar of white and blue energy shoots into the sky, changing the attack's direction. The blow hits the dragon square on, forcing the creature's massive head back. The force of the impact throws Li Han far, slamming him hard onto the ground. But the diverted breath attack hits the cargo ship, causant a massive explosion. The monster declares it was a futile attempt, and that they no longer have any hope. Li Fan's body fails him. He can't feel his left arm and leg, but for some reason, the dragon senses he still believes he has a chance. The creature is enraged by the boy's defiant gaze, and decides to finish him off once and for all. The monster then prepares to strike with its claw, intending to kill even the injured Li Han. Li Fan kneels, staring death in the eyes without any fear. But suddenly, the creature turns, sensing another presence fast approaching. The dragon realizes it's sinking, not understanding what's happening beneath it. Its giant paw gets stuck in the ground, which begins to dissolve into pure energy. Li Han hook, wondering why the rift is suddenly closing. And with that, the creature is violently sucked back into the rift. Against its will, furious, the enraged dragon glares at Li Han, yelling that it only needs to kill him to win. With one desperate, final attack, it moves to crush the boy with its gigantic claws. But the hero can barely move, realizing his leg is badly injured and unable to dodge. He can only watch as the claw hurtles right at him, but suddenly, out of nowhere, a beam of light slams down from the sky, forcibly blocking the dragon's attack. From the smoke, Johnny dramatically emerges in advanced combat armor. The mech pushes back the monster's massive paw, leaving Li Han stunned by the unexpected help. He wonders how the pilot managed to descend without a pod. As the man then asks if he made it in time, Johnny then reveals he believes he was the only one who survived. On the cargo ship, Li Han gazes at his savior, utterly shocked by the revelation. And bracing for whatever comes next, Li Han realizes, with dawning horror, that the pilot's legs are actively being consumed by the rift. With a look of sheer terror on his face, he hears Johnny pleading with him to live a long life. And with that, he's violently pulled into the rift along with the dragon. Kneeling, Li Han screams in despair, feeling the crushing pain of Johnny's loss. After the explosion, all that's left is silence, and the solitary image of our hero on the ground. As the sun rises, he lets loose one last scream, a cry of pure anguish and frustration. The codename of the eighth dragon is finally revealed. The apocalyptic creature known as Bahamut. During a presentation, Ji-jun remarks to Sasha Grace that she gave the creature a rather grand name indeed, but she explains that this dragon is vastly different from the others, being much, much larger and stronger. The commander then laments the devastating loss of 4 psycho frames, a huge setback for them. The good news is that the dragon's appearance has spurred other nations' interest in the art project. Meanwhile, Alexander Lacour, Bahamut's sudden arrival, it seems, has truly complicated things for the purists. But suddenly his expression shifts, as if he spotted something incredibly strange. He then demands they freeze the screen and wonders who could have possibly injured the dragon's eye. The zoomed-in image clearly reveals damage to the creature's eye, an unexpected injury no one saw coming. The scene abruptly shifts to a flashback, featuring Johnny, training in intense hand-to-hand combat with Li-Han. He remarks that the boy seems utterly emotionless at times, as if that very detachment is his greatest strength. He'd walk straight into certain death if he believed it was the only solution. Johnny feels absolutely certain he wouldn't hesitate for a second to sacrifice himself for the greater good. With that thought in mind, he goes all out, charging fiercely at Li-Han. Then, with a swift, expert move, he throws him to the ground. Deep within his memory, Li-Han hears Johnny's urgent voice, telling him, "Don't die. Survive with a smile." The instructor's voice demands, "It's time to get up," calling out to Li-Han. His vision then slowly starts to clear, snapping the boy back to a harsh, undeniable reality. He awakens in a sterile hospital bed and sees John Red standing directly in front of him. Still groggy, he slowly recognizes the sergeant, still reeling from the recent events. He weakly asks how long he's been asleep, and John Red grimly tells him it's been 2 whole days. Then, he suddenly remembers the pilot, Mr. Schwartz, who heroically sacrificed himself in the battle. John Red then explains that he simply vanished and has been officially listed as missing in action. The boy turns his face away and in a weak, strained voice asks for a moment alone. John Red understands the plea and respectfully turns to leave, honoring the young soldier's grief. Outside, other soldiers immediately question him, sarcastically asking if this is a daycare. But John Red firmly tells them that Li-Han just woke up and desperately needs some time alone. Back in the room, our hero remains utterly silent, processing the overwhelming weight of all the losses. He grips the hospital sheet tightly, feeling the crushing weight of guilt and the immense sacrifices of everyone else. Then, a determined look hardens his gaze. Li-Han proves he's ready to push forward, stronger than ever. We learn that many countries didn't detect any monsters, since they were all wiped out in the recent battle. Jae-jun sighs in relief, noting that they'll finally get a moment to breathe. But suddenly, Octo makes a grand entrance, demanding their attention for something very important. Alexander Lacour glares at him furiously, utterly bewildered by his presence. Octo then drops a bombshell, proposing that Team 1's prototypes be transferred to Team 3. His teammate, Charlie Smith, explodes in anger, and pointing out the prototype could activate at any moment. The argument quickly escalates, with Octo shouting that the dragon matter level is dangerously high. But Octo remains unyielding, claiming he has the perfect person for the prototype, and just asks for their trust. Lacour finally relents, telling him to submit the proposal, though he feels like he's losing his mind. 3 days later, Li-Han is strolling down the hall, his arms still healing, when he suddenly bumps into Del Simon. The two exchange a heavy, serious gaze, their backs momentarily to each other. Li-Han thanks his friend for his assistance. Del Simon turns to face him, a cold, distant expression hardening his features. Li Fanten thanks him for his cooperation on their last mission, showing his respect. But Del Simon has a troubled look, clearly affected by what happened during it. He remembers the intense battle and how utterly useless he felt as Li-Han faced all the danger. Li-Han then warns him not to underestimate him, just because he's led a squad a few times. But Simon explodes in a fit of rage, yelling at him not to treat him like a childhood friend. Our hero simply stares at him, silent, his expression serious and unreadable. Li-Han then reverses gravity, coldly taunting him, reminding him how badly he lost to Gua. An enraged Simon snarls, telling him to meet him at the gym, shouting he'll break his other arm. Li-Han isn't intimidated. A smirk plays on his face as he immediately accepts the challenge. And so the two begin walking, side by side, toward the gym. Simon's mind is a flurry of curses as they walk. He feels like an absolute idiot after their fight. He wonders if he's only made things far worse. by blatantly exposing his inferiority complex to the other. Then, a terrible thought crosses his mind about dealing with a cripple, but he quickly scolds himself for even having such a thought. No matter what, he vows not to be made a fool of by that bastard ever again. Suddenly, two other soldiers notice the pair passing by and wonder if it's truly them. One of them then loudly shouts, yelling out Lihan and Simon's names. Dmitri excitedly bounces towards them, gleefully announcing that he and Knuth have successfully advanced to level 3. But Lihan and Simon, however, don't seem the least bit impressed by his big news. Lihan then tells Simon they both need to cool down, but Simon vehemently disagrees. Dmitri and Nuth arrive, all smiles. Inside the cafeteria, everyone greets Lihan, praising his impressive feat with the spear. Nuth takes the opportunity to tease his friend, asking what it feels like to be a hero now. Another soldier approaches them, saying this story makes the incident more bearable. It's Derek here to collect on their promise that they become friends if they both survived. Lihan recognizes him and, with a smile, calls him by name, happy to see him well. Derek is surprised Lihan knows his name and officially introduces himself to Lihan. The scene then changes, showing the four of them sitting together at the same cafeteria table. Suddenly, Derek pukas Lihan, warning him that guy is at it again. Just then, Silence walks in, carrying a mountain of cakes and sweets. Shocking everyone, Lihan can't believe it, and Derek comments, it's been 5 days since the mission. It's explained that he calls this wall training, going days without eating or drinking. Lihan comments that he'd already noticed, adding that he seems to be testing the limits of his stomach. Without a word, Silence places the giant tray of sweets on the cafeteria table. Our hero then notices he's changed his mask, and Silence clarifies he simply forgot to charge it. Leon wonders how he's going to eat anything, but then he shifts gears and asks about the wall training. He laments feeling utterly useless, just watching while everyone else fought. Silence asks about the boy sitting beside him, and Lihan introduces him as Knuth Meyer. Knuth gives a quick greeting, and Silence says he'll definitely try to remember him from now on. The boy then gets a look of utter revelation, as if he just discovered something incredibly important. Suddenly, Silence dramatically takes off his glasses and mask, revealing a stunning female face underneath. Knuth is left completely shocked and blushing profusely, unable to believe what he's seeing with his own eyes. The scene then shifts to a bustling gym, where several soldiers are training incredibly hard. Knuth struggles intensely with the bench press, grimacing in pain under the heavy weight. He breaks into a sudden cold sweat, finding what he saw earlier simply impossible, and starts frantically questioning himself. He wonders if there's truly a girl in Ark, and if not, then he must be in a guise. To get rid of this persistent doubt, he decides he absolutely needs to check for himself. Just to be sure, he quickly musters his courage, shouting that he will unravel this profound unknown. Instead of ever fearing it, he thinks he won't be able to tell with that mask on, and that this is his absolute only chance. Whistling, he slyly approaches Silence, thinking about the rumors of a prominent scar. He prepares for his audacious plan, thinking that if it's true, he'll just apologize. Knuth then lunges to rip off the mask, but Silence is much, much faster and grabs him with a perfectly aimed kick. He sends the boy flying, displaying impressive reflexes. Fallen on the ground, Knuth yells out in pain, while Silence just calmly walks away, silently, making a precise sign with his fingers. He warns that you should never let your guard down. Knuth is absolutely furious and curses wildly at him, but wonders what the hell a Neen's soldier even is. Lihan advises him to stop immediately, but Knuth declares he simply can't, until his burning curiosity is finally satisfied. Kasim then appears and sternly scolds him, saying he understands exactly how he feels. He then whispers something into the boy's ear. A rooftop meeting is set up to hash out all the crucial details. The two shake hands, and Kasim takes his leave, leaving Lihan alone and deeply suspicious. Our hero stands lost in thought, hand on his chin, trying to piece together the scene. The scene then shifts to the rooftop, an open space absolutely perfect for clandestine meetings. Kasim then introduces himself, revealing their secret organization operating within ARC. They call themselves the SMO, and their mission is to uncover the true face. Behind a mask, with a firm handshake, he welcomes their newest comrade, the ever-curious Kenneth. In his hand, an emblem crafted from a simple bottle cap, the very symbol of their organization. Nuth falls silent, staring at the emblem, with a look of utter disappointment etched on his face. He gripes that they surely could have done better, and that the organization itself seems just as questionable as its trashy emblem. But Kasim quickly explains that its trashy appearance is entirely intentional, a clever ruse to maintain their secret identity. He declares it's impossible alone, but with the combined power of 4, they can succeed. Kenneth then muses and replies that the absolute minimum number of people for a mission is indeed 4. Kasim lights up with excitement, proclaiming they're undeniably stronger as a foursome, and that the final spot will be filled. The boy finally gives in, and with a serious look, asks about their audacious plan. With a knowing smile, Kasim reveals their big chance will arrive in 20 minutes. On Field 7, he explains, there's a training session planned to test Silence's incredible teleportation ability. Afterward, he won't even be able to blink, and that's precisely when they'll surround and ambush him. Nuth thinks the plans sound a bit cowardly, but Kasim retorts that he knows nothing about Silence. He then dashes off, saying that after witnessing the training, Nuth will feel entirely differently about it. The test begins, and Silence braces himself, his eye-shaped amulet glowing brightly. It's 6 continuous teleports, with the last one a vertical leap. Straight up, the scene showcases the vast training field, with Silence positioned at the center, eagerly awaiting the signal to begin. Silence blurs into motion, vanishing instantly. He teleports at blinding speed, striking every target with unbelievable precision. His form becomes a mere blur of purple energy. As he expertly taps each target, he internally pushes a little faster, stretching past his perceived limits. With one final surge, he rockets skyward, his mind set on soaring even higher. He then ascends majestically into the heavens, his amulet pulsing with light. Prepared for this training's ultimate phase, we learn that even mid-teleportation, he never loses his accumulated acceleration, and all that kinetic energy will unleash instantly. The moment he lands, with that, he plummets like a meteor, unleashing a massive shockwave of purple energy. Nuth gasps in shock as Kasim explains that he's far more terrifying than he appears. He warns them that the soldier will perform 2 more sets, and they need to prepare themselves. With fists clenched tight, the duo braces to unravel ARC's greatest mystery. The scene then shifts to Lihan, who's strolling down a hallway, burdened with a pile of books. He spots the eccentric duo enthusiastically shaking hands, making our hero sweat drop in disbelief. Li Fang Kiet Li Vagzawai, muttering, I hope those 2 end up alright. The scene opens on Nuth and Derek appearing, primed to confront their next threat. Suddenly, a figure in a skull mask and sunglasses. Silence himself appears, striding purposefully towards them. The entire team quickly surrounds Silence in the hallway, braced for battle, but the fight is over in a flash, with Nuth already sprawled on the ground, reeling from the enemy's overwhelming power. He angrily bellows, we're too weak. With all his teammates defeated, still slumped on the floor, Nuth groans that his unique electricity power has no effect on Silence whatsoever. He then grasps that brute force alone is futile, and they desperately need a brain to lead them. Just then, the door swings open, and Lihan appears. Knuth and Derek are summoned for a talk. The scene shifts. Now, the 2 are seated before Lihan, who looks incredibly serious. Lihan begins to speak, as he explains his opinion on the best way to handle the situation. Derek then urges him to be honest, and directly asks if he isn't curious about the masked man's true face. Without hesitation, Lihan answers with a blunt no, stunning them both. Knuth gets frustrated by the answer, believing their leader isn't taking the problem seriously. Suddenly, he recalls something important from the past, from when he first joined the squad. This memory hits him hard, bringing back the circumstances of his arrival. On the team, Lihan states that even without him, they would have found a way to forge their own squad. At that, Knuth stands up and declares he's leaving, bidding Li Han faraway. He tells Derek it's time to go, but in his mind, he's already apologizing to Silence for what's coming. But just as he was about to leave, Li Han's voice calls out, making him stop dead at the door. Their leader states he'll help, but just this once. But if they fail, they'll have to give up. Knuth is thrilled by the unexpected chance. Turning around and giving a confident thumbs up, their strategic plan is then revealed. The idea, to lure Silence to the building's rooftop. To ensure he gets there, Li Han explains that he'll share the exact locations of the traps. The entire team is stunned by the maps, seeing that traps are laid out everywhere. Knuth comments that he knew if they simply left it to Li Han, the plan would be flawless. The leader issues more instructions, strictly forbidding anyone from getting within 20 meters of the enemy. He explains that if Silence disappears nearby, their only chance is to roll forward and hope for the best. With everything explained, he claps his hands and yells for everyone to get a move on, and the team gets pumped. The scene then cuts to the rooftop, where Li Han is already setting up a blue tarp lays spread out on the ground. He then slips a communicator into his ear, ready to coordinate the start of their ambush. The entire squad confirms their comm status, and everyone reports hearing him, loud and clear from the rooftop. Li Han announces the target is about to appear, ordering Knuth to lure him straight to Team 1. Knuth takes off, running desperately, and Silence immediately gives chase at full speed. But just as he's about to snatch him, Derek appears by surprise, ready to block his path. Derek tries to grab him, but Silence easily dodges the attack. With the target now inside the building, Li Han orders the pairs to switch, beginning the next phase of their intricate plan. Suddenly, a hand snatches Silence from behind, but he sees it was just a helmet bomb. The helmet clatters to the ground, and he realizes he's walked right into a trap. This revelation infuriates him. He glares down the hallway, noticing the team is far more organized and intelligent than before. He then understands they didn't get smarter on their own. Someone new has joined the group. With a furious look, he curses the mastermind behind this plan, vowing to find them no matter what. Over the radio, a desperate warning comes in, saying the target has suddenly started moving, completely ignoring the traps. Silence rushes through the building at an absurd speed, dodging everything in his path. Li Han explains he never expected to catch him, as the important thing was for Silence to know the traps existed. The real goal was to make Silence lower his guard, so they could attack with everything they had. While running, Silence complains that the trap is poorly made, and he would never fall for it. He continues up the stairs, ignoring the warnings, feeling much smarter than the team. But something feels off, and he senses he's walking right into the enemy's hands. Over the radio, the team reports, "Our target is barreling straight for the rooftop." Just as planned, with one final desperate push, he finally hauls himself to the top of the building, gasping for air after the intense chase. There, he comes face to face with Li Han, and finally understands Li Han was the mastermind all along. He glances around, noticing the two massive tarps. He finds the entire setup utterly preposterous. Suddenly, a laser dot appears, aimed at one of the tarps. Is this how they're treating him? Like an animal? Annoyed, he completely ignores the traps and decides to charge full speed ahead, straight toward the other team members. His plan? Simply leap over the first tarp to bypass the obstacle entirely. But Li Han had already predicted this exact move. He knows exactly what Silence is thinking. The tarp activates, snaring him in mid-air. He's utterly shocked, as he hadn't touched a thing. It's revealed that Li Han can manually activate the second trap, effectively controlling the entire battlefield. With no other choice, Silence teleports to escape, appearing right in front of Li Han on the rooftop. In that very moment, Li Han grabs him and slaps a bucket right on his head, apologizing for the surprise attack. Li Han yells for everyone to attack at once, and the team swarms Silence, with that bucket still on his head. Meanwhile, Li Han simply observes. Li Han is shocked by Silence's movements, which look like something ripped straight out of an action movie. But Silence is clearly an exception to the rules, and he counterattacks with truly impressive physical skill, taking everyone down, even without being able to see a thing. he still manages to defend himself, kicking one of the team members clear away. Then, he finally manages to rip off the bucket, coming face to face with Li Han, who had just stood there, sporting a look of pure hatred. He tells Li Han he's the absolute worst of them all. The protagonist gets a little awkward, realizing the guy definitely didn't appreciate the prank. Then, Silence simply turns and walks away, leaving everyone else defeated on the ground. On the rooftop floor, Li Han thinks to himself that he really pissed the guy off, and that the situation has become incredibly tense. Lying on the ground, Nuth asks why he didn't take off the mask when he had the chance. He questions why their leader just stood by, since the plan was for everyone to attack together. But then Li Han reveals the reason, explaining that he did nothing, because he isn't a member of the team. A short while later, someone knocks on one of the room doors, wanting to come in and talk. It is Lian. He's gone to Silence's room to make things right. After their fight, he calls out Silence's name, hoping the person inside will hear him. In a serious tone, he says he came to apologize for what happened. He asks for forgiveness, and the door opens, revealing a short-haired girl, who turns out to be Silence. The girl, whose name is actually Sasha, asks why he did that to her on the rooftop. He explains he couldn't say no to Nuth, since Nuth had helped him so much in the past. But he corrects himself, saying it was all his fault, and that he actually had fun. Sasha asks what was so fun about it, and he says he wanted to test his own skills. Li Han also admits he was a little curious to see the face under the mask. Watching him on the door monitor, Sasha gives a little smile, finding his honesty amusing. Suddenly the door swings open and Li Han is surprised, not knowing what to expect. Just then Sasha appears, wearing a robotic skull mask, and grabs Li Han's arm with the mask's eye glowing. She warns him never to do that again, and he agrees startled. He gets the message, and thinks that if she doesn't want to show her face, he won't push it anymore. Li Han offers to get Nuth to come over so he can apologize too, but she tells him it's okay, as his apology was all she wanted, and then says goodbye. But then she pulls him inside the room. He's taken aback by the unexpected gesture. As the door swings shut, the scene abruptly cuts to a massive aircraft carrier, where helicopters are gearing up for a crucial, high-stakes mission. It's revealed that today marks the day of their ultimate assault, as they prepare to invade the Purist's main base. A soldier then questions how they pinpointed the enemy's location, and the answer points to none other than Bahamut. One of the enemy's own executives got cold feet and betrayed the base's location in exchange for his safety. Another officer muses that this entire situation feels like a victory with a truly bitter aftertaste. The soldiers then charge towards their transport, ready to fight for humanity and the generations to come. Meanwhile, back at the rigorous training grounds, we spot several recruits pushing themselves on the track, under the intense glare of the morning sun. Runing aluncida lithan, nute ajarli asks if he'd finally managed to apologize to Silence yet. Li Han confirms he did, and even better, she accepted his apology. This brings immense relief to Nuth. Nuth then inquires if this means Li Han is leaving the team, and Li Han confirms their arrangement. Back on the track, Domingo blazes past, yelling for everyone to clear his path. Li Han then invites Nuth to watch a movie later, casually mentioning that Silence herself lent it to him. The scene flashes back to the previous night, when Li Han headed to Sasha's room to pick up the film. She asks if he remembers her promise to show him a truly incredible movie. He immediately remembers, recalling the title, The Samurai Who Slashed the Moon. Sasha asks him to wait just a moment, while she locates the digital file for him. Meanwhile, he takes a look around her room, asking if all those impressive posters are for movies too. Her room is absolutely covered in movie pictures, and even replicas of famous movie weapons. Li Han is clearly impressed, commenting that she must be a huge film buff to own so much cinematic memorabilia. But she reveals that movies are the only way she ever gets to experience the outside world. He then recalls that she arrived at Ark about 7 years ago when she was still incredibly young. In that instant, he fully grasps that the only world she's ever known is this island and the captivating stories from her films. She hands him the file, confessing she knows it's all fake, but she just can't help but admire its brilliance. With a friendly, dismissive gesture, she bids him farewell, hoping he enjoys the movie. Back at the training grounds, Li Han notices the field is eerily quiet, much more so than usual. The profound silence immediately strikes him as odd, and he wonders where all the other training soldiers have vanished. Just then, a man in a crisp uniform appears in the stands. observing the group with an intensely serious expression. The man then sharply calls out Li Han's name, making the young man spin around in sudden surprise. It's Major Kong, who declares it's an emergency. He orders Li Han to change, no questions asked. The young soldier walks briskly towards a major, who is already waiting patiently by his imposing motorcycle. The major then hands Li Han a protective helmet and barks for him to hop on the back. As they prepare to speed off, he warns, "I won't be answering any questions." And Li Han, with no hesitation, simply obeys. The two then blast down the open road, underscoring the extreme urgency of the matter. Li Han muses that this situation must be truly dire for a major to personally retrieve a mere soldier like himself. Li Han is swiftly transported to an underground tunnel, where he recalls an old, circulated joke, one that often went around among the soldiers. The joke claimed that the mysterious Underark was actually located directly beneath the Ark base itself. It was just a common jest everyone casually shared, but no one ever truly took it seriously. Until now. But as he finally arrives, Li Han's eyes widen in shock as the joke turns out to be horrifyingly true. He beholds a colossal, sprawling underground base, something far beyond anything he could have ever conceived. Stepping off the powerful bike, he and the major are immediately greeted by a man in uniform, distinguishable by his striking red beard. Alexander states he will guide them from this point on, instantly making it clear he's someone of immense importance. Li Han recognizes him and addresses him as Chief of State, indicating the man's extraordinarily high rank. To gain entry, Alexander must pass a rigorous ID check, scanning his palm. After the handprint is confirmed, the system then scans his face and finally grants them full entry. The two then approach a colossal, reinforced door, leading into a highly restricted sector of the immense base. They begin to walk down an immaculately white, high-tech corridor, a heavy, expectant silence hanging in the air. Li Han then demands to know what's happening, as he's not cleared to be in this restricted area. The chief explains that someone is desperate to meet him, and sadly, this person doesn't have much time left. With that, they continue their somber walk down the corridor, heading straight for a door at the very end of the hall. The chief announces their arrival, revealing the person inside is crucial to Ark's very existence. He then dramatically reveals it's none other than the second commander, Yahello. Li Han is left absolutely stunned by this shocking news. The door opens, and they step into a lavish, opulent room, adorned with elegant decor everywhere. A voice warmly welcomes them inside, but Li Han stands frozen at the entrance, completely unsure how to react. Sitting at a large desk, a man with striking white hair asks if he is Li Han. Confirming his identity, the old man extends a frail hand, asking him to come closer. Looking incredibly weak and utterly exhausted, Li Han tenses up, noticing a 4-line running into the man's arm, a clear sign of his serious illness. But the commander reassures him, urging him not to be nervous, attempting to put the young boy at ease. At least, Li Han slowly, cautiously approaches, and the old man prepares to shake the boy's hand. The moment their hands touch, a powerful red energy pulsates, completely engulfing both of them in its crimson glow. Suddenly, the scene violently shifts to a bizarre, alien space, where a glowing red grid stretches out infinitely. He sees himself as a child once more, frightened and bewildered by this surreal, unknown realm. Jürgen then explains they are inside Li Han's mind, and that this childlike figure is Li Han's true form. With a gravely serious expression, the commander stares intensely at the younger version of Li Han, his gaze unwavering. He praises the boy for quickly regaining his composure, commenting that he is precisely as the rumors described. Jürgen declares he is incredible for his age, pondering if his harsh environment forged him this way. At this, the commander's hand slowly extends, inching ever closer to the startled boy. But Li Han reacts with lightning speed, defiantly slapping the old man's hand away, refusing to be commanded. Suddenly, the entire mental world shatters into fragments. Li Han is violently thrown out with full force. Back in reality, as the chief yells his name, Witnessing the young man stumble back unsteadily, he leans heavily against a bookshelf, still reeling from the shock, gasping for breath and struggling to regain his balance. Heaving for air, he confronts the commander, asking what he just did. The chief, enraged, yells back at him, but Jurgen calmly reassures them, saying it's fine, just as he had expected. He explains that Li Han's mind is very closed off, and not even he can penetrate it. At least, Li Han suddenly realizes that the commander is the only telepath, and that he interrogated Mage Elu. The commander then gives a faint smirk, confirming the boy's suspicion wordlessly. He says that now, having met him in person, he can finally entrust him with a truly great mission. He then drops a bombshell. He's giving him the second-generation psycho frame. Suden Lu stunning Li Han. The commander declares he's tired, and politely asks them to exit the room. Once they're outside in the hallway, Li Han asks if Commander Jurgen has any psychological problems, but the chief cuts him off immediately, warning him it's none of his business, and forbids him from telling anyone. Li Han quickly agrees, saying he just wanted to confirm something he already suspected. Then he remembers seeing the shackle marks on his wrists, and the door locked from the outside. From this, he realizes that the amount of time the commander can maintain his sanity is severely limited. The chief, annoyed, yells at him, asking if he's trying to brag about being so smart. But he takes a deep breath and confirms it, explaining that the commander was tortured by enemies for a long time. During these few lucid moments, he analyzes documents and leads the arc. The chief then tells him he used up the commander's precious time and asks if he grasps the weight of that. He explains that the second-generation psycho frame allows a soldier to face dragons as an equal, but that also means that an enhanced soldier presents a threat as grave as the dragons themselves. Li Han instantly grasps the truth. The true test was whether he'd harm humanity. The chief concludes, stating that either path was an incredibly difficult choice for the commander to make. With a determined gaze, Li Han silently concurs. It was indeed quite a decision. Li Han muses on the immense difficulty of entrusting everything to a mere 10-year-old child. The chief turns his back, grumbling, "You're just rubbing salt in the wound with that talk." He then reflects on the sheer cruelty of leaving humanity's future in the hands of children, but perhaps they were always searching for a superhuman they could trust without a shred of guilt. Li Han is snapped back to reality as Alexander rushes him, telling him, "We need to leave." The scene shifts to a vast, scorching desert where a small military camp is set up on the edge of a canyon. Just then, Nuth erupts into a yell, complaining, "This place is hot as hell. I can't stand it." The entire team is hunkered down in the shade, and he whines about not being able to step a foot out. A soldier, thoroughly annoyed by his incessant whining, threatens to toss him off the cliff if he doesn't shut his mouth. We learn they're in an African desert where the fourth dragon once appeared. In the past, this dragon unleashed energy beams so powerful, they carved out several massive holes in the ground. Because of this, the local people began calling these chasms the dragon's canyons. And to make matters worse, an incredibly ancient dragon fossil was discovered there, far older than humanity itself. Back in the present, Nuth asks Silence if she isn't roasting in that helmet, but she coolly reveals she had a portable air conditioner installed in her helmet before the mission. Nuth goes absolutely wild with envy and immediately tries to snatch her gear, but Silence is faster. She lands a lightning-fast kick that sends him sailing right into the middle of the group. Li Han, hand pressed to his head, lets out a heavy sigh at this whole mess. All he can think is, "I just want to be back in Ark." The camera swoops up, giving us an overhead view of the camp. It reveals a precarious bridge leading right to the canyon's gaping maw. Suddenly, a group clad in pristine white robes approaches. One of them groans, commenting on the utterly unbearable heat. A lead researcher strides up to the new arrivals. He quickly asks for one volunteer to descend with the exploration team. Considering the hellish, scorching heat, no one on the team seems even remotely thrilled about the idea of moving. But then, Li Han takes a resolute, deep breath and declares he'll go. He's volunteering to brave the depths and accompany them. He rises, stepping purposefully towards the waiting scientist, confirming he's fully ready for the descent. Suddenly, Silence materializes, announcing she'll join them as well. She coolly states she's not feeling the oppressive heat in the slightest. With their impromptu team now fully assembled, a massive elevator groans to life, beginning its slow descent down into the absolute darkness of the Great Canyon's abyss. On the creaking platform, soldiers and researchers alike brace themselves for the dizzying plunge to the very bottom of this mysterious, echoing pit. At the canyon's floor, the darkness is truly absolute. The group must rely solely on their flashlights to pierce the gloom. Li-Han then sweeps his flashlight beam forward with purpose. He announces the fossil. It's right there on the wall. The beam illuminates a gigantic, ancient dragon arm. Everyone present is utterly floored by its sheer, impossible size. Li-Han instantly grasps that if this is a dragon, then it belongs to the same legendary class as the mighty behemoth. The lead researcher, wide-eyed, immediately turns to Li-Han. He urgently asks him to confirm the creature's true identity. Li-Han cautiously steps closer to the colossal bone. He places his hand upon it, seeking to feel the fossil's ancient energy. As he does, a vibrant blue energy sparks and glows from his hand. He's delving deep, reading the creature's ancient memories. The entire team watches, absolutely spellbound, mangacap. They gasp aloud, completely awestruck by Li-Han's incredible power. Raw energy surges forth from the fossil. The vivid image of a colossal, sprawling dragon skeleton burns bright in his mind. Li-Han strains, gritting his teeth, fighting with all his might to withstand the sheer, overwhelming torrent of information flooding his mind. Silence, sensing the imminent danger, quickly pulls his arm away. She effectively breaks his intense connection with the ancient bone. She then steadies him, supporting him gently by the shoulders, helping him recover from the immense shock he just endured. Breathing heavily, Li-Han manages a grateful thanks for her quick intervention. He's still reeling, struggling to process the incredible visions he just saw. Meanwhile, the lead researcher is absolutely ecstatic, confirming their work here is now complete, since what they found was, in fact, a dragon. As they walk away, Li-Han is utterly stunned. He can't believe it's possible for that to be a dragon fossil. Then, it finally clicks into place. He wonders if dragons truly existed even before humanity. All at once, one of the lingering scientists stops dead and asks what's happening. His colleague bends down, assuring him it's nothing, just something he stepped on the ground. He then touches a strange, glowing object, which pulses with a yellow light. Not understanding what it could be, a scream of pure desperation rips through the cavern, startling Li-Han to his core. The researchers immediately erupt into a panicked run. One of them yells, demanding to know what's happening. A horrific, strange slime grabs a scientist's leg, and he screams for someone to rip it off him. The slime then begins to rapidly crawl up his body, and the man screams in pure agony as he's dissolved. The slime now begins to grow at an alarming rate, and the other scientists shriek for help. Horrified by the gruesome scene, the soldiers react instantly, unloading their weapons on the monstrous creature. But it's too late. The monster completely ignores the bullets and swallows the researcher whole. Li-Han then bellows at everyone present, ordering the entire team to sprint for the elevator. Immediately, one of the scientists, recognizing the creature, shouts that it's a death worm, and it's still alive. He remembers what he'd learned at ARC, that the worm will soon form a pupa to transform. Desperate, he urges everyone to quickly get on, and desperately tries to contact the Izzy squad on his communicator. As the elevator ascends, they brace themselves for battle, watching the worm rapidly turn into a giant cocoon. Over the radio, he reports that their opponent is a single death worm, bracing for what's next. Then the cocoon begins to stir, and the creature prepares for its terrifying second form. The cocoon violently bursts open with a terrifying roar, and the creature finally reveals its monstrous form. Li-Han is shocked by its sheer speed, as the monster has already. It burst forth from its cocoon. Evolved, the creature then begins to scale the shaft. Despair grips everyone trapped within the elevator, its maw bristling with teeth. The death worm creeps ever closer, poised to strike. Panic erupts as researchers shriek for help, utterly terrified they're about to die. Just then, the monster lunges onto the platform and unleashes an incredible shaking force. The beast comes face to face with Li-Han, attempting to intimidate them with its sheer size. The elevator floor begins to crack under its relentless assault, and the group screams amidst the destruction. He then tells everyone to calm down, assuring them they're almost at the surface. With a grave expression, he captures everyone's attention and begins to outline their attack plan. We're told that if anyone perishes, the monster's evolution will accelerate even faster as soon as the target is in range. Li-Han yells for everyone to move and initiate the attack. Meanwhile, the team waiting above races across the desert, determined to surround the creature once and for all. Nothing shouts at the monster and starts shooting to grab its attention, but the shots appear to have no effect, and the death worm charges forward, completely unfazed by the bullets. Nuth grabs the monster's mouth, claiming it hurts, telling Dimitri to go for the tail. Dimitri activates his body-strengthening power and pins the monster down. Simon activates his power, telling Derek to go. Derek leaps with his spear, activating his electricity power, and pierces the beast. Meanwhile, Li-Han and Silence are arriving to aid their team. Nuth confirms the monster is paralyzed. Li-Han says he'll leave the rest to her. He hurls a grenade into the monster's mouth, telling Nuth to get clear. The grenade shatters the monster's mouth, and Silence is already charging at the monster. With everything she's got, Silence activates Blink, combining it with her falling speed. The sword strikes the monster head-on, which explodes into pieces from the impact. With that, Silence lands on the ground with striking elegance. A powerful farming aura emanates from him. But suddenly, Li-Han notices the monster's body stirring. They quickly realize it's trying to reattach its severed head. A soldier then races toward a nearby truck, yelling his plan to push the body off the cliff. He then floors the gas, speeding straight for the monster, intending to crush it and stop its regeneration. With his foot still to the floor, the determined driver refuses to give up. He pushes the creature with every ounce of his strength and manages to hurl the monstrous body into the abyss. He screams for the disgusting plague to finally perish. The team then cautiously approaches the severed head, and the soldier labels it a disgusting insect, utterly filled with seething hatred. But Li-Han shouts a warning for him to stay back. Yet, the hot-headed soldier completely ignores his plea. He then opens fire, shooting nonstop, determined to turn the monster's head into dust. Suddenly, something ambushes the soldier. He screams in agony, ensnared by the hidden enemy. Horrific tentacles burst forth from the monster's head, lashing out at the soldier, who fired relentlessly. Carl is absolutely furious at their foolishness, yelling that they should have stayed put and waited, and never interfered with it. The head then explodes in a burst of vile green goo, transforming into a new, even more bizarre creature. Li-Han instantly realizes the monster has evolved and yells for Simon and Silence to prepare for battle. At that critical moment, the creature reveals its horrifying, insect-like wings and starts to fly away, escaping their grasp. The monster then attacks from high above, and the team scatters, desperately dodging its aerial assault. Everyone looks up in utter shock, unable to believe this creature can now fly, and attack them from a distance. The death worm then begins to make its escape, and Li-Han yells, "The monster is getting away." He warns, "We can't lose it now," and tells Simon, "Use the aerial bits right now." The team then quickly prepares their counterattack, and Li-Han snatches up a powerful hooked spear, with the formidable weapon firmly in hand. He readies himself to fire its grappling hook and attach himself to the flying monster. He then fires with all his incredible might, and the hook soars toward the monstrous creature in the sky. The hook snags the beast, and Li-Han is instantly yanked skyward, with immense force, his eyes glowing. He roars that disgusting insects like that belong on the ground. With that, he blasts the monster with an energy strike, which bleeds and plummets from the sky. The creature crashes hard into the desert, and the team rushes to investigate. The entire team then shouts Li-Han's name, worried about what might have happened to him. The scene shifts to a high-tech laboratory, where several scientists are toiling away on a major project. A man is being tested in a chair, and the researchers comment he's incredible for an A rank, but for him to become an S rank. They explain an external stimulus is needed. Just then, the machine finishes the procedure, and a notice on the screen declares the test complete. A scientist congratulates Kuro on his good work and asks if he'd like something to eat. He politely refuses, replying that he doesn't want anything, as he'd just like to get some rest. With a smile, she agrees to his request and says she'll take him back. But Kuro has already figured it out, thinking to himself that her kindness is completely fake. He knows her attitude will change entirely as soon as he's no longer useful to them. As they walk, she informs him that the testing schedule is almost over and that he'll be advancing. He then reflects on what it means to be promoted to the project's mysterious Level 3. With a determined look, he vows that he will now protect someone, since he has the power to do so. The scene cuts back to the desert, where the team is running, desperately shouting Li-Han's name over and over. He's on top of the fallen monster, finishing the beast with several stabs to its head. With one final precise strike, the worm's head explodes, and he leaps away from the danger. The monster finally falls to the ground, defeated, kicking up a giant cloud of dust in the desert, his body utterly covered in blood. Li-Han wipes a hand across his face, still panting hard from the difficult battle. Suddenly, a sphere of energy materializes before him, cushioning his harsh fall to the ground. The team rushes in, shouting his name aloud, and he realizes Simon had saved him. They gather around the monster's fallen body, and Li-Han assures them he's okay. He approaches Simon, thanking him for the crucial help, which saved him from a devastating fall. But Simon complains bitterly about the local soldiers, who nearly ruined everything and put the mission at risk. Utterly furious, he declares he won't let this slide, and that he's going to personally confront them. He's utterly outraged they revived an enemy the team had nearly killed on their own. Nuth doesn't quite understand his anger, and Silence explains it's one of Simon's inherent flaws. The scene cuts to a meeting discussing a report on the dragon, Kronos, which has finally been found. The fossil dates back to the Cretaceous period, sparking many theories about the true origin of dragons. But the chief cuts them off abruptly, saying the important thing is this, that the fossil allowed them to create powerful weapons. A woman then jumps to the part about the oracle, revealing they plan to awaken her very soon. In the audience, a blond man rises furiously, clearly showing his indignant disagreement. John Red shouts, demanding if this is the commander's order, because he thinks it's far too soon. Other soldiers try to calm him down, but he just yells that they still haven't found a cure for the disease. The chief of staff merely watches the commotion, ordering everyone to restrain John Red by any means necessary. With his eyes glowing with fierce rage, he screams for everyone to get away from him. He's completely losing his mind. He then explodes with raw power, throwing everyone back with a massive wave of fire. Out of control, Alexander faces John Red head-on, unintimidated by the raging flames surrounding him. He then lands a quick, powerful punch right in John's face, knocking the wind right out of him. He holds him tight and tells him to get a grip, asking if his feelings are truly more important than the mission itself. The chief explains that everything has become utterly unpredictable, and the dragons might launch an attack much sooner than anyone anticipates. John Red finally calms down, his face bruised and swollen, as he grapples with the harsh reality of their predicament. He declares he's heading to solitary to cool off, but the chief reassures him he understands completely. With a mournful expression, he turns away, his thoughts consumed by just one person, a woman named Catherine. A few days later, the scene shifts to the bustling cafeteria, where everyone is buzzing about the oracle. At their table, Silence explains that the word on the street is that the oracle has finally awakened. Derek then confirms he heard that this individual, who possesses the power to predict the future, has indeed recently awoken. Someone asks Silence if she's seen the oracle, but she merely shakes her head, munching on her sweets. Suddenly, a stunning blue-haired woman strides into the cafeteria, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The soldiers begin whispering amongst themselves, quickly recognizing the woman as the legendary oracle. Nuth and Derek hear the commotion and wonder aloud, what's causing such a stir in the cafeteria? Annoyed, the woman snaps, "What are you all staring at? Haven't you ever seen a human before?" Nuth is utterly shocked to realize the oracle is a girl, especially since most people there are men. Silence stops eating, her gaze fixed on the woman, her red eyes glowing with an unusual intensity. The woman then approaches Li Han with a vacant stare, as if looking right through him, seeing something else entirely. Li Han has a vision of the first generation, and wonders how she could be so young. If she truly hails from that ancient era. With a suspicious look, Silence thinks to herself that she doesn't like that woman one bit. The Oracle then brazenly lights a cigarette, completely flouting the rules and the people around her. But then, John Red gets up and confronts her, getting right in her face to call her out. With a furious glare, he demands to know what she thinks she's doing in this restricted area. She yells that she has permission to be out, and tells him to mind his own damn business, calling him an idiot. Then, he snatches the cigarette right from her mouth, and warns her that she must have a death wish. With his eyes glowing, he conjures a fiery fireball, and prepares to teach her a painful lesson. He then seizes her arm forcefully, and orders her to shut up and follow him now. He drags her out of the cafeteria, as she screams desperately, not understanding what's happening. The other soldiers just stand there stunned, watching the scene with their jaws agape, not daring to interfere. The people at the table comment that those two are utterly brutal, and wonder what she could have done wrong. But Li Han remains silent, because he knows the truth. Sergeant Red is actually trying to help. Just then, John Red shows up at the scene, looking for someone who seems to have vanished. He wonders where the girl went, since he lost sight of her in the confusion. But the Oracle was just hiding, watching, and she watches him run from a distance. With a look of contempt, the scene changes. Octo looks very nervous at the data on the screens. It's the day of Li Han's test, and a voice asks if he's ready for his first training session in full armor. He readies his weapon, ready, and a voice commands the training to begin. His eyes glow blue, and he feels the power of the armor flowing through his entire body. The second generation psycho frame activates, and the whole suit glows with a bluish energy. Meanwhile, the Oracle walks down a corridor, complaining that they dared to try and contain her. She calls John Red Ark's lapdog, showing she has no intention of following the rules. Back at the training, Li Han appears panting, and a message announces that the test is over. Octo congratulates him, saying he moved really well for his first time in the suit. The scientist says the next test won't be a problem, but Li Han doesn't understand. It's explained that soon there will be a demonstration in front of some very important, high-ranking people. Li Han stays silent for a moment, wiping the sweat from his face with a white towel. He then asks Octo if he's close to Sergeant John Red, trying to get more information. He then asks if the scientist knows anything. Let's talk about the so-called Oracle, who recently awakened. Octo explains she was cryogenically preserved, and that the process was expensive, but it was worth it. Li Han then asks why she needed to be frozen, as it just doesn't seem to make sense. It's revealed that some of the first psychics couldn't handle their power, and their bodies turned to stone. The scientist then adds that the Oracle is also in a state where she could die at any moment. Suddenly, the Oracle appears and asks if they're discussing something interesting. Behind her back, Octo gets startled and asks what she's doing there, and she replies that she wants a favor. She explains that she's bored to death and asks him to get her a video game console. Annoyed by the delay, she grabs him and yells that if he doesn't have one, he should just make one. Li Han just watches the scene, not understanding what's going on between the two of them. The Oracle then faces him and seems surprised to see the boy's face. For the very first time, she gets closer to him and starts feeling his muscles. Impressed by his physique, with a sly smile, she invites him to talk somewhere quieter and more private, but Octo tries to separate them, telling her she can take him since the training is over for today. Then Octo whispers for him to handle her, because he hates stubborn women like the Oracle. She ignores the scientist and keeps insisting to Li Han, asking him to make the console. Tired of the commotion, Li Han just says they need to go, and starts walking ahead. The scene then changes to an outdoor area of Ark, with the buildings visible in the background. The two are in a kind of park, and he asks what she wanted to discuss. That was so important, she turns, and asks if he heard from Octo about her current health condition. Then she confirms that she doesn't have much time left, and reveals that her hair wasn't always blue. With a wistful gaze, she confesses her yearning for happiness. She then urges him to escape this wretched place alongside her. Li Han stands rooted, observing her for a long moment. He simply watches the desperate plea she's laid bare before him. He finally breaks the silence, stating if she has nothing further to say, that he's leaving, clearly annoyed. She huffs, complaining he's no fun at all. She then realizes he'd known about the entire situation all along. He confirms her suspicions, and she instantly unleashes her power, declaring there was something vital she needed to tell him. Suddenly, the oracle's hand brushes his face, a pink energy pulsing forth, leaving Li Han utterly astounded. The energy radiates brightly, illuminating the park around them. As she uses her power to reveal something crucial, she warns him ominously that if he wishes to survive, he must cease participating in the operation. Because of Red, she stresses. He then asks if she saw his future, but she grimly replies that the core problem is that she can't see it at all. She explains this often signifies death, as the dead possess no future to glimpse. Yet Li Han remains completely unshaken by this dire news. He confronts her warning with unwavering determination. He challenges her, pointing out that if it's in most cases, then a chance to survive still exists. So, he thanks her for the heads up and coolly turns to leave, announcing simply, "My life has been on the line from the very beginning." The Oracle is utterly dumbfounded by his audacious attitude, stunned by the sheer nerve he's displaying. As he walks away, she suddenly sees John Red within him. Her expression completely transforms, and she becomes absolutely furious at Li Han's sheer stubbornness. Enraged, she yells that if he insists on living like that, then he could just go die like a miserable dog. A month has swiftly passed, and helicopters are now arriving at the ARC base. There, Johnny Schwartz grimly informs everyone that the soldiers have returned from their perilous mission against the purists. He faces the recruits with a somber, grave expression, preparing to deliver truly devastating news. He then reveals that during the operation, their comrade, Lao Cha, was tragically killed. Li Han is visibly stunned by this revelation, while Silence walks rigidly beside him. Enraged, Silence fiercely clenches her fists, her pent-up fury visibly boiling over. Li Han cautiously attempts to speak to her, calling out her name, trying to calm her, but Silence just walks away. Li Han realizes she needs some time to herself. Just then, Johnny Schwartz approaches from behind, observing our hero's reaction. Li Han admits he can't believe it, because he feels like Lao Cha is still out there. Somewhere, the captain asks if his reaction is normal. The young man replies he feels less sadness now. Johnny listens in silence, taking a drag from his cigar, while analyzing the situation. He remarks that Li Han is far from ordinary, remembering the hardships the boy has already faced. He adds that if Li Han were a normal person, he certainly wouldn't have survived. Johnny concludes he made it through, because he never stopped being himself. Li Han faces his captain, his expression tense and sweating nervously. Johnny tells him it's time to go, reminding him that the important test is waiting. For them, the two walk across the courtyard together. As the captain contemplates the boy's future, he mentally advises the young man to remember this moment, in case he ever loses his emotions. The scene then shifts to a high-tech room, where Li Han is wearing a futuristic suit of armor. He replies that he isn't nervous, but his captain's impatience is what worries him. Dr. Octo watches apprehensively, as he doesn't want to be humiliated in front of Smith. Old Man Smith doubts their success, already assuming the prototype won't be his. The audience murmurs about the psycho frame, commenting on how cool the weapon looks. The test finally begins, and the armor activates, glowing with an intense blue energy. With glowing eyes, he focuses, thinking to himself that he has to nail this. The narrator explains that the test itself is simple, but everyone expects it to be extremely difficult. The first part just involves walking, running, and jumping, basic movement through the course. But even the simplest actions are incredibly difficult. Not in this suit. Dr. Octo, however, is impressed, amazed that he can control it at all. Old Man Smith watches with a cold gaze, showing no emotion. Li Han moves on to the final stage. All he has to do is hit the target with his weapon. But suddenly, a cannon unleashes a massive fireball. It catches him totally by surprise. The entire audience gasps in shock, thinking this weapon is total overkill for a simple test. Octo frantically shouts, asking if he's alright, and Li Han reassures him, stating the suit completely absorbed the impact. But he quickly realizes this wasn't part of the plan at all. and he certainly didn't activate it himself. Octo becomes enraged, yelling that it had to be Smith, and asks Lee Han if he can destroy the cannon. Just then, the cannon fires once more, forcing our hero to quickly dodge the devastating blast. The weapon then launches a series of deadly energy rings that fly straight at him with incredible speed and agility. He expertly dodges every single ring, weaving through them without taking a single hit. He then focuses all his immense power, unleashing a massive wave of blue energy from his body. With a spectacular leap, he soars directly toward the cannon, leaving the entire crowd utterly stunned. He reaches the very ceiling and targets the weapon's critical blind spot, preparing his final attack with every ounce of his strength. He crashes down with immense force, delivering a devastating blow that shatters the cannon and the very floor beneath it. The audience is left absolutely speechless by the boy's power, unable to believe what they've just witnessed. Dr. Octo trembles with pure joy, cheering and shouting that Lee Han is simply the best. Amid the wreckage, the young man leans on his spear as the doctor showers him with congratulations. But inside the suit, Lee Han can barely breathe, reporting that he's pushed himself to his absolute limit. Octo sees it clearly on the monitor and yells that he's on his way to help him immediately. The scene shifts tonight, showing the main building of the ARC military base. In a meeting room, a superior is praising Dr. Octo, saying the test results were completely unexpected. Celebrating wildly, Octo throws a few mock punches in the air, shouting that the prototype is now officially his. Alexander, however, is utterly annoyed by all the noise, especially the constant video game sounds coming from the background. It's revealed that the Oracle is the one playing, and Alexander asks John Red to make her stop immediately. John spins to face the girl, addressing her by her code name, Oracle. He glares her down with a dead serious expression, making it crystal clear he's not playing any games. And just like that, her handheld console is snatched right from her grip. It's then violently thrown to the floor, leaving the girl in absolute, utter shock. John Red finally tells her to snap out of it and focus on the ongoing, critical meeting. But she lashes out, yelling the meeting is painfully boring and has absolutely nothing to do with her. Alexander then explains that because of Bahamut, they believe new invasions are highly likely to happen. He then turns to the Oracle, his gaze sharp, and asks if she can still see the very same future she saw before. The girl is silent for a moment, deep in thought, her expression turning intensely serious and thoughtful. Finally, she reveals that a new leader will emerge among the dragons, and she witnessed an entire city burn to the ground. The news lands like an absolute bombshell, leaving everyone in the room completely and utterly shocked. A desperate Alexander yells, his voice cracking, demanding to know exactly where and when this horrific tragedy will take place. The Oracle replies calmly that it will be in Paris, 10 days from now, because she saw the Eiffel Tower in her chilling vision. John Red becomes furious with her for waiting so long, demanding to know why she's only telling them now. But the blue-haired girl ignores his frantic question and begins to silently walk out of the room. An enraged General Alexander slams his fist on the table with all his might. He then shouts urgently that they need to act immediately. John Red then drags the Oracle out of the room as she screams for him to just let her go. Furious, he suddenly lets go of her, his face filled with primal rage and darkness. The girl stumbles and falls backward, surprised by his sudden, shocking aggression. He then menacingly approaches, standing over her with a truly threatening posture. From the floor, the Oracle glares at him defiantly, showing absolutely no fear. His eyes glow red as he yells, asking just what her problem is. He pins her harshly against the wall, demanding to know why she didn't mention the vision sooner, but she screams back that he already knows the answer. She insists she doesn't care about the world. John tells her to stop acting like a spoiled child. He reminds her she's not the only one making sacrifices. He leans in close, asking if she has any idea how old the second-generation kids truly are. He reveals they're only 12 or 13 at most. As we see these shockingly young soldiers, he shouts that even they are risking their lives, but she coldly replies that she doesn't care. She scoffs at the very word sacrifice, calling it a nice way to warm their hearts. She believes she won't live to see the next invasion, but everyone else still clings to hope for the future. The hope of living in a peaceful world someday where the dragons have finally been defeated. In desperation, she screams that she doesn't care about her ability because she believes she has no future herself. John Red stares at her seriously, preparing to say something that would utterly surprise her. He then tells her it's because she's a good person, leaving the girl utterly speechless. After that, he turns and leaves her alone, giving her space to process his words. But she gets up, furious, calls him an imbecile, and runs off without looking back. The scene then shifts to Paris, with several military helicopters flying majestically over the Eiffel Tower. It's strange to see the city still so intact, as soldiers walk through the eerily empty streets. Nuthmeyer even comments that with the complete evacuation, the place looks like an absolute ghost town. Dmitri guesses that in just 7 days, it will all be in ruins, and Del Simon probably agrees. Lihan takes it all in, remembering that. The Oracle predicted a gate and a dragon here, and since an event like this is about to happen, they're in a completely new and highly secure location. The mission's immense importance has drawn the attention of elite forces from all over the world. We then see a fully equipped American soldier, showing the true scale of this massive operation. The troops organize themselves on the streets, preparing for the massive battle that's about to begin. The American glares at them and asks if they're from Ark, telling his little friends to get out of the way. With a sneering smile, Dmitri declares the street's plenty wide, then snidely asks why he doesn't just move instead. The American soldier and his squad erupt into laughter, taunting them to fly over like magicians. Domingo bristles with anger, ready to throw down, but Lihan quickly restrains him, warning him not to fall for their obvious provocation. The young man then asks, "Who exactly are you guys?" noting they clearly look like they're from the United States. The burly leader then introduces himself, boasting they're America's elite, better known as the notorious Hellboys. Lihan is surprised. He's actually heard of them, and notes they're about the same age. It's explained they don't possess psychic powers, but have undergone intense physical enhancements instead. He recalls their physical standards are even higher than ARCS, which explains why they're even larger than Dmitri. The Hellboys leader, still smug, laughs and declares that without their powers, they'd be crushed like mere sandwiches. Lihan actually finds the joke amusing, and then tells his friends to keep moving forward. The American finds the encounter boring and dismissively says goodbye, calling them skinny, boring nerds. He then turns to his comrades, who are still fixated on the other group walking away. But then he sidles up to Domingo and warns him threateningly, "I'll see you later." After that tense exchange, the two squads finally part ways, each heading down a different side of the street. The scene shifts to helicopters filling the sky, as troops prepare for the monumental battle ahead. Nuthmeyer's jaw drops at the sight of their opulent hotel room, exclaiming he's never witnessed such luxury. He gleefully throws himself onto the plush bed, celebrating this unexpected break before the looming battle. Excited, he springs up and shouts, "This bed is way too soft." And Lihan admits he's never touched anything like it before. The boy then carefully runs his hand over the silken sheet, thinking he finally understands the true meaning of luxury. But then Nuth eagerly flings open the minibar and excitedly calls his friend over to check out the drinks inside. He points happily, but Lihan politely declines, saying it's okay, and he doesn't want anything right now. The boy then snatches a pack of cookies, taking a huge, eager bite. He's utterly amazed by the taste, but can't read the French packaging, and neither can Lihan, surprisingly. Nuth springs to his feet, absolutely determined. His friend quickly asks him where he's off to. He boldly announces his plan. He's going to raid the other rooms for cookies, figuring the soldiers probably won't touch them. Lihan tries to stop him, warning him not to stray, especially with other troops nearby. But Nuth completely ignores him, proclaiming Lihan isn't his leader and can't give orders. Then he heads out alone, regardless. Lihan lets Ota Vic, musing on Nuth's endless hyperactivity. He then brings a hand to his face, but his gaze sharpens, locking into complete focus. The scene then shifts showing him intently analyzing a holographic city map, meticulously preparing for the mission ahead. He's determined to memorize every building, convinced that if he isn't fully prepared, victory will elude him. He reminds himself that preparation at the right time can guarantee their ultimate victory. Li-Han keeps his unwavering focus on the map, vowing never to forget this crucial lesson. But suddenly, a noise at the door makes him turn, calling out for his friend, Nuth. To his absolute surprise, however, it's the Oracle who stands there, observing him in complete silence. Without a word, she glides into the room, and the two simply stare at each other for a tense moment. Silence then rushes to the door, completely out of breath, asking them to just wait a moment. He just needs a quick minute to catch his breath, as exhaustion hits him with full force. But the moment he looks inside the room, he wonders what in the world is happening. He sees the Oracle resting against Li-Han, appearing incredibly tired and visibly shaken. He immediately zeroes in on her, recognizing the girl and pondering the bizarre situation. The scene reveals her quietly resting on his shoulder as he comforts her without a single word. Then silence gently closes the door and then sprints down the hotel hallway. He runs, fuming about what she was doing in there with Li-Han. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the pool area, where Domingo menacingly cracks his knuckles, clearly trying to intimidate. He claims the American was absolutely terrified, and that's why he brought his little friend along. His rival immediately retorts, telling him not to fret, because really, he's the only one here who's actually fighting. Dimitri then flashes a mocking smirk, sarcastically questioning if that's truly the situation. And he also declares he won't be using his magic powers, the very ones his opponent dreads so deeply. The two glare at each other, eyes blazing with pure hatred, poised to ignite their battle at any second. The wall clock loudly signals that the time has arrived, instantly ratcheting up the tension in the atmosphere. Silence continues observing the Oracle, still utterly baffled by what's unfolding. She cautiously peeks through the doorway to find the two of them seated together, enveloped in an incredibly odd atmosphere. Feeling utterly unnerved by the sight, she decides it's best to get some fresh air. On the terrace, the clock chimes the hour, and down in the hallway, Nuth spots Silence departing in quite a rush. He's completely confused by her hurried exit, pondering where his masked friend could be headed. Meanwhile, over at the pool, Domingo lunges forward, unleashing a furious punch. The American blocks the powerful blow with his chest, displaying an absurd level of resilience. But Dimitri isn't giving up that easily, and unleashes a relentless flurry of punches. The American then endures a brutal barrage of blows, barely even flinching an inch. Domingo breaks out into a cold sweat, realizing that Bastard's body defies all logic. He attempts another furious flurry of attacks, but none seem to penetrate his impenetrable defense. Just then, the soldier finally reacts, seizing Domingo's fist with sheer brute force. He's poised to counterattack with everything he's got. Dimitri shockingly blocks the punch with his forehead. He deduces that if punching isn't effective, he'll simply have to resort to another tactic. His companions then yell for him to try an armbar. In the midst of the fight, Domingo leaps onto his enemy, applying a crushing submission hold with all his might. He demands the American give up now, if he doesn't want his arm broken instantly. But the guy remains utterly unfazed, as his technique seems to be utterly useless, using nothing but sheer brute force. The soldier simply ignores the pain and slips free from his grip. With a lightning-fast move, he slams Dimitri to the ground with unbelievable force. The boy spits, glaring at him from the ground, reeling from the brutal impact of that throw. Without mercy, the American lifts his foot, ready to crush his opponent right then and there. But at the last second, Dimitri miraculously rolls aside, barely dodging the attack before springing back up, keeping his distance from his enemy, who looks like a total monster, even while injured. He grins and says the guy is a seriously dangerous bastard. Then he rips off his shirt, shouting that now he's going to fight with everything he's got. But he stops mid-motion, feeling something on his back, and Silence calmly walks up, right into the middle of their brutal fight. The American tells Silence to get out of the way, saying he could get hurt, but Silence is absolutely furious, declaring he just wants to break something right now. Suddenly, a bluish energy envelopes the American's hand, leaving him completely baffled and confused. He gets absolutely livid with the guy, calling him a bastard for doing that. Then he lunges forward with a punch, shouting if Silence wants to die or something. But the masked man effortlessly parries the brute's attack with just his hand. And in an instant, he counterattacks, landing a devastating punch right in the enemy's gut. The soldier screams in pain from the impact, feeling the unreal force of that attack. With no chance to react, he collapses to his knees, utterly defeated by a single, crushing blow. The other soldiers are in utter shock, unable to believe what they just witnessed, seeing their leader on the ground. They prepare to advance and take down the masked bastard. From a distance, Nuth and Dimitri watch everything, stunned by their companion's incredible strength. Nuth explains that Silence is just too powerful. It's not that his opponent was weak. In the blink of an eye, Silence obliterates the rest of the squad, who fall, groaning in pain. Dimitri just watches in silence, absolutely stunned by his friend's absurd power. Silence leaves, and Dimitri admits to himself that he doesn't think he could ever beat that guy. Back in the room, the Oracle tells Lihan she's about to inform their superiors of something crucial. She then reveals a terrible vision she's had, that Lihan will die during this operation. She then tells him that with just a single word, she can send him to the safest place imaginable. Suddenly, the girl erupts in anger, yelling that a dragon is about to appear and that he's far too young to die. Suddenly, a dazzling blue aura explodes from her body, revealing the true extent of her psychic power. But the immense energy is too much, and she faints. Worried, Lihan catches her mid-fall. He holds her close and immediately says he'll call for medics. But her hand glows on his shoulder, and she softly asks him not to cry. The Oracle whispers it's nothing, and that she just wants to rest in his arms for just a little while. He then fully realizes the gravity of the situation. Her survival rate is simply 0,